Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Kwenda kabisa, wani lazima. Enda, tera zuende.
Wakenda mkoja. Mkoja. Anasiwezi karaka. Uwe hae. Magala. Niko tayari. Kulipa gharama. Nitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Nitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ukizani ubinafsi ukabila.
Sisi vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Tumesema sisi
tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so fast. Therefore, everybody must work hard to stay on the cutting edge as far as understanding our politics is concerned. and of course, making sense of our senseless moves that our political leadership make every passing day. Well, it is now no secret the money printer De La Rue company is winding up operations in Nairobi. They are paying off their staff members. They are getting out of here. Well, if the money printer leaves, I don't know what is left behind, but is this the investor confidence that Kenya Kwanza has been preaching to us, that they have gotten the economy on the track and therefore Kenyans will have a reason to smile? Well, if the money printer leaves, you know that money has left. And therefore, Zakayo and his policy, I think Kenyans must wake up and realize there's nothing left of Kenya Kwanza into this country. The earlier, the better. Another development is that there is beefed up security in Nyeri amidst fears that Maina Njenga and Mungiki are in town. Well, I believe this is about the supremacy battle between Maina Njenga in Mount Kenya and Gachagua. Innocent lives may be lost for nothing, but personal differences build on insecurity by reason of having the unpopular proving to be popular and the unknown proving that they are known everywhere. Well, let's engage even as we start the conversation. Please, wherever you are, make sure you share the link with your crowd. Let somebody know the show is on and we are ready to engage in order for us to get the very best that we must get in understanding what's going on and the position we must take as Kenyans of goodwill. The link to use to get in the studio is already available in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. You will be in this space for us to get talking. I salute each and every one of you for being here. Always thank you so much. Even as we remain with a few hours to cross into the new year, I want to start with Thanksgiving appreciation to each and every one of our audience around the world, our subscribers, our members, and all our followers. You are the reason why we pulled through this tough year, and we are bringing you to a close to open a new one. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your faithful followership. It keeps us going, and we don't take it for granted that you're always here. Thank you so, so much. Well, let's get talking. Thank you so much as I celebrate one or two of us here on the comment section. Please, let's be on the forefront to get into the studio so that we can engage on these matters. Money printer De La Rue exit from Kenya, Nairobi. Gachagua's security move amid supremacy battle with Maina Njenga in Nyeri. And then, of course, the Ruto administration and the flight of capital out of this city or out of this country. Our poll question tonight, we are asking, is there any investor confidence in Kenya with Ruto's leadership? Is there any investor confidence in Kenya with Ruto's leadership? We need to hear what you think and feel about the whole situation. Well, today we have multiple questions. I mean, multiple choice questions, whereby you are free to express yourself. Is there any investor confidence in Kenya with Ruto's leadership? You can either say yes, you can say no, you can say maybe, or you can say never. So whichever is your choice, please let us know so that we have varieties. We had complaints that we only give people 2 options. So you have 4. Choose whichever suits your anger or your happiness as far as the question is concerned. Otherwise, I want to salute each one of you. Please, let's be on the forefront. Karibishane, hiyo namba watazamaji ipande. tunapoanza kuingia kwa kina kwa masuala haya. Nashukuru tu sana kwa kuwa uko pale, na wewe ndio nguvu yetu ambayo inasababisha kuwa hapa kila usiku tukichambua masuala haya kwa kina. Charles Green, hi to you, thank you so much. Salome Amashibo, karibu sana, hi to you, thank you so much for being here. Dahir Abdi, karibu kwa show. Tuni Muhammad, our permanent secretary, thank you so much, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Esther Stoll, thank you so much, good evening to you. We appreciate you calling us to like the video. Please, let's start with liking the video even before we cast our vote. Freedom, we salute you, thank you so much, karibu kwa show. Rosemary Mchisa, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Naamini kila kitu kitakuwa shwari kwa sababu tumefika. Ouma Washington, we salute you. You say watching from Nairobi. Asante sana, karibu kwa show. Tunashukuru tu kwa kuwa uko hapa. Mohamed Ege, karibu sana, hello to you. Fabian Adriano, thank Andrea. Okay, Fabiano Adriano, karibu kwa show. Niko ndani mapema leo, lakini wembe ni ule ule. Asante sana, nashukuru. Umepata Big J ama nikutumie namba yake? Big J, wewe na PK mnatu kitu. Fanyeni kitu kabla mwaka mpya. Sisi tunataka kuingia mwaka mpya kipya. Asante, lakini nashukuru kila mmoja. Naomba tumakinike, ingia studio ukaseme yako mawili matatu tunapoanza kwa fujo. Hapa ndipo story yote ya Mkenya inasemwa kwa lugha ya Mkenya, kwa maneno ya Wakenya. Naomba tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, share that link in your WhatsApp groups, all of your WhatsApp groups, please, not funeral groups, and then of course Facebook groups, and encourage us to share in political groups. And if you enjoy this kind of content, you enjoy the discussions we do here, we encourage you, if you're on Facebook, join all serious political groups. Okay, there is Raila Odinga think tank, there is Kenya Kwanza with the youth, there is Azimio, many pages for Azimio, many groups for Azimio. There is ODM Reloaded, ODM Youth, countrywide. Join those groups. Those are where you will share the link and get relevant people who will enjoy the content. Don't share the link with a group that is not related to politics in any way. We are really grateful that we are growing fast, but we need to grow faster. And the only way to make that happen is when you take your responsibility, as I take my responsibility, to make Kenya great and, of course, rescue it from the bad leadership of one William Ruto and his team. Well, let's look at the story in, even as we start the conversation, how the money printer is moving out of town and leaving Kenyans wondering what next and what should be done. Here we go. Well, as we bring the story, please hakikisha umekaribisha mtu. Hiyo namba ya watazamaji ifike 100 tafadhali. Nashukuru kwa kuwa uko mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba kuna kitu kinaachwa bila kushughulikiwa. Asante sana kwa kuwa mshirika wa maana na maalum katika masuala haya. Tunaamini kwamba kitu kinakwenda kutokea ambacho ni cha muhimu na ambacho kitaokoa Kenya msimu huu. Kuna ile ambayo inaonekana dalili ya mvua ni nini? Ni mawingu. Na vile Wakenya wamefika mahali Wakenya wamefika, mawingu yametanda, kuna kitu kinakwenda kutokea. Kwa hivyo kuwa mstari wa mbele, kuwa sehemu ya mambo haya, na uhakikishe kwamba kila kitu kinatekelezwa ipasavyo. Asante sana. So let's listen out on this De La Rue issue as we start the conversation, even as I wait for you to get into the studio and open up. Let us know where you stand in all this. Thank you.
Banknote printer De La Rue has spent an additional £1.3 million, or just about 258.6 million shillings, to lay off staff, write off assets and pay lawyers, bringing the cumulative spending on closing down its operations of its Nairobi unit to £13.9 million or 2.77 billion shillings. The global firm, which in January 2023 suspended banknote printing operations in the country owing to low demand, says in the latest trading update that the additional cost was made up of £1.1 million, that's about 218.8 million shillings, for impairment of assets, £0.2 million or 39.78 million shillings, redundancy charges, and £0.1 million or 19.89 million shillings on other costs.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Delaru, the money printer company in Nairobi, is closing doors. And that speaks volumes about the right state of the economy in relation to investors. And that's why we are asking you tonight, is there any investor confidence in Kenya with Ruto's leadership? We need each and everyone here to be on the forefront, even as we look into this matter keenly. There has been a narrative being pushed that the 15 months or so that William Ruto has been in office, he has worked so hard to rectify what was wrong with the economy. And now the economy is on the right track. It's about to break forth with success and put smiles on the faces of Kenyans. But look at what is happening. Serious companies are winding up, investors are flying out, and still we are told to remain positive and look forward to a better Kenya. I don't see any better Kenya with this kind of leadership, and any serious businessman, when he begins to wind up, you know that he has considered all factors possible, including making a comeback after a fall. And when they say the best way out is to close doors, then you know the hope within this country and the promises that we are being fed with are all nonsensical, and they are not keen to help anybody. And so as we engage, we are calling upon you. Let's be on the forefront. Tumia your link, ingia studio ukaseme ya kwako. Naamini kwamba unala kusema ambalo ni la muhimu na litasaidia wa Kenya kwa kuwafahamisha na kuwaelewesha kile ambacho kinatatanisha. Asante. Na pia kuna swala hili kwamba security has been beefed up in Nyeri. Nataka watu wa Nyeri mconfirm hiyo, kama matanga zimeletwa, kama unajua sisi watu wa Kisumu tumezoea na watu wa Nairobi. So mmeona tankers, mmeona tear gas, mmeona nini ambacho kinaendelea Nyeri ambacho si cha kawaida, ili tukawapatie tips on how to handle the security boys when was come to us. Lakini nashukuru, tafadhali tumakinike. Nataka habari kutoka Kisumu, samahani, kutoka Nyeri kuhusu hili swala la security. Alafu I think Mungiki is an excuse in my opinion. Just like there was hired demonstrators on Mombasa Road about housing, probably Zakayo and team. Okay, tumeambiwa tusimite Zakayo, nitawapatia sababu, lakini nashukuru kwa kuwa mnajiunga na. So nataka hiyo confirmation from the ground. Kama uko Nyeri, nataka uconfirm, is there anything unusual happening? Do we have any unusual presence of police in Nyeri? We want to know that. Or have we had any instances of the so-called resurgent of Mungiki? In my opinion, is an excuse to cause mayhem for nothing. And of course, they are afraid for the nationwide, worldwide demonstrations against the Ruto administration that cannot hardly make a difference 15 months in office. Well, let's keep moving. Karibisha mtu, hakikisha uko mstari wa mbele kutekeleza wajibu wako. Let me bring in another video as I wait for you to get in. Let's please get okay, napewa hapa. Olele TV anasema Bernard, the giant pharmaceutical company GSK has closed it. Manufacturers Ventolin inhaler, Ocalpo suspension, Panadol suspension, and what? Augmentin and Santel. Okay, wamefunga. Oh God, have mercy. So the pharmaceutical giant company has also closed doors. Yet Ruto tells us everything is all right. Everything has been brought back on track. I think something must happen to this country, and that thing has to end up with Ruto leaving office before it is too late. We cannot have giant companies winding up and you're still telling us that everything is all right. Hapa ni lazima tuanze kuambiana ukweli, na Wakenya wenye nia njema, wakati umefika wao kusimama imara, kuhesabika, kutekeleza wajibu wako kama Mkenya ambaye anawajibika kwa ajili ya Wakenya wenzake. So nataka sikilize hii tunapoanza msimamo wa huyu kuhusu Zakayo and administration, and then of course there is another pastor at Jacaranda bunge la wananchi ambaye amefafanua akasema jina Zakayo ni bora sana, alipaswa kutumika kwa William Ruto kwa sababu Zakayo alitubu na akarejesha mali ya wizi, lakini Zakayo hajarudisha mali ya wizi na hajatubu. Kwa hivyo hawezi kuwa Zakayo. William Ruto hawezi kuwa Zakayo, lakini jina linalomfaa William Ruto ni Nebukadneza, sio Zakayo. Sijui unaonaje swala hilo? Ningependa pia utalishughulikia wakati tunaingia kwa kina katika masuala haya ambayo tunayachambua. Cha muhimu ni wewe kumakinika, cha muhimu ni wewe kujua ukweli wa mambo na kusimamia haki ya kila Mkenya. Kwa hivyo kabla tumlete Undumani, wacha sikilize huyu Mkenya na tuanze safari ya maongezi yetu. Asante, karibisha mtu. 73 people viewing. We need that number to go to where it's supposed to be, 300 onwards. That is where our average is. So let's push and let's keep sharing. Let's invite, let's remind. This is our responsibility as Kenyans who wants the best for this country. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, tukirudi kwako, tumesema kwamba ndio uchumi ni mbaya, lakini wengi wanasema tuvumiliane tu, mambo itakuja kwa baadaye vizuri. So, wewe kwa maoni yako unaona hiyo inafaa kweli?
Kulingana na Kenya, sisi hatuwezi subiri ati uchumi ni mbaya, alafu sisi tusubiri ati maisha itakuwa mazuri. Hii maisha itakuwa mazuri. Wanawake walihaidiwa gas ya 300 na Ruto, na alisema ataleta taifa gas ya 300, sijui ataanza na mtungi, sijui ataanza na nini, sijui vile anatenga hizo vitu zake. Lakini mimi nawaambia wa Kenya, hakuna kusubiri. Huyu jamani wa zile promises fake. Sasa wa Kenya, mimi nawaambia hakuna kusubiri. Kuanzia next year kila mtu aondoke na mtoto wake before mpeleke shule. Kwendeni barabara, fungeni barabara nyinyi wote. Mkishafunga barabara hakuna kitu inaendelea Kenya. Huyu jamaa wanajeshi wamweke kando, si tuchukue uongozi. Kama Raila namwambia Raila asiogope huyu jamaa. Sisi Raila tuambie anatakaje, tumfanyie akae kwa kiti. Kwani kukufa nani anaogopa kukufa? Watu wengi wamekufa my friend. Watu wetu wale Nilots, wale Wajaluo wa Sudan wamekufa sana wakati Riek Machar na Salvador Mayakiri walikuwa wanapigana. Sisi Wajaluo wengi walikufa sana wakati tulikuwa tuna fight for freedom after Kenyatta alichukua uongozi. Sasa tunaogopa nini? Si hatuogopi kifo my friend. Afadhali yule Mjaluo akule vizuri na mimi nimekufa, nimekuwa marehemu. Sasa namwambia hii serikali sio ya kuvumilia. Sisi sote tutoke nje next year. Kila mtu akae barabara na mtoto wake before mpeleke shuleni. Funga barabara kila mahali. Ruto awekwe kando. Raila aongoze nchi. Kama ni ngumu, president wa bunge la mwananchi Kenya nzima and Eastern and Central Africa, mimi nitachukua uongozi. Shida iko wapi? Hatutavumilia. Hii serikali lazima ilimwe kulimwa, ianguke chini. Hatuwezi ruhusu na hatuwezi kubali tunyanyaswe na mwenye alipigiwa kura hakuna. Huyu jamaa alipigiwa kura kidogo sana, lakini sasa ile upumbavu wa Chebukati, mwanzo hiyo Chebukati wacha akuje hapa Kenya, hiyo kipara yake tutapanda miti na mahindi hapo juu. Mwanzo wacha akuje hapa Kenya. Wewe Chebukati umefanya ufala, alafu wewe unatuacha hapa, unaenda penye umeenda, ati unajifanya wewe ni mgonjwa. Kuja hapa Kenya uone. Raundi hii mimi namwambia Raila Amolo Odinga na mwambia wa Kenya wote, hii upumbavu ya kuiba kura kila mara imeisha. Mimi mwanzo nikiona kama kuna challenge kwa kura, kuhesabu kura, kila mtu atakuwa hiyo bomos, na hiyo bomos tutachoma yote. Hakuna tutakuwa na bomos hapa Kenya. Hii mambo ya kuhesabu kura ovyo ovyo itaisha hapa Kenya. Na Ruto, mimi wacha nikwambie, peana taifa gas kwa kina mama, hiyo ya 300, wacha kulala. Peana hiyo gasi, kama wewe ulikuwa unaahidi akina mama upeane gasi. Peana gasi. Hii ufala yenu acheni bwana. Alafu Machogu, kama hujui kazi, achana kazi, nenda bwana. Hiyo CS of education, wewe hujui kufanya kazi, toka hapo uende. Asante sana.
God bless.
Yeah.
Asante. Cut.
Well, Kenyans of goodwill, hear the message loud and clear. Huyo ni president wa bunge la wananchi, anasema hii ni serikali ya kulimwa mpaka ianguke chini, sio serikali ya kuvumilia. Sijui wewe maoni yako vipi? Tumeona companies are winding up and they have no intention of proceeding with their manufacturing or running business in the country in the new year. Now, if that is the case, is there any hope for William Ruto turning around things in this country, or he's completely defeated? When the board of management and the board of governors and of course stewards of companies come to a conclusion that the best way out is to close doors, then you know there isn't much happening that is of good. Asante sana. Namuona Honorable amefika, lakini naomba Honorable just hold on, tumsikilize Undumani kwanza. Alikuwa hapa Undumani?
Yes.
Vipi boda?
Boda tuko wazima, mvua ndo mingi, lakini tunaendelea mzuri Bernard.
Asante, nimebarikiwa.
Tumebarikiwa pande hii Western si mbaya sana. Hata huyu bwana wetu huyu atembei huko sana, kwa sababu anajua ya kwamba mahali unatembea sana ni mahali watu wangali akili iko chini. Lakini sisi huku Busia tulichanuka. Hawezi tembea upande hii kudanganya sisi. Atadanganya mara ya kwanza, na mimi nashukuru sana. Nimeona katika kanda zingine pale gavana yangu sasa ametoka huko. Tulikuwa tunauliza sasa gavana amekwenda kule kwa hii mtu ati atajenga Busia. Gavana aliomba amsaidie kujenga stadium, kujenga stadium mpaka saa hii. Amsaidia kutengeneza barabara, mpaka saa hii hajatengeneza. Hizo zilikuwa ni ahadi za urongo na ukweli. Urongo tupu ndio iko hapo. So Bernard, pande hii hawezi kutembea sana, kwa sababu pande hii watu walichanuka Western anakuja tu kama mwenye anakuja kwa choo. Unaona mtu anakuja kuenda kwa choo dakika 2-3 ametoka amekwenda. Mahali anaenda kukaa huko ni Central huko. Kwa sababu hao waliona ya kwamba hii serikali ni hao. Na sisi tunaona hii serikali ndio inawafinya. Hata afadhali sisi tunaona hao ndio waliunga serikali mkono, wanasema hao wako na shares. Hata hizo shares tuzioni bali ni kelele ndio iko huko Bernard. Hatuoni hizo shares zenye walikuwa wanasema hawa wako na shares ya juu. Hata afadhali sisi wenye tuko hatuna shares. Sisi wenye hatuna shares hata tujali sana, tuliondoa kwa akili zetu hiyo maneno ya vitu inaitwa shares. Kwa sababu wale watu walisema wako na share kubwa, hatuoni hiyo share katika hiyo serikali. So mimi nasema namna hii, wale wanaunga yao mkono, wabunge wale walinunuliwa na peni 2 na peni 3 ndio wanaunga yeye mkono. Senator wale walinunuliwa na peni 2 peni 3, wakununuliwa hata na pesa mingi Bernard, ni peni 2. Hao walinunuliwa na peni 2 peni 3. Ndio wengine kotini kule walinunuliwa na peni 2 peni 3. So wale ndio watasikia maneno yake. Lakini wale wenye wapiga kelele wanamuunga mkono wanamurudia Bernard, hii inamaanisha ya kwamba hao wameshiba. Kama kanisa mtu anaenda kuongea uongo tu mbele, mnapatia mtu nafasi ya kuongea uongo tu mbele ya kanisa tu, na kanisa inapiga makofi. Mtu anamudanganya na mnapiga makofi. Mtu akimudanganya mnapiga makofi. So tunashindwa, hii serikali hii inaenda namna gani? Wakati sasa wanapiga ile tunaitanga nini, wanadanganywa na kupiga nini na kupiga makofi. So pande hii Western sisi hii hakuna Bernard. Kama hii serikali imeshindwa, niliona Ndini Nyoro anamtetea mpaka kanisa, anasema uongo. Na yeye tukifuatilia mingi sana, tukifuata mambo yake sana, amepewa contract nyingi na hii serikali. Wakati mtu amepewa contract nyingi kwa serikali, mpaka atetee hiyo serikali kwa sababu anatetea tumbo yake. Hii ni tumbo yake anatetea. Na mimi naona wakati anaongea uongo, watu wanapiga makofi. Mimi nashindwa watu wamepiga makofi namna gani? Na yeye mwenyewe amepata contract kubwa katika serikali. Sisi tunaelewa. Sisi tukiwa katika Western pande tunajua ya kwamba fulani mbunge fulani alipewa contract ya Kenya Power. Yeye alipewa contract ya Kenya Power. Kama alipewa contract ya Kenya Power, anasema ya kwamba uchumi ya Kenya itarudi kuwa mzuri. Itarudi kuwa mzuri namna gani? Anataka kulinganisha, na nafikiria watu ni wajinga, alinganisha uchumi ya Kenya kama Singapore. Singapore ufisadi hakuna. Sheria iko Singapore, ufisadi hakuna. Ukifanya ufisadi wewe unakwenda. Huwezi linganisha uchumi ya Singapore na vile Singapore aliendelea na Kenya. Kenya ni kitu ile imerudisha Kenya nyuma, ni ufisadi. Mtu ndio yeye anaiba pesa ya serikali na anakaa tu. Lakini wakipata rais yule ako serious kupigana na ufisadi, hii Kenya itaenda mbele. Lakini vile Ndini Nyoro anasema tupatie serikali nafasi. Hatutapatia serikali nafasi. Hii serikali hii na ya Kibaki ilikuwa namna gani? Na wakisema maneno kilaumu Uhuru Kenyatta walikuwa kwa hiyo serikali. Walikuwa wanafanya nini kwa hiyo serikali? Kama walikuwa wanajua ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta anatawala mbaya, wangejiuzuru. Mbona wakujiuzuru? Wangejiuzuru hiyo viti yao, waende waitishe uchaguzi upya. Wachaguliwe upya. Lakini walienda na Uhuru Kenyatta miaka 5. Wakarudi wakaenda miaka 5, hiyo miaka 10. Baada ya mtu ametoka kule mnaanza kumlaumu. Na nyinyi tu ndio mlikuwa kwa hiyo serikali ya Jubilee. Kama ni Jubilee nyinyi ndio mlifail hii Kenya. Kama ni kuiba, mliiba hii Kenya mkiwa Jubilee pamoja. Wasiraumu Uhuru Kenyatta. Wasione wa Kenya ni wajinga ya kwamba wanalaumu Uhuru Kenyatta, na hao ndio walifanya ufisadi kwa hiyo chama ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Hao ndio waliporomosha Uhuru Kenyatta. Wasikuje wakadanganya wa Kenya. Wadanganya labda watiao huko Central huko ndio wanaweza kuwadanganya. Lakini pande hii Western tunaelewa, tunajua. Tunasema sasa yule mtu atachukua inji hii akaendesha mbele inji hii ya Kenya ikaendelea mzuri, ikuwe hizi makabila 40 peke yake. Lakini tukiwa kabila 42 hawa wa pili wa juu, hawa kabila mbili hawa wamefaili Kenya. Mimi natangaza tu Bernard ya kwamba hizi kabila mbili zimefaili Kenya. Vile Kenya iko namna hii, ufisadi iko, ni hizi kabila mbili. Lakini sasa hii kabila wakipatia kabila hizi 40 zimebaki. Kabila mmoja wakati tatawala hii inji itanyoroka. Lakini tukisema ya kwamba tuwapatia muda namna gani? Wakitaka kuwapatia muda, wapatie kabila nyingine ichukue uongozi. Si hawa wawili, kabila mbili ndio imeleti Kenya chini, alafu wanasema ati hao ndio wanajua kuongoza. Wanajua kuongoza nini? Uchumi mwashinda. Haya, wanalaumu serikali ya Jubilee. Na walikuwa ndani hiyo serikali. Waende wadanganye huko, waende wadanganye mahali wanaendaga huko kudanganya huko kwa makanisa. Lakini pande hii West danganya sisi. Sisi tulichanuka kitambo. Tunajua wale watu wanaunga Uhuru Ruto mkono, tunajua ni makanisa. Na makanisa hiyo ndio makanisa imeoza. Hiyo makanisa ndakani Yoshua na Jig. Yoshua na Omo ing'are. Hii makanisa hizi makanisa hizi ndio zinafanya biashara na kanisa ndio zinafanya biashara na serikali. Ndio imefanya maisha ya Wakenya imekuwa ngumu. Ile kitu ya kwanza mbele tunalaumu makanisa. Na makanisa ndio ingenyorosha nchi hii. Mahali iko shida, makanisa nitakana isimame na mwananchi. Lakini makanisa imechukua tumbo zao, imeweka mbele. That's why sahi hakuna heshima kwa kanisa. Hakuna mtu anaweza patia heshima kanisa. Vile tunakosa kupatia serikali heshima, na ndio vile the same kanisa hatuwezi kuwapatia heshima. Kwa sababu tunangoja tu Kristo akuje na ujira wake mkononi. Na atalipa hiyo kanisa kulingana na matendo yake. Kanisa ikuwe kitu ya mwisho kuongea mambo ya uchumi ya Kenya. Na nafasi hizo hatutawapatia nafasi, tutawapatia tu macho ya kuona. Lakini Bernard yule anatetea serikali ni yule ameshiba. Hawa wakinanga ndini Nyoro, wakinanga hii wanaitwanga Ichungwa, wanaunga hii serikali mkono kwa nini? Tunajua hawa ndio wamepewa contract kubwa. Tunajua hao ndio wanafaidika kwa hii serikali. Lakini kazi yao ni kusema ya kwamba tupatie serikali muda, tuwapatie serikali muda. Kibaki hakupewa muda. Kibaki alifanya kazi within 100 days. 100 days na tuliona matunda. Hata kama unasema tupatie hii serikali muda, tulipatia pia Kibaki muda. Tulipatia Kibaki muda, lakini within 100 days tuliona ile kazi ya Kibaki alifanya. Tuliona hiyo kazi ya Kibaki alifanya. Lakini hii serikali hakuna kuipatia muda. Na kama vijana hao wanasema maneno ya maandamano, wende maandamano kwa sababu huwezi kukaa tu kuangalia na nchi yako inaharibika. Iko tu watu wachache katika serikali, wako wachache ndio wanajilimbikisia hii mali. Na wakati wanajilimbikisia hii mali, watakufa na watawache hii mali. Wataenda nayo mbinguni, wataenda nayo kaburini. Walikuja bure na watarudi bure. So wasikuje kuambia watu hapa ya kwamba tuwapatie muda. Hakuna muda tunawapatia. Vile wananchi wa Kenya wanataabika, hawajui wao wako naogelea kwa ile pesa kubwa kubwa, na hiyo pesa zenyewe hata bei ilianguka. Bei ya pesa ya Kenya ilianguka. Bei yake imerudi tongolo 2, tongolo 3. Bei ya Kenya ilianguka. Hii nchi za Uganda hapa nchi Uganda tu juzi ndio inashinda Kenya. Nini dola ya Uganda iko juu, dola ya Tanzania iko juu, lakini dola ya Kenya iko wapi? Wale watu wanajua kuongea Kiingereza mingi kwa mdomo, wanasema hawa wanajua kufix maneno. Wanajua kufix nini kama uchumi imewashinda? Dola imewashinda tu kutengeneza tu dola ilingane na ile vile ilikuwa zamani. Imewashinda. Sasa wataambia nini watu? Hakuna hii serikali itaambia sisi kitu. Hakuna. Sisi wananchi tunakaa tunangoja. Kama ni Odinga atasema maandamano, tutaenda maandamano. Wajipange 2024. Wajipange 2024 na tutaenda maandamano. Kama ni maandamano ya kung'oa hii serikali, tutaenda maandamano ya kung'oa hii serikali itoke kwa madaraka. Kwa sababu hawana uwezo ile wanaweza kutawala sisi. Wanatawala na uongo. Wakienda kanisani, uongo. Wakienda kwa kiwanja, uongo. Wakienda kwa barabara, uongo. Wakienda kwa choo, uongo. Kila mahali ni uongo. Hata hakuna siku atasema kwa maneno ya ukweli. Hata kanisani wanadanganya. Kanisa na watu wanapiga makofi. Wamepotea. Uende kanisani, mtu anadanganya kanisani, anakudanganya tu kanisani na unapiga makofi. Huku Western anatupigangi makofi. Wapige makofi huko maana wanaenda huko juu. Lakini upande hii Western, mimi Bernard nimeona pande hii Western hawezi kukanyaga pande hii Western. Pande hii Western tulichanuka. Hata hii gavana yetu sasa amechanuka. Gavana yetu amechanuka. Tulikuwa tunashindwa, na sasa yeye anaenda kwa serikali kufanya nini? Anaenda kwa serikali hii ya ufisadi kufanya nini? Ameenda kwa serikali hii imefaili kufanya nini? Afadhali abaki katika upinzani, tujue yeye ni mpinzani. Lakini asisema anaenda kwa serikali kuleta maendeleo. Maendeleo gani anaenda kuleta kwa serikali? Hakuna maendeleo ile anaenda kuleta kwa serikali. Bali ile maendeleo anaenda kuleta kwa serikali kuletea sisi hapa Busia ni urongo tupu. Kwa sababu Biblia inasema mzuri, tokeni kati yao mkajitenge mbali nao. Asema Bwana wa majeshi, msiguse vitu vilivyo vichafu. Hii serikali ni chafu. Hakuna, sijui kanisa wanahubiringi nini? Wanahubiringi nini hao mapadri wenye wanaenda kupiga makofi kanisani? Wanahubiri nini? Biblia inasema tu mzuri, tokeni kati yao mkajitenge mbali nao. Asema Bwana wa majeshi, msiguse vitu vilivyo vichafu. Hii serikali ni chafu. Wanagusa serikali gani hii chafu? Serikali imejaa uongo tupu. Uongo tupu. Kwa kila kanisani urongo, barabara urongo, kila mahali ni urongo. Mahali wanatembea yote ni urongo. Yaani urongo inanuka. So Bernard, mimi nasema namna hii Wakenya tuvumilie tu. Baada ya kuvumilia tu, tungoje tu firimbi ya mwisho kutoka kwa kinara yetu. Kama ni kwenda maandamano, tutakutana nao maandamano. Kwa yao ilikuwa sawa tu, polisi ilisindikiza hao hiyo maandamano yao, na sisi tunangoja yetu pia, polisi isindikize sisi. Isisindikize sisi na tear gas, isisindikize sisi na maji, isindikize sisi na gari kwa amani. Tufanye maandamano yetu kwa amani. Ni hayo tu Bernard, Mungu awabariki.
Okay, asante sana Mtumani, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako mzuri. Maoni ndio hayo. Wakenya wenye nia njema, wakati umefika wa kutetea nchi yako. Lazima uhesabike katika muda huu ambao lazima historia ya nchi hii iandikwe tena. So tunakuhimiza mahala pote ulipo, usikae mbali. Karibisha mtu na kuwa mstari wa mbele kulike video na kupiga kura yako katika swali letu la maoni. Soma swali vizuri, elewa, alafu jibu. Tunataka kujua ni Wakenya wangapi bado wanaamini kwamba Zakayo ana lolote la kufanya kusaidia nchi hii. Na shatumia jina Zakayo, naomba nilete hii video inayosema Zakayo hafai kuitwa Zakayo. Tumsikilize huyu mchungaji naye aseme ya kwake.
Jana nilisikia ikisemekana ya kwamba miti ipandwe. Mimi ni senior pastor. Kwanza watu walifanya makosa kubwa sana kuita jina ya kwamba Ruto aliitwa Zakayo, kwa sababu Zakayo amefanya mambo ambayo sio faa, na Zakayo kwa Biblia alikubali kushuka chini na akachukua vitu yenye alinyang'anya mpaka wanawake wote akaregesha. Halafu kila wakati mnaitanga Ruto Zakayo, na Ruto ako na kichwa ngumu kama Nebukadnezar. So kuanzia leo usiite Ruto Zakayo. Mimi nasema kama senior pastor na nimekasirika. Kuanzia leo jina ya Zakayo nimetoa, nimeweka Nebukadnezar kwa sababu ndiye alikuwa na nini? Kichwa ngumu. Nebukadnezar. Hiyo ndio Ruto kuanzia leo. Usimuite Zakayo. Senior pastor ndiye amesema, na umwambie kesho nikujie Jakaranda. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili, nasikia kama mnasemanga ya kwamba ati watu walikuwa wanapanda miti. Miti unapanda na njaa. Miti unataka kupanda na hata ID unachukua na pesa. Bwana, hata mambo mingi sitaki kuongea bwana, chukue ni kitu. Mambo ya Ruto sitaki kuongea. Huyu ni pepo kubwa. Namba 3 aingie. Pepo sitaki kuongea juu yake.
Okay, huyo ni pepo mkubwa. Mchungaji huyo anasema asiitwe Zakayo, aitwe Nebukadnezar, kwa sababu kichwa ngumu, hasikii vilio vya Wakenya wala matatizo ya wafanyabiashara katika nchi ya Kenya. It is sad that the current leadership is out of touch with the really issues that are bedeviling Kenyans, and they seem determined not to listen to what Kenyans are saying, to continue in their own bubble of trying to paint a picture of working hard, yet nothing is working. One of the things that are beginning to emerge is insecurity. Okay, insecurity is on the high rise, and it's because the desperation out there is not friendly at all. As this story of 2 people who have been killed by the mob for being suspects of stealing, are they animals or something like that? Let's just play the video and then I can see Honorable is here. Thank you. Let's just get this out of the way.
Karibu katika Dira ya Magwiji. Naitwa Njero Mbugwa na mtangazaji wangu wa ishara ni Byron Abuli. Washukiwa wawili wa wizi wa mifugo waliuawa hivi leo asubuhi na wakazi wenye hasira katika kijiji cha Gakonya, eneo bunge la Kiharu, kaunti ya Murang'a. Wakazi walioshika doria wakati wa alfajiri waliwafumania washukiwa hao wakisafirisha ng'ombe wanne kwenye lori na kuwakabili. Washukiwa wengine waliotoroka wakielekea sehemu tofauti, lakini wawili hao walikamatwa.
Ni tukio la wanakijiji wenye ghadhabu. Polisi katika kaunti ya Murang'a wanachunguza kisa cha kupigwa kitutu hadi kufa kwa watu wawili wanaodaiwa kupatikana na mifugo iliyoibiwa.
Ng'ombe wangu alikuwa imeibiwa usiku. Nilisikia mbwa akibweka kutoka nje, nikakuta ng'ombe ameenda. Nikapiga nduru, manibas wakatokea, wakaifuata. Mahali walifuata walipata gari lenye ilitoka mahali pale na ng'ombe wangu tayari alikuwa ameenda.
Wanaume hao walikamatwa na wakazi baada ya wenzao kufanikiwa kutoroka. Wakazi wanashuku kwamba mifugo hiyo iliyokuwa ikisafirishwa ilikuwa ya wizi na ilikuwa ikipelekwa kwenye maduka ya kuuzia nyama. Huku polisi wakianzisha uchunguzi kuwatambua washukiwa hao wawili waliouawa na mahali mifugo hiyo ilikotoka, wakazi wanaamini kwamba washukiwa hao ni wahalifu.
Today we had a very hard time chasing thieves, and this is something I would say, that we are not very happy as residents because we caught thieves. We were able to ban one vehicle here, and you see it's very rude because venye tumeakisha hiyo moto, askari bana wakuje ile time tulikuwa tunahitaji, wametuma gari ya kuzima moto hapa. Sasa hiyo haijatufurahisha. Next time tukishika wezi, tunahitaji wakati duru imepigwa askari wakuje, si watume polisi, watume zimamoto wakati tumechoma nini. So hata kesho tukipata wengine, tabia ni gani? Because sasa hapa wazee haturaragi, kadudu wazee tunalala nje.
Wakazi wameapa kufanya msako ili kukabiliana na wezi wa mifugo katika eneo hilo, huku wakituhumu maafisa wa polisi kwa utepetevu na kuchangia katika uhalifu katika eneo hilo.
We need a police post, at least at Kadudu, because this is a very big location, lakini polisi hatuna. So kabla tupige huko station huko Murang'a, unapata wanakuja wakati tumeshughulika karibu. Tushashughulika kama wenyeji.
Hapo ndio tutaanza uchunguzi wetu, tujue lori ilikuwa ya nani, nani alikuwa anaendesha, na kutoka hapo ndio tutapata ujumbe kamili. Pia ningeomba wananchi wa eneo hili, kwa vile mhalifu angetoka mbali akuje kwa kijiji fulani kuiba ng'ombe, lazima kuwe na mmoja wao anashirikiana na wao kutoka kwa hiyo kijiji. Ningeomba wananchi tushirikiane na hao ndio watupashe habari, ndio tuweze kusaidiana, tuone kama hii wizi ya ng'ombe tutapeleka chini.
Nikiripotia Dira ya Magwiji, naitwa Gladys Mungai.
Yes, that is the situation in Murang'a, and of course there has been reported that there's beefed up security in Nyeri because of the fear of Mongiki, which in my opinion is Gachagua's insecurity, and therefore he is looking for an excuse. I don't know what's your take on the same. We need you to weigh on the same. Please find time, get into the studio, let's engage. Alex, how are you today?
I'm so.
Sorry?
I am so.
Which one is that? Are you still speaking English?
Yes, that's American English.
You are here to teach me that one.
Yeah, sometimes when you don't know how you're feeling, you just tell people, I am so.
Sawa. Karibu.
I wanted to divulge myself into this entanglement that we are finding ourselves after 40 years. I've taken a keen interest to study this issue of De La Rue and its exit. And I'm going to tell you, Bernard, what Atuoli said is coming to fruition. This man will take the Central Bank of Kenya to his house. What you need to know is not about De La Rue. You know, De La Rue is exiting because of redundancy. Redundancy means there is no work for the next 12 months. Okay? So you cannot sustain your employees. So what you do is you lay them off, give them all their benefits, and after that, you exit. You can't even sell your properties, including your commercial properties. You can't claim your insurance, and you can't even have your HCSBC or FCFB, which is reinsurance for financial institutions. So what is happening is you claim that there is redundancy, there is no work for the next 12 months. But do you know that there's another group that has been hired called NSI? Did you read about that?
Tell me about it. Where is that?
Go research. I think it was in Standard. Just go to Google and say De La Rue exits, NSI enters. So there is some dishonesty. There is some connivery, okay, which is making me jittery. You claim that there is redundancy, there is no work for the next 12 months. Then De La Rue, after 40 years of work, whereby Kenya has a stake of 40% in De La Rue, then you tell them there's no work for 12 months. Immediately they start laying off employees and start to exit. A new group enters, which is NSI. What does that tell you? It speaks volume. So this is my hypothesis. It's been difficult to infuse the money that was made illegal, that was not taken to the bank after we changed what? Our notes. And De La Rue has been very, very stingy and making it difficult for the for what? Because they are the money printing. They cannot accept the old notes because they were phased off. Now they have looked for a company that can compromise the money that they had hidden. Remember, there was some money that were being hidden that were in pallets. If you remember a story in Machakos a couple of years ago, they went wakapeana mshahara, wakapeana ilikuwa nini? Harambee, and that money had molds. They had to hire police to do what? to take care of the money and do what? Put it on the sun for the moles to get out. So what is happening is they are not giving up on the money, on their old money. They want to infuse it in the economy. Yet this is the same money who lied to us that inflation has gotten from 9% to 6%, which itself is a miracle. Inflation doesn't face off easily like that. Now, let's say you add again that money that is illegal because De La Rue knows how much money is within the economy that is circulating. So the new company will be forced to start with the money that already wakina Ruto wamefaced in. So what happened is that hyperinflation is going to happen. Unaelewa? That is my fear. So you cannot claim redundancy that there is no work for 12 months and you hire a company again immediately, and that company is supposed to comply with the present, which the Ministry of either Treasury, which is very dangerous. If they do that, they are culpable. How long they take, they will be taken to court. So they are going to use some proxies to infuse that money to the economy. But again, it is not going to be the money for the government. It is going to go to people's pockets. We are going to face a very difficult situation when we put illegal money. Already when the dollar against the shilling is at 150. If they do so, it is going to skyrocket, Bernard. You like it or not? In money liquidation, there's a topic in economics one called money liquidation. So in the money liquidation, it is going to further. And the international community will not know how to do what? To know the dollar against what? Against the shilling. Remember, there was a time we had difficulties, Bernard, whereby the pirates negotiate with the shipping companies and they are given millions of money. And that money is brought to Kenya. When we are doing our budget, we find that we have an extra money of about 20 billion. We don't know where it came from. It used to come from the pirate. That time is when the pirates used to really work hard. They negotiate. They say that money will be brought to Kenya. It is not part of what is circulating in Kenya. Then we find ourselves having a surplus of 20 billion, which we cannot claim where it's coming from. So in short, what I'm saying is this. It's going to be extremely difficult when we face off De La Rue, which has been very firm, very professional over the years, under the regime of Moi, Kenyatta, Kibaki, Uhuru, stabilizing the economy of Kenya in terms of how much money is printed, how the notes are printed in Kenya. Now, De La Rue had a way of printing money in Kenya where they had security system that even Nigerians could not print Kenyan's money easily. They could be successful to print the dollar, but not Kenyan money. You are bringing now a new company, which you cannot trust that it will have, because the features that De La Rue had, there were their own patents. They can decide to say the security features of the currency Kenya has, they are going with it because that's their patent. So we should have our own security features. Then how are we going to make another security features to protect our money so that nobody can be able to do what? To print it. That's why even wash, when they print Kenyan money, it goes to the bank, they will detect that it is false. So Ruto and his 6 people who are really leading that country should be told that this is a grave mistake they are making. A currency is not something you chase somebody who has been printing your currency, making it secure against fraudulent printing of itself. I think if it was time now to make noise, it's now. Wachana hizi vitu zingine za maandamano, those will not help us. But when you will see the other company come, and we have seen companies being hired, for example, the edible oil company. I can tell you the companies that were hired that were completely incapable of knowing what they were doing. Now, you hire a company that we've never heard about. Does it mean now we are going to reprint new currency with new security? It is a difficult situation that we are going to have, Bernard. Watch out space. Even here in America, it is difficult to face off a company that is printing their currencies. Because it's not a monopoly. It is a security system whereby you train people over years to protect your own money. Now, you're firing people who have the experience to protect the currency. Are you telling me that you're going to hire new people and start training them?
Well, Alex, before you go further, just to throw this in, don't you think it is the usual attempt by the current administration to replace the eaters? Because it appears like for the exam, they paid off the company that had been hired to print exam for like 20 years or something, that was in Britain. They paid them because if you break the contract, you have to pay the expenses. They chose to pay expenses in order to change someone else to be printing the exam. And now the exam is being printed in some go down somewhere here. And then I think De La Rue has refused to comply with the wash. Now they are looking for a company that can easily comply with wash and help, like you remember the Jirongo 500 shilling of the 90s that had a lot of wash.
Exactly.
As majority of those notes were not genuine, and they got into the public, and of course they were part of what contributed to the inflation and the drop of the value of the Kenya shilling then. So the issue here could be they want to compromise on the standards so that the wash can have their leeway. This is a wash government. And so if the competition is too high, you suck the enemy. I'm tempted to bring in the Bible story of Daniel. Since they couldn't find anything wrong with Daniel, they had to make a new law that makes what Daniel does illegal so that they catch him. And so they are looking for how do we lower this standard so that wash can do their business without having to have a serious comparison of what is genuine and what is ingenuine.
And this comes, Bernard, that we are coming on fast. That anybody can enter Kenya without a visa. The influx of Nigerians that you will see in Roysambu right now, you will wonder. It is my appeal to the government that this is a wrong move. Don't think of yourself and and refuse to think about, you see, the longevity of the country. Already, the taxes burden is beyond us. Already, teachers are planning to strike. Already, the declared students who may not go to secondary school, it is over record. And then you start doing such kind of things. Already in Kenya, a businessman cannot get over 25,000 to go to China to import. Yeah. What is 25,000 to go to China and import things? Whereas Tanzania is giving its people $5 million to go and import. So we are in a hot soup and we are running into a frying pan. From a frying pan, we are going into fire. And yet, these are people who know the truth. You know, there was a funny report I saw. I don't know if it's true. And if it's true, Bernard, Kenya has no hope. 3 most important people that Ruto listens to. Number 3, they started with Chirchir. Number 2, Sudi. Number 1, Farouk Kibet. Think about that. Did Farouk Kibet give Ruto that idea so that the money they had stolen, that we had to face off the old currency, needs to be infused to the economy so that they can become now not only, you know, Bernard, we used to talk somebody being a billionaire in Kenya. Do you know, Bernard, a billion has become useless in Kenya now? Bernard, do you know there are people who are half trillionaires in Kenya right now? And it's from one tribe. So the old money and the new money, they are fighting. The old money knew that when the new money comes, because they know the vengeance of Ruto, they took their money to a safe haven because they knew that Ruto will punish them. And that's Mount Kenya Foundation. There was that leeway when Ruto had won and everybody feared that things are going to be bad. The rich people took their money. Now I agree with them that they did the right thing. Because you could be having today 20 billion. Due to inflation, that money is as if it is only from, let's say, from 20 billion, with inflation coming from 9% to 15%, that money is as good as less than 10 billion. So the issue of Belarus is not a small issue. Let's make noise. We should investigate this new company. Whose company is this? What experience do they have? Already they have fired people who had experience in putting security in our currencies. Let me finish there. I can talk until tomorrow, because when I read about...
Take a break, ukunywe maji. Na nani hapa nasema you should take an antibiotic for dry coughs. Naona daktari yako hapo hapa. Sijui, let me see where is this? I saw something like that. Jesus protect. It say Alex take an antibiotic for dry cough.
Yeah,
he has a dry cough infection. All the same.
That's why I've been in the show. You've never been seeing my face. I've been taking it. I just finished. You know, there's some antibiotics you take not just 7 days. You just take them more than 20 days. So I've been doing that.
So take it easy. We'll get back to you. Thank you so much for that information. And Kenyans of goodwill, I think the time for us to be looking at the things happening with this country as if they are happening in the neighboring country has to stop. We need to really get ourselves into what is happening, questioning what's happening, because this administration cannot be trusted. Whatever they're up to has never changed in terms of playing according to their script. It has never been to the interest of the Kenyan people or the Kenyan country. It's all about their brokers and their vested interest in making a kill out of everything, including the health of the Kenyan people. Therefore, we all have every reason to stand up against the William Ruto administration and, of course, get them to account for everything they are doing. So don't relent, don't, look down upon yourself in terms of the kind of contribution you can make to make a difference in what is going on. It is very suspicious that since William Ruto came in office, is either changing names of companies or changing names of services. He wants NHF not to be NHF. He wants NSSF not to be NSSF. He wants whatever that was existing, he wants to replace it with something that similar and having the same function. Why can't he want to transact in the names of those partners and, of course, investors who have worked with successive governments for ages? What is he afraid of? Well, let's keep going. Thank you as you participate. We appreciate. Wairimo, thank you for the information. Unasema, okay, I looked up the condition of NSI to establish in Nairobi was 40% Kenya government investment. Yes, they will make paper money too. Yes, it's a new arrangement. That's why we're saying, why can't they work with the normal arrangement? It's either Ruto doesn't want to renew the contract, or he doesn't want to work with people that worked with Uhuru Kenyatta and worked with other previous government. What is it that is bringing that cannot be brought by just adding to whatever that he found? Was he change? He will now end up changing our flag, changing our national anthem, changing our state house into whatever he wishes. Why should that be the case? Except that he wants to steal the assets and, of course, the properties that belong to these institutions that have worked with successive governments for ages. Let's engage, and please, let's get into the studio and talk. It's already 6 minutes after midnight. We want to engage, and then, of course, we will not stay long because It is end of year, and so everybody should be on the lookout. It's already 31st. That means hours we will be crossing into the new year. So watch out and be on the forefront. Asante sana. Tumsikilize public participation. How are you? Long time.
Long time. How are you, Pastor Bernard?
Great, great. Good to see you. Karibu sana.
Thank you, thank you. Pole sana kwa Honorable Alex. Naona homa imemlemea and I know uko ni baridi sasa, na baridi na homa haziendanishi vizuri, but you'll be healed in Jesus' name. So let me greet some few people on the comments. Tuni Mohammed, assalamu alaikum. Julia Kanyoro, Wairimoen, Hana UK, Ani anasema yikes, 3 people. Engineer Karaoke and Easy Abe, Yetonga, Jesus Protect. Yes, hao ndio nimeona. So Bernard, hii country at times, unajua venye unaweza acha watoto kwa nyumba and then ukirudi you know, watoto wadogo kabisa wenye hawajielewi, watoto kabisa tuseme kama toddler, unakuta amemwaga, alikuwa anataka kuchukua, anajua sweets ama biscuit zimewekwa pali yenye iko juu, so alikuwa anajaribu kuona venye atafikia hiyo biscuit. Let's say ulikuwa umewacha watoto, maybe ule mkubwa kidogo, unasema chunga hao wenzako, wacha ninarudi. Then unakuta wamevunja vitu, glasses, wakijaribu kufikia biscuit, wamemwaga ungo huko wakijaribu kupika chapati. That's the kind of a scenario which we are having in Kenya. Whereby wanajaribu kufikia biscuit, in the process wanavunja kila kitu yenye iko hapo na kumwaga unga all over the place. Because you see, even if it is stealing, see, a good thief anakuanga na strategy. Kwa sababu hii inaonekana it's haphazard. Asubuhi unaamka, unafikiria sasa, watu wenye wamekuwa kiprint nini KCSE na KCPE, can't I get my company or a company which will be able to pay me kickbacks to be printing instead of the one in Britain? I can do that. So unafanya hivyo. Then siku ingine tena unaamka, unasema na Delaru, which work do they do which as we can't do, or nitafute company which can give me the kickbacks and which can also help me ile pesa yote yenye nimekuwa nikificha kwa macontainers huko weze kuirudisha into circulation, because it was retired by the former president, and for good reason, because hawa watu wameficha hizo thao zilikuwa zinaitwa ndovu ama ni kitu kama hiyo. No, ndovu ilikuwa, I don't remember what was the animal which was on it, but people have containers, Bernard, if you can believe it. People, nasi ati ni zaka peke yake, hata hao magavana sawa kina Waiguru and they have containers filled with those 1,000 notes which were retired. So hizo vitu polepole tu utaona it has come back, and the first step towards it coming back ni kutoa Delaru, ulete kampuni yenye it's going to favor you, or it's your company, yani proxy. Vinye tu wanafanya na mambo ya KCP na walikuwa wanafanya na hiyo mambo ya printing examination papers. So in other words, Bernard and viewers, what I can tell you, anything which is called professionalism is officially out the window. Hakuna kwenda kutafuta which is the best company, which can be able to do the best job. Now it's about how can we infiltrate every sector. Kama ni pesa, ni sector ya kutengeneza pesa, tuna infiltrate. Kama ni ya kuprint makaratasi ya ballot, tuna infiltrate. Kama ni makaratasi ya exam, as in all, you know, all doors. I mean, everything we can be able, you know, and that's actually with the mindset of Zakai. Zakai, what he wants, because he always used to complain that, for example, former president has taken over the milk industry and has bought out the small small companies and continued with their label, but he is the monopoly. So what Zakayo wants to do, he wants to monopolize all enterprises. Sio petroli, sio mafuta, sio nini. I mean, he wants to be the one who is in control of all sectors. Now, let me leave that one of Delaru. So today, there was a part where in the news they were discussing about the number of jobs which have been lost since this government has come into power. The government has come into power on a premise of job creation, of which mean najiuliza, how sustainable is it to be saying that you're employing people through construction? How long can you continue constructing? Hata kama ni hizo flats zenye anasema anajenga, how long does it take? Doesn't take long. So what happens now when your project ya hizo projects za kujenga, because you can't build indefinitely, it will fika a point, first of all, even with the pricing of those units, if you are not going to get people to buy them, because I understand also the price is not cheap. So what will happen, na hiyo story yake ati sijui uende uingie kwa nyumba uishi hapo, then sijui, you know, those things are not going to be applicable in the real sense. What will happen is once the house is complete, inauzwa na iwezi uzwa chini ya 4 million. How many Kenyans can afford that? Very few. So even the sustainability, you know, you cannot come to Kenyans and come to tell us that you are going to give, the reason why you want to build houses is because you want to create employment. Where is the correlation? There is no correlation. Meanwhile, unaongeza taxes left, right and center, which demand a lot from employers. Federation of Kenyan Employers have said that already within that 1 year they have sacked 70,000 people. Those are families who are depending, and now they cannot. They have no source of income merely because you did not sit down and analyze easy taxes I want to put, which especially I'm expecting that your employer will match. You know, these employers, they're in business. So, you know, they're in business. They have to get their profit. So how will they get their profit when you're telling them match this and match this and match that? They'll have to lay off people. And in fact, the chair lady of Kenya Federation of Employers has said, this is just a tip of the iceberg. It's just a tip of the iceberg. They are going to really lay off people at a very high rate because the businesses are becoming unprofitable. If you look at the fact that you have to pay all those levies and taxes for your employees, mandatory, then you go and look at the cost of production, electricity, fuel. It's becoming untenable to do business in Kenya. That's why you are seeing people are now moving, investors are now moving to other countries which are more friendly, because Kenya has now become a very hostile environment for business. Or for manufacturing, whatever it is you want to do in this country, if it's a business, it's become very hostile. The economy is too hostile. So people are opting to just close shop, move to TZ, move to Ethiopia. Like there was a big company which moved to Ethiopia, I think recently, moved to Rwanda. Rwanda, in fact, the president has already sent his people here to scout. So it is even good walitoa your visa, because now you don't have to explain why you are coming to Kenya. You just come. They are scouting for investors wenye wanaweza poach, because they know the environment, business environment in Kenya is not conducive. And again, because of the mistrust which has come on this guy of yours, Zakayo, also investors don't trust him because they know his past, and they can also see the direction that things are taking. So basically, we are just going down the drain. It's just, you know, a roller coaster. So ile unafikiria ati now things it will stop here. It doesn't. It just keeps escalating from one day. In fact, in 1 week already a lot has happened. This has happened. So Kenyans are just like captives, hostages. They have been held hostage in their own country by the situation which this guy has created. Because, you know, and it's so important to just sit down and analyze. And that's why we have something called public participation, because it's important to get views from different people who are going to be affected by what you're doing. Just like when they were doing finance bill, and when they were doing the housing levy was stopped because there was no public participation. And indeed, you see, when you have it's a public participation. The other problem that we have in this country is that we do things for the sake of doing them. We don't understand why you're doing things. It's just because, it's in the constitution for us to have public participation. Okay, let's bring some people. Even you hire them to come and give their views there. Public participation is there so that you can be able to get a varied point of view of how whatever legislation you're bringing to the house will be affecting different groups of people. If Zakayo had sat down with experts through, not him per se, but whoever is, the other stakeholders who are pushing for this bill to go through, if they just sat down and just did a good analysis of this thing, that we are charging you this, which now we are removing from the economy, because those monies, it's a ripple effect. When you have less money, you have less spending power. You may be able to go to, for example, like now that it was a festive, you may go to Coast, but you'll not spend much money, because it has already gone to Ruto's taxes. You may be somebody who was eating 3 meals in a day. Come a point, now you are eating 1 meal. The person who was selling to you the 2 meals is also missing out on that money. So economy has ripple effect. You cannot come to us and start telling us that Singapore did this and Malaysia did this, and that's why they are where they are. My friend, when they did those things, they were not where we are. You can't just copy paste what is happening. That ukiona USA inafanya kitu, you are like, yeah, that's why we are not where they are. That's not the case. Go and check whether corruption is part of those countries, Singapore and Malaysia, that you keep singing. Because you keep on singing for Kenyans that, this thing of housing levy, this thing of whichever taxes he wants to give, all these things, they are what Singapore and Malaysia is. But have you looked at when they were doing it, when they started doing it, how was the situation in their country? Was the inflation as high as it is in Kenya? Was there a recession? Was there a high cost of living? Those, and that's why I'm saying that it's public participation is very important, because you then get some economists who can come in and explain to you. In fact, those public participation things should be even televised live, so that people can make informed decisions about what they are doing. Because huwezi kuja utuambie that, I'm going to be creating jobs using this thing of building the housing fund, and meanwhile, as you are busy doing that, because of that levy, 70,000 people have been laid off in a period of less than 1 year. So let's talk about, let's say you are employing 120 people, 120,000 people. Then 70,000 is being laid off. What work are you doing? Isn't it counterproductive? So all those things, because the economy is not a standalone, it's an ecosystem. Everything you do has a ripple effect. So you have to, before you come with a levy and then you come and tell us about Malaysia and Singapore, that we have to make hard choices, we have to do what Malaysia and Singapore did. But Malaysia and Singapore, they were not even grappling with the level of corruption that we have in this country. If you can deal with head-on with corruption in this country, you'll not need to charge us all these levies you are charging us. Just that 2 to 3 billion which you are saying we lose in a day, to say it's 3 billion and you are able to get the 2 billion, you
Sorry, public participation, it appears.
Sorry, you are not getting me.
We didn't get that after 3 billion.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying, Pastor Bernard and the viewers, is that you have to look at things in terms of an ecosystem, not in, you know, that narrow view of we are doing this housing levy because Malaysia and Singapore did it and that's what helped the economy. But is our economy at the level which they were? Can you go and study by the time they got to that point? How was the inflation rate? How was the corruption rate? All those things. You can't just cherry pick what you want from to support your, because that's what Zakayo is doing. Zakayo simply decides something like mambo ya fertilizer, then he will keep on singing that fertilizer to be able to support his own personal, his own whatever, and his cronies there, how they are thinking about making money through the fertilizer. Now they are with levy. I understand they're also the ones who are supplying the building materials and all that. So they want to just take a situation and lie to you at now we are going to employ unemployed youths. We are going to stop rural, urbanization in agricultural areas. So that's why we need to build for people houses so that they stop subdividing their land. In Kenya, we have freedom of whether you want to, so long as the land is yours, if you want to subdivide it into eighths and sell it, the government will not stop you. Then now it has gotten to the situation whereby, like Nairobi County here, they want to even charge people for elevator at rates. So I was asking myself, playground, parking, the people who live in apartments that have elevator, how do you charge somebody elevator? And then they put at if you're living in a certain place, so we are going to charge you at a rate of, for example, they were saying Karen, one, I don't know how many million, maybe 500 million or something per acre. So we charge you mpaka for elevator. So first of all, if it's an apartment, it is lying on an area which is common. So I don't know now, will you now come and start charging us for the playground and then elevator? So who are you going to charge for the elevator? Is it the person who is living at the top? Some people don't use that elevator. Even parking, some people don't use the parking. Maybe they don't have cars. Others, they may not, their children may not be playing. There's a lot of chaos which is in this country. Because you see, if you have a deficit as the Nairobi City Council coming to extort people through very asinine things like charge elevator. So how do you charge somebody land rates for an elevator? I've never even heard of something like that. Maybe when wako majuu anaweza kuja watuambia ni wapi watu wanalipishangwa land rate for elevator and for playground ya watoto. There's so much confusion in this country. But all what I can tell Kenyans, as Baba today nimesikia akisema, now we'll have to go back to the field. Because you guys, let me tell you, tukinyamaza hivi, by the time we get to 3 years, there'll be no country here we are talking of. No country. Because where we are right now, and then the problem with Zakayo is that hana breaks. Anaenda tu ako kwa mteremko na anakanyanga full break, full mafuta. One day it is this, hiyo akiona watu wamekula analeta ingine. As in, from the time when he entered in that office up to now, the number of blunders he has made, even I don't have words. And then allowing people to come here without a visa. Kwanza, some very dubious characters who are in this country, who are foreigners, who are doing all kinds of very fishy business, drug dealing, sex trafficking, and all that. And you are just allowing people here at no visa. Whereas even the time when there was a visa, those people were operating in this country doing all those stuff. All those illegal stuff. Anyway, all what I can tell Kenyans, let's listen to what Baba is telling us, that turudi kwa kiwanja, because we cannot. Which country are we going to be having at this rate? We can't. Because Zakayo now want to turn the country into his personal enterprise. Whereby sisi ndio tunamtafutia pesa yenye ata benefit kutoka building. Sisi ndio tena hawa kwa mambo ya social I don't know what bill, health bill. We are there funding his idea, which I'm sure 300% that even that social health bill niye ata benefit already. Asha piga mahesabu how we can benefit from that. The same with NSSF. The same with NHIF. You want to benefit, I mean not NHIF, juu saizi imeitwa social health fund. So for him, this thing is a game. This thing is how can I get more money? This thing is which sector is this? How can I take control of this sector? That's all it is. They don't give a damn about the person who they are enslaving with these taxes. Just today I was seeing on the news, wale watu wenye walikuwa na accident Londiani. Is it Londiani ama where was that, Kericho? Where there was an accident. And after all that talking, which Murkomen was talking there, and the governor, they were talking there about removing those people from the roadside to our Jenge market. Sahizi, there's no even anything. I mean, ata ile tu kuonyesha that there's some works going ahead to build a market for them. There's nothing. So all what we have people who talk big and do only what benefits them. And it's very unfortunate, Kenyans, that ukiingia kwa ofisi, which are supposed to serve the people, your interest and your focus, number one agenda is how to enrich yourself. Everything else is just by the way. Ya kuonyesha that there's something you are doing in the office, but the real work which you are doing is kupiga mahesabu how you can be able to fleece the taxes from the office you are in. And that's the situation. And that's why we are having trouble, Kenyans. We can't grow. How are you going to grow with that kind of thing whereby kila mtu amekuwa mwizi? Mtu akiingia kwa ofisi sasa, it's only kupiga mahesabu, how am I going to be able to steal money from this nini? Meanwhile, the real people who need your service, like how watu wenye walikuwa kwa hiyo accident, so many of them got killed. You come in the television and you lie to us blatantly that sisi tunaenda kujenga market, and this is 1 year later, there's nothing like a market. So meaning kazi ni kudanganya tu nini wananchi while you are busy enriching yourself there. It's very sad. It is very sad, the situation we have in Kenya, Bernard, and even those who don't see like going back to the field, like what Baba is saying, is as an option. We have no option, let me tell you. If this country we continue at the rate at which we are going, we will self-what? Self-combust. We will simultaneous combustion. That is what will happen. Spontaneous combustion. Yeah, back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you, public participation. We appreciate for those highlights. Very important points there, and we all need to embrace the reality of what we are in. There is something I'm thinking of working on what happened until Kenya ended up in the hands of William Ruto. And probably in tomorrow's show, we'll be looking at that so that we trace our really downfall. Because from what I see, this thing has been coming all along. And it goes all the way from the 90s when we began to have fake presidents by rigging people into office and rigging others out of office. And so it became a lucrative engagement for somebody to go around the country, campaign, win the hearts of Kenyans. But when the Kenyans have given mandate to one, there is an exchange by the Electoral Commission whereby the unpopular becomes president and the popular is vilified. This is what we've been coming to, lowering standards. Our level of education in the 80s and early 90s were high, were respected by other nations. Our academic papers were, looked up to. But look at what we have become. Lowering standards with every passing day, changing education system as if you're changing clothes. What are we ending up with? Papers that don't, people with papers who don't have academic qualifications. Now that is how bad the situation gets. But from the look of things, what we have here is a abracadabra government, a government that is doing guesswork. Because if I'm given an opportunity to help the economic situation in the country, it's very simple. You don't even need to start housing project. You don't need to go directly to the people and try to employ them. That's not possible. You just need to revamp the employability capability. Okay? What companies do we have? What capacity do they have? How can they be expanded? Okay? Like, for example, we are talking about cattle rustling in West Pokot. What is the situation in West Pokot? There is no university there. There are no facilities there. There are no shopping malls there. There are no economic activities there. If you want to help West Pokot, put a university there. Put road construction in there. And you will see the place turn around. People will get jobs on the road. The moment the road begins construction, you get construction workers. The moment you begin to build a university, you get people working and money will get into the pockets of the people. So a government like the one for William Ruto is an experiment that is not an experiment. It's just an accident. Okay? And they want the accident of theirs to happen on everybody. That's why the airport has become a cattle dip. The port has, God, after all the investment, the ships have gone to Dar es Salaam. They have left Mombasa, the best destination for ships. Why? Because these brainless people who are in charge of the country are running around with the pockets to pickpocket Kenyan market. Because what they are doing is pickpocketing Kenyans. There is nothing they are doing in terms of helping the economy or helping the country. They are busy pickpocketing Kenyans, and that's where their mind is. This is a bunch of pickpocketers, and that's all they are. That after paying land rent, now they want to pay land rent for the space outside your house, and then now there's another land rent for the lift. How now? The lift is in that same compound. The land rent I pay for is that same compound. So what is it what other details are they looking for? And so the best thing to happen to this country is to round up William Ruto and his team and throw them in the deepest sea where possible. Because this cannot continue. We have a country to take care of, for heaven's sake. Not a kiosk to be run with some village mindsets. All these vast resources within this country, somebody will still be looking for Mama Mboga's pocket to pickpocket. Because that's what he's doing. And then he's revamping money into training his pickpocketers agents to go house to house to collect money for registration of chicken, registration of goats. Where did you hear this? So William Ruto and team are the problem for this country, and they should be solved. And Kenyans should begin to see them like that and treat them like that. Tuache bembelezo. Wamekuwa shida kwa nchi hii na lazima watatuliwe. Na kutatuliwa kwao kunaanza na wao kujulikana kwamba hao ndio matatizo. Kenya doesn't have any other problem other than William Ruto and team being in charge of the country and doing nothing in running the country. What they are doing right now is either facilitating corruption, planning corruption, or executing corruption. There's nothing taking place. That we have Pwani Oil Refinery, oil company, we have Kappa, we have we have Bidco, we have all these edible oil companies within the country. How do you go to get to Moses Kuria to go and get some fabricated companies to go and bring us here poisonous edible oil? For what purpose? You don't do that. When you are newly appointed as a leader or as a principal of a new school, you don't get in and replace all the suppliers. You say, I don't like this supplier is dark, go. This one is tall, go. This one is short, don't bring here your items. The school will grind to a halt. You work with existing companies first. Then you can replace where necessary. But you don't come in, you want a new port, a new name for a new name for the port. a new name for an AHF, a new name for an SSF, a new name for your countersuit, a new name for what? Was William Ruto sworn in to do naming ceremonies? So as Kenyans, tuache mchezo, tusimame imara, tutetee haki ya nchi hii na tusikubali kukunjwa na Zakayo. He's hell bent kukunja kila Mkenya amfanye mtumwa wake. Hapo ndipo hatutakubali. Kwa hivyo kama vile imesemekana, watu wakuwe tayari, kuwa tayari. Mwaka mpya, mambo mapya. Zakayo na timu yake lazima wapelekwe kule wanabilong. Kamiti, Manyani, Shemolatewa, Kodiak, Naivasha. Any of those can contain them properly. But we will not have a country run like a mafia where people are keen into following everything in terms of what Mama Mboga has made, what Motorbike Man has made, what middle class people are trying to put up rental houses. You want now to follow them and say they should pay for space outside, space inside, space in the kitchen, space in the lift. For what? Zakayo atafute mahali pa kuchukua hela zile anataka kuiba. Has he paid rent for State House? How many state lodges do we have in this country? Let's account for that. Let him begin by paying for rates at State House headquarters and all the State House lodges around the country. Apeleke kokere. Tuanzie hapa. Kama yeye hawezi kulipia mahali ambako yeye anakaa na kukojolea, basi ache Wakenya wakae kwao. We cannot entertain this. And so, as we ventilate on this, I encourage us to remain focused, remain vigilant. Tunapovuka kwa mwaka mpya, tuvuke na akili ya kuelewa kwamba nchi hii si ya Zakayo, si ya Ruto, si ya Sudi, si ya Kibet na timu yake. Nchi ni yetu sote. Na kama hakuna nafasi ya kila Mkenya, basi kusikuwe na Mkenya yote atakayetumia hii nchi kujinufaisha yeye mwenyewe. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajiunga na kipindi. Tunaomba tafadhali tuendelee kupiga kura yetu, alafu tufanye nini? Maoni yenu ni ya muhimu. Kulike video ni lazima, kukaribisha mtu hiyo ni desturi, alafu subscribers. Kama wewe huja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, umeanza kutukosea. Tunaomba tafadhali subscribe to both Sound Candid Talk and Sound Candid Talk Live. Hata kama umetufuata kwa Facebook, we need you on YouTube to subscribe, to like the video, and then be part and parcel of the great family. We believe what we are doing here is going to have a great impact in the history making of this great country. Therefore, don't relent. Don't allow Zakayo to sit on you and cause you to stop thinking that we can make this country better than it is without Zakayo. Asante sana. Nashukuru kuwaona, namuona Alexio amefika. Asante sana kwa kuwahi mapema. Kumekuwa na debate huku kando ya kuuliza kama New Year tutakuwa na show. Hiyo tutapigia kura hapa. Tutachagua nani akuwe returning officer. Chebukati asionekane kwa hii kura ili ukweli upatikane. But I think we will still have the show. We'll be looking at 2023 and what happened until Ruto took the country. That one mutanijibu. Asante lakini. So tumsikilize Alexio kwa kifupi, alafu utamleta wa Molo, then we go back to Alex. Alexio, vipi lakini?
Asante sana. Niko salama kabisa, Pastor Bernard. Alex and Molo, public participation, Reverend Bernard. Na msalimu wote, amjambo. And people in the comment section, Angela, Tuni, Michael, and others watching us, we salute you all. Nawakaribisha kabisa. Hii mwaka I think tunafunga ina style. Naona Del Monte hata imeamua kufunga pia, na tunaambiwa economy tulipata mahali pabaya, saa hii tumeifufua, and the saddest thing is it's the other way around. Instead of us having more investors tripping in, we are having more investors going out. So I don't know hii economy gani yenye hao watu walisoma na wamesema tunataka kufanya kama Kibaki. I think the writings are on the wall. That kwamba Kenya Kwanza cannot rule this country. This country is too big for them. The shoes are too big for them, and the honorable thing they can be able to do is just to resign and let the people who have the capacity to run the country run it. Because I do believe when people went to the forest to fight for the liberation of the country or independence for the country, they did not anticipate we will be having such a mediocre people in power. And it saddens me, and it saddens me very, very bad. Because this is the country that even where we are playing, we are not playing in our league. And it saddens me when you see countries like Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda disrespect us because we have stood this low, we have gone this low. It saddens me because we don't belong to their league. We are the pace setters. We are supposed to be the big brother, setting on the pace. Here, I don't know, even in this Africa, we should be comparing to which country. I don't see our peers here. Maybe Asian tigers are the ones that we should be comparing ourselves to. But we cannot compare ourselves to Asian tigers with such a kind of mediocre people in power. And the faster they leave, the better we redeem ourselves. We are going down the drain, guys. We are going down the drain day after day. Because these people, they are not for leadership. Zakayo has never constructed anything. Hajai jenga kitu yoyote ikaonekana. Nothing. He has never, and positively, he has never contributed positively to the well-being of Kenya. Anyway, if you have seen anything that Zakayo has done for this country that is positive, please tell me. Please tell me. Because where he is, yeye ni kufikiria mambo ya kupora na kupora na kupora na kupora. He brings in, he forms companies which get tenders from the government, and they even don't supply whatever they have tendered for. Yes, they supply hot air and they get a lot of money. That is Zakayo for you. He goes there destroying people's house in Kakamega, saying they stand in public land, and he himself, he has Weston standing on public land. He has not started with that. The Bible says, look in the log in your eye before you go and look for the one in your neighbor's eye. So he should practice what the Bible says. He should start by demolishing his own hotel before moving to other people's homes. We cannot continue this way. I think this is the last we have seen of him. Those who did not know him before, I think now you know him. Because the likes of myself, I knew Zakayo cannot do anything and cannot take Kenya to the promised land. So the better we do away with this man, the best for the country. Because we cannot be able to continue languishing and suffering because of only one man. And this is the people who have held Kenyan hostage since 1963 until now. So we better break this bondage once and for all, and then aim to do better things. Because I don't know where he goes around saying he wants to build houses. And I've said on this platform, we have Vision 2030. Why can't he just pick one thing if he wants to contribute positively to the well-being of the country? Why can't he just pick one thing among those listed under Vision 2030 and run away and do it? Because we have seen Uhuru came among the Vision 20, he decided to do roads and expand road network, which is good. But him, now all those projects have stalled and the taxes are up. He collects a lot of money, but where that money is going, I don't know. And another thing is, who told him we wanted him to pay the debt for Kenya? Nani alimwambia sisi tunataka tulipie deni? In the first place, hiyo deni yenye ilikopwa, what was it used for? We know very well the Constitution says you should not borrow for recurrent expenditure. You only borrow for development. Which development was done with that money? Let them show us. Why is he complaining? Kama anataka kulipa deni, aenda lipe deni yake. Sisi hatutaki kulipiwa deni. And furthermore, those when you walikopa deni walipe, not Kenyan. Kenya did not tell them. We have the constitution that governs the country. And the constitution says, do not borrow for recurrent expenditure. You only borrow for development. And for development, you have to do public participation. You have to do this thing. I'm sorry, public, I'm not referring to. Yes. But we cannot continue that way. Something has to give. Thank you. I'm here.
Okay, asante sana Alexio, tunashukuru. Good points there, and important for Kenyans to appreciate. I think a return to asking right questions is the only way for us to get right answers. We have been asking the debt accountability for this country, because we are told we are paying debt. When was the debt acquired? How much does the country owe? How much has been paid? Somebody sent me something yesterday showing that during Uhuru Kenyatta's term, he paid 4.3 trillion for the debt. Okay? So he did not just borrow like it is being claimed that he overborrowed. Okay? But during his tenure, his term, he paid 4.3 trillion amount for Kenya shillings for the debt. But he never made noise about it. He never complained to anybody. This one has not paid anything. He's still looking for what to pay. And everybody must suffer because he is paying debt. Who sent him to pay debt in the first place? If Kenya defaults on the debt, what will be the worst thing that will happen to the country? Those are things that we need to ventilate over, because mtu asitutisha hapa na kwamba analipa deni. Kila nchi iko na deni, mpaka Amerika iko na deni. Kila Mkenya iko na deni. Kama si ya Fuliza ni ya Hustler Fund. So hatujakufa kwa sababu tuko na deni. Ni nini anakachokifanya kurahisisha maisha ya Wakenya ama kufanya Wakenya wafanikiwe? Swala nyeti, lakini lazima tutaliongelea kwa kina. So ningependa tu kuwapatia the updates on the voting patterns, and then thereafter mimi nitakuwa nafungasha nikiwacha na Alexo mkiendeleza kipindi, lakini tukae katika zamu zetu. Please Alexo, beware, the demons are now coming with the names of the people on the comment section. Beware, mtu asipokuja aweke kamera yake on na ajulikane ni nani. Don't add them to the screen. Those evil spirits should remain in Zakaya's office and stay there, not here. So please don't be quick to add anybody. Na kama hawezi kukaa kungoja, unajua yako na pepo yake, achana na yeye. So mtu anakaa kwa quarantine kwanza, kamera ikuwe on, tujue ni nani. Hata kama unasoma jina Freedom ama Travel with Fred ama Michael Ngige, hakikisha kama huyo ndio Michael Ngige. Usiongeze mtu kwa screen ambaye anakuja kuchafua show na kuchafua channel. Tunafanya kazi ya ziada kukata hizo vitu, na ni ngumu kupata sehemu ambazo ziko na kuzikata. It is an uphill task. So we don't want to get into problems with our YouTube community by reason of idiots who don't want to know where to do their mess from. So before we bring in Omolo, let me just bring us up to speed. So far, the voting is this way. Is there any investor confidence in Kenya with Ruto's leadership? Sound Candid Talk Live, we have 11 votes so far. Of the 11 votes, 9% say yes, 91% say no. There is 0 for maybe, and there is 0 for never. Let's look on this other channel, Sound Candid Talk, 167. Let me just refresh so that I get the accurate number of votes as well as likes on the video. And it still pains me that we are not liking the video as stipulated. We said before you vote, please like the video. The number of likes is low, although the number of voters is high. So far, we have 72 likes on this particular video and 169 votes. Now look at that. That means over, wow, almost over 100 people have voted without liking the video. We beg you, please, we need you to like the video. It helps the YouTube logarithm to send right content to right people. So please, we still urge you to do that. Okay, is there any investor confidence in Kenya with Ruto's leadership? Here we have 170 votes, and of the 170 votes, 11% say yes, and then this is not accurate. Okay, 11% say yes, and 79% say no. Is that accurate in the first place? Okay, let me just refresh. I think it's not, okay, I think it's split. Let me find out. Just a moment, we are coming back to you, Omolo Molo, after we do housekeeping. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, okay. 11% say yes, 79% say no, and 3% say maybe, and 8% say never. Okay, so no investor confidence at all in Kenya with Ruto in the helm of leadership. I also want to remind us that 31st has come, and that means we are end month, and so we are paying our bills. Let's all adhere to our usual way of doing what we do by just being responsible and responding. I've already received communication from at least 2 of us. That means we have responsible people who want to not wait to be reminded. So please, let's also adhere to that even as we continue with this discussion. And then we'll be here. We'll cross the year together, just like we always cross the day together. Those of you who will not go to church to cross the year, we will be right here to do the New Year celebration. So makinika, kumbusha mtu, hakikisha kwamba tutasonga mbele kwa pamoja. So with that, I'll be signing out anytime. So Alexo, you are in charge until further notice. Omolo Molo, how are you today?
I'm very fine, Bernard, Bwana Alexo, Honorable Lex, and those who are in the comment section. I want to greet everybody good evening, good morning, or good day wherever you are. And you know, hata saa zingine nashindwa kitu ya kuongea because mambo yamekuwa mengi, you know, and sometimes it's like we are living on oblivion, you know. I've not even come to terms with reality that these are the kind of leaders that we have in our country. Because ukiangalia, this is not taxing the citizens again. This is actually a robbery, you know. This is robbery because when you say tax, it is something that is agreed, you know, among the citizens. The Constitution 2010 is very clear that before you introduce any tax, it must go through the public participation. Anyway, I know even this new tax that you want to introduce, it will still be contested in the court because what now Zakaya has turned is now threatening anybody that wants to go, you know, to challenge his decision in court. I said before, and I will say it again. I posed this question, Mr. Bernard, the other day, and this is very important. I said that I think it is the right time that Kenyans should demand a proper physician, you know, to be able to check on our president, especially on the mental state, whether he's still in his right senses, because the guy can be depressed. he might be suffering from some kind of, mental sickness, and we don't understand because then depression is real and it can affect everybody. So, because the kind of decisions that we are seeing from this gentleman, is questionable. Okay, when you talk of, overtaxing, you have overtaxed Kenyans to death, and you are still going and taking loans, and then you are coming again and say you are servicing loan. How do you service loan by taking another loan? It doesn't make any sense. Eh? So you told us the other day that in every tension that we pay, 7 is used to pay debt. You have refused to gazette the debt. Let us know how much we are owing and who are these people that we are owing, and since when did we start owing them? Gazette, because come on, you don't want to gazette, then use your pocket money, sir, and pay by yourself. Because if it is me that I'm paying, how should I pay something that I'm not aware of? So they should gazette so that Kenyans also can be able to interrogate and be told that this loan that we took, it went to this project and this and this. Number one. Number two, if he is really serious that you want to progress this country, why are you not reducing the tax and the wages and the expenditure of your government? You are expanding your government day by day, unnecessary post, unnecessary nomination, the salary and remuneration and the expenditure in these offices. The other day, we were told that, I don't know, State House use how many millions in a day, just in a day for the tea. If you are really serious on progressing this country, why are you not going to cut the salary that you are paying, these people that even, they are don't even know, because they are not even performing. If you are really serious, then a lot of things that you are saying is not making any sense. It's not making any sense, even to an idiot. I want just to bring one case, one story of one former Ghanaian president. His name was J.J. Rawlings, John Jerry Rawlings. He was a junior staff of the military. And when the country was poorly performing, like in our state now, he also felt offended and he said he could not relax. Though he was a junior staff, he overthrew the government of the day. He took over the power. And when he took over the power, he found out that all the executives were corrupt to death. What he did, that gentleman, is something very commendable. He invited all the gentlemen, the ministers, for a party, and instructed them that all of them should appear. And when they appear for the party, what he did, he killed all of them. I don't know whether some of us we have read about that story. He killed all of them, the ministers, the assistant ministers, the state secretaries, all of them. It was actually a mass murder. And after that, what happens? It was CB, $1. The economy of Ghana propelled very high. It was 1 CB against 1 Ghana. Now, I'm not saying that, I'm not advising that our military should follow the same route, but I'm just reminding them that if there is something that maybe you can do, I think Kenyans will be happy, because the work of our military is to guard our nation. And when you are guarding our nation, we can also have an enemy within that also you should help us and get rid of it, because what we have now is new colonization. We don't have a government of the day, but we have a colonial government. This is why am I saying it fits all description of the colonial regime. The difference is the color, because we feel like it's our own people. That is only different. Because what colonial regime was doing and this is no different. What apartheid in South Africa was doing is no different with this one. That you don't have freedom. You cannot invest. Anything you want to bring to invest, they ask you to pay tax to them. Now, when you come to the, this wide project of affordable houses, if this government of the day, they were very, very serious about helping Kenyans to have a shelter. We have people who are living in deplorable states in Pokot, in Turkana, in Marsabit, name those places. It could make sense if you could have go to those places, establish them structures, give them good roads, accessible roads, make them have clean drinking water. At least we know that. But now you are here in the cities, demolishing houses, structures that have been erected in the name that you want to build affordable houses. What is the essence that you demolish a house to build another house? While there are people that they are suffering, they don't even have a shelter, even for 2 mabatis. Like when you could have taken that project, to those areas like Pokot, like Turkana, after you don't need a lot of, resources. Just jengea kila mtu nyumba ya mabati 16. They will be happy. It will serve them. But now you are here demolishing estates, demolishing people's buildings in the name of creating employment. How do you create employment? By rendering another person homeless. So that is when I had all this is what makes me a conclusion that I think our head of state need, a proper psychiatrist, to be able to diagnose his mental state. Because sometimes we might have a person who has a mental problem and we're not aware. In our constitution, it's not yet clear. The health report of the president should be on public every year so that we know the time that he's capable of running the country or not. Now, there is no country that they have ever progressed by overtaxing its citizens. How do you progress a country by overtaxing the citizens? Now, unasema kwamba ati nyumba za magorofa you are taxing just because ni gorofa. Ulisikia wapi? Someone who have been paying a land rate, if his businesses that has been there, they are paying to the county government. Then now you say again, you are introducing a new tax. So, to me, I think if this country is going to continue like this, it is going to succeed in creating many poor Kenyans, millions of them. They are succeeding in doing that. And now, it has now come to a reality that when they were talking of a hustler government, for true, this is a hustler government because they will make you to hustle for food forever. That is why they say it is a hustler government. We do not understand when we are told it is a hustler government. Now we understand that yes, it is a hustler because they will make you to be a hustler, running for your daily food until your last day. So, but now, what is the way forward? What is the way forward? The problem with us Kenyans is because we have entrusted our livelihoods. We have entrusted everything of our country to the hands of politicians. And these politicians, all of them are the same. So if we are to wait now that our leader of Azimio atuambie ndio tufanye, when should we start using our thinking and stop using politicians to think for us? This is the time that Kenyans should come out, not even wait for any politician. Watu tu wajitokeze and we say enough is enough, because this is not even a revolution. This is a freedom. We are in colonial government. We need now to fight for the freedom to ikomboe tena Kenya. Kenya ishatekwa nyara. I don't know when will we get into reality to that, because now your life is dictated by someone on how you should live, how you should build your house, how you should eat, where you should live. Because now, if your house is demolished and you are told to wait for a new affordable housing, someone that is paying mortgage, you are told no, forget about mortgage, come and pay this one. Your life is dictated. This is another apartheid that want to start in this country. That is my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Molo, for great submission. Let's hear from Honorable himself. Honorable Alex, just still mute. Honorable Alex.
Alexio, thank you very much. I haven't seen you for a while. Merry Christmas. Merry belated Christmas. Niliona ukiongea later on after umeongea na Ndeto ndio ukaenda kukula chapati, viazi na nini. I felt so nice. But at least you have somebody who can cook for you. That's a privilege that you should keep the rest of your life. I can see Guru here. Obviously Guru yeye alikula jogoo kwa sababu Guru wako na bas, kama ukukula jogoo ulikula nguruwe. Yeah, I can see my mother, my friend, my mentor, Mama Mary. Whenever I see you in the channel, I cannot lie. I get very excited because of your knowledge, your wisdom. But not only that, at your age, the way your English is structured, it reminds me when I was in school, my English teacher was called Mrs. Kadenge. You speak exactly like her. So I always see you as my English teacher. Anyway, let me go to my point. I already talked about De La Rue, NSI, and why De La Rue is being phased out because of redundancy. Redundancy means that there is no work that will be there for the next 12 months, and therefore they cannot sustain to keep their employees. They have 300 employees. Now they are going to use 2.7 billion to pay for the pension, accrued everything within, and it looks De La Rue is gonna go to court. So I don't want to go there. I want to go on a different path today. A path that if we can discuss, we can, because our leaders do listen to us. I want to go to a path that if you keenly, as a politician, understands, we can force our leaders to have a solution. Case study South Africa. Ramaphosa has been a problem since he became the president of South Africa. At some point, he had one of the worst scandals called Falafala. In Falafala farm, he had a tune of millions of money undeclared under his mattress. Fortunately, that money was stolen. And what happened? He sent soldiers to go after the people who had stolen the money. In the event of that, it became knowledgeable that this man has been keeping corrupt money within one of his farms. And remember, this was almost when they were going to do the Ankole auctioning, one of the biggest cow auctions in the world. Then there are the M23, how he got money for the campaign. Then there have been said things about white monopoly capitalists on how he has been protected, that nobody can do nothing. Then things have been happening like, for example, SSA, South African Airlines, has died. Eskom has died. Litigan has died. Companies of public utilities are all dead. And South Africans, last week they did, now it's going for 2 weeks. They've done something that I wish Kenyans could do. The man called Zuma announced it. First of all, it was Thabo Mbeki. Thabo Mbeki announced that he's not going to vote for the ANC that is corrupt, and he named all the corruptions within ANC, and the buck stops at who? At Ramaphosa. Now the bomb came when Zuma said he is not also going to do what? Campaign for ANC. Ever since that, there have been a beehive of activities. Leaders have been leaving ANC, forming formations, making sure that ANC will never win the April election of 2024. And the reason Zuma went to MK, Mkoto Asizwe, was that he didn't want to go to EFF to be so that people can look that he's an extremist. So he went to a neutral party, but he's working in conjunction with EFF, IPF, and friendly parties. People are like S. Magashule, Musi Maimani, the giants that have defected from ANC. A great case example on how a former president who has two former presidents who have not agreed that we are told we cannot play politics, but the country is going in a wrong direction. We are not going to keep quiet. Now, Guru, I'll send you to your friend called Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Let him not tell us that he was a former president. He cannot play politics when this country is going down. We don't want this nonsense called Azimio, whereby moja ako Wiper, mwingine ako ODM, mwingine ako NARC Kenya. The solution lies in the unity, whereby right now, because we are facing existential forces, which means the death of a country, everybody must follow his party. We come together and we start finding a solution. The way South Africa now is finding its own solution. Our people must know they are not leaders of parties. They are the leaders of people. And when people are united together, there should not be factionalism, whereby now, as we sit here, Mama Mary is subscribing to Jubilee. Guru is subscribing to Jubilee. Alex is subscribing to what? ODM. Kip is subscribing to what? NARC Kenya. If we continue that trend,
Alex,
I guarantee.
Alex, are you calling me Mr. Guru, or are you kidding me, or are you calling somebody else?
Who is this?
I think you're just out of your mind, Alex, my friend.
No, unajua Guru ndiye anapenda kuvaa
No,
hiyo kitambaa.
it's Roba. Everybody has a right to do that, bro.
Oh, Roba, Guru ndiye anapenda kuvaa
Masai
kitambaa.
Shuka. Masai Shuka. It's because of the Masai Shuka.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Guru is the one who likes to put that. It confused me.
Yeah, but Mama Mary alikuwa nakuchekea tu anakuchekea, and I'm just not seeing vile anakuchekea. I'm just like, really? Come on, bro.
I beg for.
Alex,
I'm using my phone.
No,
I'm using my phone. The names are so small.
Okay, Guru is a nice
if
guy.
It was the laptop.
I would never be Guru. Guru will never be me. I am who I am. That's fine. You're good. You're good.
Okay, thank you.
Lex.
So I know Roba is also in ODM. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. If we want to say that we want to face 2024, first of all, we must stop this issue called Azimio. Rebrand ourselves.
Alex, I think Omoro wants your attention. I think he wants to ask something.
Oh, Omoro, I didn't hear that, Omoro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You need to raise up your hand if you have anything. I think that one will be okay.
Yes, I just want to inform Honorable Alex, my good friend, that I always like his wisdom. He's my younger brother. But I just want to remind him that I don't see anything wrong with Azimio, because if I can juggle memory, in 2002, we had a coalition called Rainbow Coalition that it managed to topple out the then regime, Kano, that had ruled Kenya since the independence. So I don't see any problem on coalition that it cannot work as long as they have a good will. So Azimio is a coalition, and the same with Rainbow that managed to push Moi out of power.
So, Omolo, let me inform you. The times of that we had leaders who could celebrate, who could not use thorax, who at least could distribute seats in the spectrum like a rainbow. We are facing an enemy that we undermined, and we thought it was a walkover. Within 1 year, Omolo, and I remember you were a staunch UDA member at some point, whereby when we could tell you, look, this is a wrong person, you could not agree. But I thank God, now you have seen that this man, if he continues, things are going to be different. So let's look things from the point of view of our enemy. The same way South Africans have looked their problems through Ramaphosa. And that's why 2 presidents have decided that ANC must die because it's being controlled by white monopoly capitalists. I posed a question here the other day. Might it not be that there are forces that are controlling our economy? It may not even be Ruto. I believe 60% that is true. So my solution is we must go as one force. And in this force, we can't go and wait 2 years to 2027, then we start doing those alignments. I want us to solidify, bring one block, we start recruitment, mobilization in schools, at work, in markets, in stages, so that we have real memberships. Because when you are a member of a party, you have an allegiance to it. ODM has started its recruitment. Martha Karua party is not as big as ODM. So when she tries to do recruitment, it becomes difficult. Wiper doesn't want to do recruitment because he believes in the Kamba votes, and that's what he bargains from. That's wrong politics. If we continue that, that's wrong politics. I'm borrowing an example of something that has totally made ANC to know they are not going to win these elections. It is the end of ANC. Once ANC loses, Ramaphosa must go to jail because of Fala Fala and his cronies, and then you start putting a country in the right order, and the rule of law must start following. Why do two presidents sit down and decide that even if we are life member of this party, our people are suffering? So I want to ask our leaders also to look from that optic lens that our people are suffering. They are not going to afford school fees. They can no longer afford private hospitals. I don't think children are going to get enough shopping to school. Watapewa nusu, wakikuja after wapewe nusu. Pocket money takatwa into quarter, and maybe some of them will not go to school. So the problems we are going to face are more than we had faced before. So when you start comparing 2002 and now, when the economy is dying and the people do not understand that once economy dips, remember Goldenberg, it was just like a joke. But we suffered from 1992 when it happened, until 2002 when Rainbow Coalition took over. 10 years, the economy was stagnant. When Ruto had an interview with the media people, anybody who remembers that interview, at the end of that interview, after lying and lying and lying, there's one thing he said, the truth. There are no money in the pockets of the citizens. If you don't have money in the pocket, the buying index is not there. Companies are closing. Why? Because nobody is buying things. People are being laid off. So I'm trying to look at a solution for me that if our leaders love this country, we cannot have many parties at this particular time.
Alex, let me just jump in and ask you a question before you proceed.
Go ahead.
Yes. So when you say, why are you talking about 2027? When I think for me, we have to risk the country right now. I mean, this is really bad, because if we are saying 2027, then I think we'll be finished by then. If we have to do something, we have to do it. Yeah. Just before you answer my question, the other part is, at this point, I think Azimio is still intact. The way it came in, and which tells you how Ruto is making people even to unite more. So some people expected by now maybe Azimio will be separated or will be broken into pieces. But I think Azimio is doing very well. And you talked of recruitment. At this point, I think I also support you if we had a way to unite because Azimio is a party. We know that's a party. But the problem is there's this issue of the Kamba nation thinking that come 2027, it's Kalonzo Musyoka. And for your information, to my opinion, he will never win an election in Kenya. Kalonzo is very weak, very, very weak. And that's why I say we need somebody to match so that we can risk the country. 2027 is too far for me.
You are very right on that. And you are bold enough even to speak some things I could not have spoken about the weakness of Kalonzo. Because that will be the problem we are going to have. That if it's not him, they are gone. To avert that and unite the country, if they want to stay with us and we unite under one banner, let us know if they are with us now or they are not with us. Tujipange. We don't want later on that tango that we know that has been there before start having in the last minute. Do you know how much tulipembeleza Kalonzo kuingia Azimio? That's what we don't want, that last minute akasirike because it's not him, sasa ingie UDA, and we thought that we were intact.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, if now we start putting pressure and putting our things right, UDA is going to start panicking. And that's what we want. They are not going to be stable. Because of this franchise within us, and we cannot deny there is this franchise within us. The principles may be together. But one of our MPs told us that there are people who have gone to State House openly during the day, we castigate them. And he was laughing that you don't know how many have gone there at night and they don't want to be known. And I have suspicion that there is disloyalty to Azimio by many people.
Alex, let's be sincere on that one. Sometimes let us have a big picture here. The reason why I'm coming in, I want this thing to go big picture. There's one thing before you proceed. We have come here, we have said things, but I was wondering, Alex, and we want to put this one here on this network here. What have we changed since we started? Because have we making impact? Because this is very, very important. We come here, we say we disappear, one day we go, we come here, but how do we mess ourselves as sound can't talk that we are making a difference on the ground? Because the country, when we talk, the country's on frames. The country's on frames. The reality, you can see it on the ground. It's real. Yeah. So you talked of example of South Africa, yes. I don't know about what's going on too much. I just heard it from you. But I would just like, can we talk about the situation of ourselves here? Because at this point, Kenya is added to Indian Ocean or Lake Victoria. That's the reality. That's the truth. So my question is there a way? Because it looks like when we talk here, what are we changing? Because some people are not even listening to what's going on. Some people don't even care and more about politics.
Hello, Guru. Roba, make it shorter. Alex, make it shorter. Mama Madamano is waiting. We want to hear from her so that we can have a robust debate. Thank you.
It's because I'm being asked questions in the middle, and you never protected me. So you cannot tell me that I've taken more time.
It's because you're opening yourself to a lot of questions. Okay, go on, please.
So I should close myself to questions. No, my comparison is not that I want to talk about South Africa. I'm proud that finally they have seen that they have a problem. And the problem is that it is ANC. And now they are making sure that they must block it. And now we must define our problem, that our problem is Ruto and UDA.
I think, Alex, the problem is more than that. The problem is everybody in parliament and everybody, including
No, Roba, the priority problem, Alexio, there is a problem.
I think, Roba, you need to write down your questions and then you can submit it at your time.
No, bwana. Sasa tukikaa hapa hii show sasa tukikaa hapa tunangojea Alex amaliza another 20 minutes, we are waiting. Why can't we just like chime in? At least we make it interesting, because that's fine. If you want me to keep quiet, I will keep quiet. That's no big deal. I will just cut it off. Let him talk.
Robert, at your age you should not throw tantrums. Sasa, you are showing you are like Jalango now. That I will keep quiet here and not talk. And you know very well you are going to talk after this. Anyway, I finished my point. I'm frustrated that our unity, we are not united in a way that we can deal with this man. If we are united right now, we will scare this man. This man is becoming more comfortable and doing hideous things while we are seeing every day. Let me niachie hapo. Thank you very much.
Kenyan Maandamano. Thank you, Honorable Alex.
Thank you, Alexio. Cowboy number 2, na kushukuru, na kuomba, na kuheshimu, na kusalimia. Merry Christmas, everybody. Roba, Merry Christmas. Keep, Merry Christmas. Watu wote wa Kenya pahali popote mko, Merry Christmas belated. Kila kitu kiko na wakati wake. This very time, mi nikisikia mtu akiongea habari ya 2027 nasikia kwenda kwa shimo nijifunike huko. I want us to get rid of these horrible creatures. They are giving us headache. We have got nothing new good coming out. It's only problems. Mimi nikiangalia naona nchi yetu imeingiwa na funza ambaye hataki kutolewa. And the problem is, the same people who were calling themselves watoto wa maumau ndio wametuletea hii shida kwa hii nchi yetu. Ndio wanaungana na hawa wakoloni watutese tena, na already wameingia Kenya yetu. That is my problem. Kwa sababu mkishaingiza watu kwa nyumba yenu, nyinyi wenyewe mmefungua mlango na mkafunga. Na mkawaonyesha you can sit anywhere, you can use anything, you can eat anything. Surely, hao watu watawanyanyura, watawamaliza. So I wonder with this word maumau ilikuwa imetoka. Ndio wajiita watoto wa maumau. Maumau fought for the freedom of the country. Na tena sasa mnajirudishia tena kwa mabega yenu. How do you stand both ways? Huyo Gachagua ambaye anasumbua watu kichwa. He is running up and down trying to prevent that Maina Njenga should not do anything, should not advance. But Maina Njenga, we want him to stand. Sababu we cannot see light in front of our face with Gachagua. This guy has done evil things in our country and to his tribe that he assimilated himself to, but he is not. He's a very different creature from the central. Ni mtu anajua pahali ametoka ama mambo ile yote amefanya maovu kwa wananchi. Mimi nikiangalia na shindwa, why do you talk this today and tomorrow you say something different? Are you the same person? Now I come to Ruto. What Ruto has he done in the country? Ni president gani amekopu na yeye hiyo nchi? Ruto has been a sniper of every side of any presidency. Ni mtu mbaya, mtu ambaye amefanya maovu mengi kwa nchi yetu. Kumbukeni hata Moi hakutaka kumuona na macho yake. Alipoandikwa kazi na Kibaki alimfuta. Nani alimsaidia? Ni Raila. Ati ndio apate at least kibarua. Ona sasa alikuwa anataka kuchapa Uhuru kofi. Just because of misunderstanding. Huyu mtu ni mtu muongo na ni mtu muovu, very evil guy that we have. Mimi nikisikia 2027 nasikia mimi kuisha kabisa. We can't wait to get this guy out. He's wasting our time and finishing our hope and our belief that we can live tomorrow. It's serious. It's a serious issue. Sahi ninaona ati polisi wamemwagwa Nyeri ndio wakabiliane na wananchi ambao wanawaita Mungiki, kwani Mungiki ndio hao sasa wanapigana na wao hapo. I just can't believe ati sasa tumetengenezewa vita ya wenyewe kwa wenyewe na watu ambao wako nyumbani kwao wanaketi, wanakula na watoto wao kwa meza na kijiko na uma na kisu, wanacheka, but in my country is fire. Wanatupania mawe because they can't understand each other. Nani ameleta hiyo ugomvi? Ni mtu ambaye ako kwake, ako kwao, kwao hakuna vita, lakini sasa Waafrika wa Kenya wameachiwa vita wapigane wenyewe kwa wenyewe. That's my sadness. And that is my feeling about my country that I love. Uangalie uone hakuna mtu sasa anapenda mwingine. Polisi hapendi Mkenya mwenzake. Raia hapendi polisi mwenzake na ni Mkenya. Ni nani amewakisha hiyo moto? Now that Gachagua is at home looking at these hooligans fighting each other for him or for what? Are we fighting for freedom? Are we fighting for freedom for our country? Ama ni nini sasa tunapigania? Hata hao mapolisi kabisa wanajua kuna shida, wananchi wanaendea shida. Hakuna mtu wako na furaha Kenya. Na ni nani ameleta hiyo shida? When I look at all these situations that have come in our country, permeated by people who are in their country enjoying their life, I just feel saddened. No, we can't predict how many people are going to die. I will say that. We don't know how many people are going to die during this occasion. This situation. Because the way things are going, they are becoming hostile day by day. Na watu wanasikia uchungu. Na wale wanasikia uchungu ndio wanaendelea kuumizwa na kuuawa. Polisi wanasimama hapo na bunduki. Are there foreigners who have come from another country that they are fighting with? They are the fellow Kenyans. Na wanajua ni nini wanapigania. Na wao fellow Kenyans, they did not come to fight. They are marching. But they are not let to march on their own land. Where are they going to march? Outside Kenya? In the ocean? It's horrible. Na ukiimagine hawa watu ambao wametengeneza hii mambo iendelee, they are just enjoying their life. Kenyans, police, military, wherever you are, please look at yourself and ask yourself, why are you fighting your fellow Kenyans? Because of what? Who has brought this problem? People are not fighting for no real sense. They have problems that they are facing and they have cried for so long. The whole year, people have been nagging, asking what is going on. We cannot find something to eat. Things are really hiking every day. Cost of living cannot stop. And then you are forced to accept the situation the way it is. Why? We cannot live like animals. We want to live like Kenyans. Na basi kama ni hivyo, waamuke siku moja basi waende kila nyumba wakiua kila mtu. Wamalize watu. If they don't want to see us when we are fighting for our rights. Get up, you police. Muende kwa kila nyumba muue kila mtu. And that is when you will not see somebody fighting with you or asking for help or asking for the rights that they deserve. Their country is theirs. Na hiyo Kenya haikuumbwa kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja. Hao watu wote si kumea wamemea kama mimea, wamezaliwa. Na kila kitu ambacho kinaishi Kenya, it's supposed to be there. Even birds, they cannot migrate because that is where they know. And after all, they are weather birds. They are weather animals. And so you cannot control living things. Huwezi ukakasimama hapo na umezaliwa tu umezikuta zikiwa hapo. What are you talking about? This government, fake government, should stop this shenanigan and let people freely enjoy their freedom in their country and bring what it deserves. And if they are not able, they leave. The relationship with the foreigners, we don't care. We don't know them. They don't feed us. They don't help us in any way. Na sisi hatutaki mambo ya miigizo, tunataka kuishi nchi yetu na furaha vile tuko. Hata kama tunakaa chini ya miti, we want to live like that. We don't want houses if we don't have one. We want to live in our country the way we have been living. We don't want a change of any kind. This is very painful for our country. Mimi nitasimama hapo nikiwa a very, very saddened lady, woman, mother, sister of my mother country, Kenya. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenyan Maandamano Kamili. Now let's hear from Robert himself.
Okay, thank you, RX. So, Honorable RX, Kenya Maandamano and public participation, my sister. I saw you before that. I see you behind the camera. That's fine. Kenyan Maandamano Kamili, welcome to Kenya. Welcome to the lifestyle. I know you have been consistent here for many times since we started. Like you said, when someone talks about 2027, I also feel like that would be a long time because the country is headed to a wrong direction. I saw someone was asking me about the airport, whatever, something there, what happened is, let me try to put something here where I think it's just we are completely out of control. On Wednesday, I had the opportunity to visit Kenyatta International Convention Center. And this was my first time since for almost, the last time I was there was almost 30 years ago, kind of. My friends, it's very difficult. It's painful. It's painful. What I observed and what's going on when they say they want, and in fact, at this point, I can just say, just give it to the courage in the guy, give him that building he wants to take it, because this is all nonsense. Samokweli. This is nonsense. Yeah, in a country like Kenya, unaenda Kenyatta International Conference Center, unalipia vizuri. Unajua the problem is, wameweka fake on the ground, unafikiri everything's good. Ukiingia ndani ni kama ngamia sinaishi huko. Not, I mean piggery. And when unaenda 27 floor, ukienda huko hakuna kitu. Hii government inachukua, I've never seen anything like this. A government which is very useless. And even I went there and I told even the security, I told them, you know what? What are you guarding here? Hii nonsense. What do we pay? What are we on to see to pay? And when nakwambia, enda baka juu. To see what? My friends, when you go there, the place is empty. You go on top of the roof, the paint which was there like almost 20 years ago, that's what you see. Nothing. Nothing's there. No painting, no nothing. The place is dirty. There's not. Unaenda huko kuangalia Nairobi. Yeah? after all this time. That's all this money you collect, unachukua wapi? Where do you take the money? And the place is so dirty, stinking. Yeah? Very bad. Then I asked myself, and that's where Alex, I came in and I just said, hapo chini, huko chini on the ground, there's the offices of members of parliament. Huko juu ukienda, is, I mean, even mahali pigs hiko ni avadari. Even nikauliza security, that's why you sit here. Then you don't hii mali inanuka nafanya nini? Ndio tunaambiwa what's going on here? Nikashuka chini hadi nikaambia security, and I told them, this is nonsense. What do they take the money? This place is stinking. Amwezi kuweka hata watu wause huko juu. This place is just like there's nothing there. You can't even paint a roof. Na hii pesa mna correct even the people there. Where do you take the money? Everybody anakaa kimya na nyamaza. Kenya is run by a cartel country. Cartels are running the country. Let's be sincere. And if you want change, it's not going to happen, because as long as you have cartels and the corruption in that country, nothing is going to go right. After having said that, the overall thing, yes, we have hardworking people, but what's happening in the ground is really bad. If you see how people are suffering, more especially if you go to Nairobi area, yeah, you see, those ones who go to Kenya often, you can see, there's a time you can go there, you can differentiate when you can see what wanatoka mchengo, at least to work, but now the kunata mchengo, there's nothing there. So people are just idle. Whenever you put a small job down there, you can just people show up. A lot of people show up because kila mtu nakwambia shina, lakini nataka leo hata niende kununua unga. Then on the other hand, we have people who have grabbed the money, who have stolen, and all they are doing is making sure they are taking more and more and more when the other people are suffering. And that's why, my friends, institutions in Kenya, they are not working. Ni China tu, unaangalia TCI, even at the airport wanasema TCI huko, hamuna mtu hata ndani. Yeah? Even at the airport, when you get there, it's really bad. Even the place out of control. Ni kama huko mahali watu wanausia ng'ombe. It's an open market. Hakuna even security at the airport. Okay, there's police, yes, but the people out of control. Watu kila mtu anataka kuingia huko, and this very disorganized. Unajua hii ni nchi gani? Which country is this? Which country? Yeah, people love our country, but our people are letting us down. Corruption, people don't care. When you go to I think it's KICC, yeah? When you go to KICC, it will tell you this, that people don't care. Those guys, they can do anything. They can take even a single cent. Even if you got the press is really bad. The press, where they are collecting money down there. You pay 200 shillings to get in, kila mtu. But where are they taking the money? Where? If they cannot even maintain. Even the doors are foreign doors. Yani, ile mlango iliweka, maybe when the build was built, yani unaangalia hata mlango unataka kuanguka. Kenyatta Convention Center. Ndio nikashinda sasa, hii ni nini sasa? If I'm lying, let somebody prove me wrong. Yeah? That's a more example to tell you that, okay, you can blame Ruto, you can blame even the previous government, but what I'm saying is this we can't continue this way. This is wrong. This is wrong. When people come here, they are lying to us, oh, things imeanza kukua vizuri, na nini. Hakuna kitu. Everything's wrong. People are driving like crazy. People are driving opposite, even the roads, hakuna even safety. Somebody can hit you, and hakuna kitu. Hata your police, the police themselves. If you are in Nairobi over this Christmas, when people have traveled and everything, you go on the streets. Walikuwa tu hapo. Why are they there? There's no traffic, but they are wanasimamisha hiyo matatu. They are taking money from them, and nobody says something. wanachukua tu, unaona wanachukua intentionally everywhere, all over the country. Yes, Alex, why, my friend, why?
You know, umenishtua sana. You know, I didn't know it was dilapidated and in that such condition. How did we have then the climate change conference in that place?
Alex,
that was attended by many presidents. How then did it happen?
Alex, that's a very good question. You know what I've come to realize? Ile, you know, like unaweka vitu kutoka juu. Downstairs wameweka vizuri. Downstairs where the conference was. Then in between there, the office of what's the so-called members of parliament. If kidogo tu hapo chini. But in here that will go that 27th floor. That's when you are going as now you want to see what's going on. You go to 27th floor. Unaenda carpet iko very dirty. Mahali nanuka. Then even yourself when kwenda upstairs ni kangasi vitu milango imeanguka. Ukiangalia hapo vitu ingine ni kama watu wameiba. Yeah, it's very, very bad. I'm just like, really? And I'm just like, why can't you even tomorrow, I'll send it to somebody. That's nonsense. In fact, that's no. That's very bad. That's a very bad issue. Even I don't know, even they are checking the safety of their building. I don't know either. Because it's even scared me. Now, ukienda huko juu, I'm just like, okay, let me go on top there to see what's the difference. Sasa unapata even something which was painted 27 years ago. Hata kuna painting, hata new something new to attract people. Even the people, the so-called tourist guides, hata hakuna kitu, there's nothing there. Unaona tu people ambao wametoka huko reserve ambao hawajawahi kwenda big building wanakuja hapa ndio sometimes wanakuwa scared ndio naona. But the people like some tourists who came there said like, oh, yeah, it is what I came to see here. Some people, I know some foreigners who were there, they were surprised. They're like, oh, well, there's nothing there. There's nothing. In fact, that somebody proved me wrong. Because what I saw, it's just like what corruption can do for you. And that's what's going on. What corruption can do for you. Those people, they don't care even a second. Okay, my question is, and that's how they do this model they have, that we can take money from you, but we will never offer you services. The same thing, ambao wanachukua taxes of people, they don't even offer the services. That's why even the roads are so bad. The so-called roads, walikuwa wamechenga, wengine mebomoka, there's nothing going on. Even the construction of roads, hakuna what's going on. It's the same model, that's how wametumia at e-buildings. Wanachukua, you pay for it. When you go there, there's nothing to see. Even there's not even security, ukiangalia, unasema, this is really bad. Lakini uko chini, ni kama kwa airport, kutoka kwa airport, njia ya airport wametengeneza vizuri, lakini when you go outside the outskirts of the airport, hakuna kitu, hakuna even some roads there. Yeah, that's what they do. Hiyo ni ile just like uko nje mpaka hapo, lakini ndani hapo is nothing which is going on, and that's the truth of the matter. And that's something it really caught my eye, because this is how they have been doing things. And if this one goes forward, we will not have a country. The same thing if you go Nyeri House. Nyeri House is a big place where they do passports and other things. Tell me what's there. It's the same either building at Anguka in time. And that somebody proved wrong. Ukienda huko, hata ukienda bathroom, amuna hata tissue hapo hiyo Nyeri House. Hata choo yenyewe unaangalia hii ni nini sasa. Hata polisi yenyewe amesimama huko chini, hakuna hata reception, aka huko mahali huko. Yeah, but they are rooting the money. They can, unless uniambie, because maybe they go there every day, wanaona things are okay. But for someone like me, I know how much money they are taking, things are not okay. We cannot have this kind of petty things, small things, garbage things. Yani kitu mtu unapata, it's just like piggery press. Yani unasema hii ni uchinga gani? This is the head office of a country. And then sisi tunachipanga, tunapiga kifua, we are the country, what. Hakuna, there's nothing there, bwana. Go to private sector, some buildings which are owned by private, they are very nice, some nice hotels, very clean. Hata hiyo elevator, hapo hiyo Kenyatta Conference Center, hapo hata ukiingia ndani. Unashika tu mimi nashika tu, I just put my nose so that I can get out. Yeah? Unless what wamesema that's the standard we have, but for me, that's not the standard. Because they are collecting a lot of money, instead that money they are using for somewhere else. And that's why I just said, we cannot wait for 2027. This government is incapable. This government is a foreign government. All they are doing is they are collecting the money. And these corporations, you think they are even the one that just said the building, I think they have particular people want to buy it so that they can be the beneficiary, so things don't change. Cartels want the country the same way it is. That's why, Alex, you walk to the airport, if you are working there, unaangalia tu uchinga, usensi, uchafu, things the way they are just doing things. And if you have won other countries where you just came from, maybe you have come from Amsterdam, maybe from Qatar, if you come from London, it's just like, really? Huh? No one, but we have all these people. What very disorganized? Hawajui nini? Even the people who work at the airport, ni wasembe too. Ni wasembe, even they don't know what they are doing. I'm just like, how? How did we get here? A few years ago, we were on the right trajectory. Everything looks fair okay. But now we are going backwards. Everything's going backwards because of cartels. Let me leave it there. I'll give my, the way I see it, I'll give my report card, because even the exams, I'm telling you, I'll give you one example before I finish. I had somebody who was supposed to go to Mangu. He had a 4 or 3 marks. Up to this point, he's being called to a school nobody even knows. But if you go to Mangu, there are some people who have been admitted with 350 something marks, 390 something marks, and somebody who has a 4 or 3 marks. Now Mangu is his first choice. He has not even got a letter to go there. The rand of cartels, Ruto's rand. And if we continue this way, my friends, we are about to lose this country. Sahi, the driver ambaye ni Ruto, amefikisha pasi huko Mombasa. Na Gachagua being the conductor. Already we are about to get Indian Ocean. Ama wamefikisha hii Nyamasalia, you know, Alex Nyamasalia. Hii pasi imefika Nyamasalia. And the conductor is who? Gachagua. And the bus driver is who? Mr. Ruto. And we are added to the Victoria. Sooner or later, if we can't stand for it, tumbikia huko wote. And by the time we realize, there's nothing. Thank you. Let me leave it there. If there's any question, I'm glad to answer that one.
I wish you could have said the driver ni mwizi, conductor ni kichwa mbaya. I think that makes sense.
Let me say there, the driver is Chaneko, the conductor is Chachuok.
Well said. Driver kwanza ni mwenda wazimu. Ana accelerate tu mahali penye hata hafai kuaccelerate, ni mwenda wazimu. So akiona ocean atafikiria hii ni barabara kubwa kabisa, anaingia. Public participation. Can we hear from you? Okay, public participation. So let me ask you, Robert. Sasa hiyo KICC kuingia, they charge 200 ndio uingie ukopewa access ya huko.
You know, basically, when you go down, you can go there, you get in, you go through security, which is fun anyway, because they don't even check anything. Then from there, you want to tour. Sasa mimi nikafikiri that's me going to tour with some friends. So I thought I was going a place to tour kuangalia nini sasa. Hamuna, hata no more tells you. They say, oh, you pay 200. First of all, they don't take cash, which is good. You either use credit card or you use your M-Pesa account. Then you take the first access you get is 27 floor kwenda juu. So you get to 27. Hata hakuna mtu hapo napotea, ukienda hapo nje unaona vile wameang'oa kila kitu huko nje. Hamuna kitu, yani very dirty. Na huko downstairs on the ground hapo mahali wametengeneza hapo kuangalia, unafikiri when you get in you get excited. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, ukiingia hapo nje. Hapa ndio conference ilikuwa. And more especially somebody was pointing at me, oh, unajua huko on that left, Ukiangalia huko, that's where Azimio was, walikuweka hiyo skuru ambayo tulikuwa tunaangalia wakati they were going to be the news conference kwa sababu Raila ameshinda nini walikuwa wanaonyesha when the election night, whatever election day, then huko ukiangalia huko chini vizuri, but as much you get from there, unaingia kwenda juu, hamna kitu. Hii ni mgongo tu wa samaki bule, nothing. It's nothing there. And what made me really mad is the press very dirty. Uchafu. And that one, I'm just like, really? This big building like this? Na hata hivyo nikasema, hata kama akitaka kununua mwachi anunue, achukue. As long as it's just, but we can't have things like that. Yes.
So did you use a lift to get up there ama ni stairs?
No, unatumia lift unafika 27th floor. That's the only place you can do 27.
And how is the state of that lift?
I had to hold my nose to breathe. And I want to be sincere with you. I had to hold my nose. Iko chafu, inaenda. I mean, it's just like very that in there. It's just like, Bwana, sincere speaking, this is Nairobi. This place has been here for a long time. You took my 200 shillings inafanya kasi gani kama. First of all, there's nobody. You go to 27, unapata one security person anakaa huko. Unaangalia kuna katu kameweka kama kabed on the floor ambayo iko chafi cha kuona hata maji whatever it is yenye unatumia for maybe a long time. Namuuliza sana anaenda wapi? Oh, unaenda hapo juu. Sasa hapo juu unaanza kuingia kwa stairs. Sasa unaingia kwa stairs. Hiyo stairs viko very vyembamba. Rangi hakuna hata rangi. The place is so dirty. Ukiangalia hapo sasa unaona naenda wapi? Unaangalia ndio hapo unaenda mpaka I think 29, I don't know 28, 29. Ndio unafika huko at the roof now unaenda huko juu. Mimi nikafikiri ukifika huko juu you will see hata Nairobi, I don't know what's the outskirts. Okay, it's the highest point. Okay, you can see what's going on. But hapo the environment. Bwana hata ka paint, even a paint. In fact to attract people. Mtu anakuja anasema what did I come to see here? It's just like hata unaona. In fact, some of us, we know body language. More especially some of these foreigners, when they get a press there, you can know that they get disappointed. That's how people were disappointed, the people I saw, and I cannot blame them for that. And that's what I said. In fact, even I told them, what you see here, this is what corruption can do for you. And I said it, and I heard it. They got my message, even though nobody cares. I said it. I just said, what did you come to see here? But because there was nobody there, nikasema wacha even niende chini. Even before I left, I told the people there when I correct your pesa that's cute, nikawambia, you know what, this nonsense umeweka 27 floor kwenda juu. Hiyo ni nini? Siya watu wanasafisha hapa chini, mwachukua hata kwa safisha hapa juu. The place is dirty, stinking. On top of that, what's there to see? Okay, on top of that, how comes you have never even painted the place upstairs there? Na hii pesa ya nini? Watu wananyamaza tu hapo, mtu anakuangalia tu. Pengine nafikiri wewe ni mlevi. The way they see it now, police, the way they take it when you ask them, are you not doing corruption? Wanakuambia wewe ni mlevi. Yes, that's their scapegoat. Why, Alex?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you a very tough question.
Yes.
So do you think now privatization of such kind of building and corporations that are run down, deflated, dejected, can help?
Yes, Alex, I believe so. But at the same time, we have to be cautious. Who is going to buy what? Or, yeah.
But obviously, you know, if they are going to sell, they are not going to sell to anybody. Ruto will never sell something creative to anybody.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying this. In fact, even I think we had a conversation with some of the people who were coming with some Kenyans when we were on the flight, and we were talking about this thing here about, I told them about that situation. They said yes, to do things private or to say these things, that's fine. But the question is, how will the process go? Why can't we have a place where they can say, if we have like new laws where they say, you know what, when it comes to this one, if you haven't said something, then no member of parliament or family member will be involved, not even the executive or any other people. Let it be investors, people who was under the process and get approved by maybe a committee or some people like a joint committee from citizens, whatever it is, people, a framework they can come up. But this idea of maybe to go to say these things with the current government, with the kind of powers they have, that one I'm against it. Okay, but I'm not against some of this thing went private. I'm for it, but the problem I have is the way they do it.
So, Robert, you understand one thing, that there's something called blind investment. Even if you want to sell something away from politicians,
Okay, is it about selling them or leasing them?
No, I think for Kenya, I think when you see the interview for KICC, they want to lease it to somebody. I think that's what they want to do it. If that's the case, then I mean, that's fine, but who? Because we don't want a government where they can do such a thing, then they do it themselves to benefit the people or their cronies, their friends. That would be wrong. We want people, serious investors. People will come and make a difference, not people will come and start running cartels like the way it is. And I'm just telling you what I saw was, the sooner they do it, the better, but let us have a process where it goes, because there's nothing there anyway. So, I mean, that building, what's there? If we citizens, when you go there to see, there's nothing to see. There's nothing there. Nothing. Yeah. So they can just pinpoint downstairs there, the small page, wameweka hapo, wanatanganya watu, lakini end up upstairs. There's nothing. Some places where I got lost, ni kind of like the second 27th floor, nikafikiri hapo ndio naenda hivyo. You go there, then you see, even some places there, wameiba vitu wameiba, sio nini na nini, hamna kitu. It just says, what the country are we living in? Hii ni uchinga gani? So private is okay, but we should have a way of doing it. In fact, I was just thinking like the best way maybe to do it, why can't we have like maybe somebody like they appoint who can look at this one here, people we trust. Yeah, people who can do to see that this process goes in the right way, because I don't trust them anymore. If we leave to him, it's going to risk 200 car engines, and that's what he might do. And like, I'm not saying car engines are the bad people, but when I saw somebody that sits and when I told them, what do you think we should do this building? Because I'm disappointed there. Unajua alisema museum kare. You know, that's serious. That's what it came. In fact, you have to cancel check up. Yeah, and museum kare. It's out of control. Let's be sincere. On the other side, you see the parliament. Yeah. When I say it, even ask people, that parliament is in that building. And in the Uchingu Kapa upstairs. That's shame. That's shame. If anybody thinks that this is correct, I mean, unless you umetoka huko, mahali uchawahi unaenda huko nafikiri you see something, that's very bad. Hiyo ni hapana.
But Robert, you have said that several times. We have gotten it, and we have seen how pathetic that is. Now that we are advocating for maybe a private investor to maybe help the situation that the government is not able to. The problem with Kenya during Moi time, you saw how corporations like KCC, corporations like Kenya Planters Union, corporations like Kenya Seed Company, he sold Kenya Seed Company to himself. Do you know Kenya Seed Company? Kenya Seed Company belongs to the Moi family.
Yeah, someone told me about it, and is he effective? That's a problem. Is it effective?
So there's a conundrum here between selling, retaining. So for me, the solution is how we come together, and by 2024, these people should not be in power. We start putting our country in order. Because if we allow them to sell corporations, you know the impact. You saw how land was distributed. Bargantuny, Kulei, Biwot, all these people, how they were given land. Creative and very big land, chunk of lands. The Mau forest, how tea was planted. So for me, I am not going to advocate Ruto to sell corporations because I know the impact of it.
And in fact, Alex, that's what I'm just saying. If we had a way, they should not even be near there. They should not even, the government should not even tell us what to do. Even Parliament should be told we should come up with a mechanism if we are, okay, like the Kenyatta Conference Center. Maybe if it's risking, let the people go through the process. But
which process?
No, that's the problem. That's the problem. Now, what they put there, they give the power to the executive to say these things, which is wrong.
Let me just come in a little bit. How much is this building making?
The problem is
this was the report. Ruto lied that
yes during the interview.
During the interview, that it is making
a loss.
Sijui 29,000 something.
20 million. 29 million at just 30 million, 20 million.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But when the audit was done, it had made over 1 billion.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now,
but where is that money?
The issue is this. The issue is the money that should have been used to renovate it is being hidden, and now the financial books are showing something different.
You see, Alex, what you just said. Remember what I just told you. We don't have the so-called parties or the so-called institutions in our country. This is a criminal. It's a criminal which is going on that place. Like,
okay, now, Robert, let me ask you a very important question.
Yes.
I told you what I'm seeing, what South Africans are doing. They are going to put their country in order. They lost their airlines. They lost their power company. They lost their petroleum company. They lost their mineral companies. And they are sick and tired of it. Now, they are making an effort of uniting so that they can deal with white monopoly capitalists. What should Kenya do right now as we sit so that instead of us talking how things bad are all the time, what should we do so that before 2024 we are able to find ourselves in a better situation?
Alex, let me take you like in fact overall. If you are on the ground, you can tell that Ruto has failed. Even current land, you can hear that, but remember to Konamamba ya Ukabira and other things. That's something you have grown to see. At this point, the good news is, vile Baba alisema, I mean, alisema kutakuwa na maandamano if they don't take back the so-called the tax, whatever, I mean, the bill, the tax bill, if it's not going to be reformed and they cut it back. Maybe that's the only hope which is there, because I know this point. And by the way, we had Maandamano, Mama Mary. there's something he said it, and in fact, I investigated that thing on the ground, even the couple of weeks in Nairobi and other places. Hii mambo ya
Robert, for the sake of respect, not he said, she said.
Who are you talking about?
You said Mama Maandamano, he said. I'm trying
No. I'm talking something else, by the way.
No, you
No,
said
okay. If I say that one, that's grammar for standard ones. She said, she. Okay. Alex, you know that. That's we can go. It's okay. We make mistakes even if
go on, Roba. We understand you.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. Alex wanted to hit me also because he thinks that I took his time. Alex is a kitu ambayo mama alisema hapo, hii mambo ya Mungiki. And in fact, I also tried to find the truth. This is man-made Mungiki. This is manufactured. It's because of what they are fighting. We want power in Central or in the mountain. Hii Mungiki is a fake Mungiki about they are coming up. So what I was expecting, Ruto was just like, he was like, this thing is fake, but now I don't know where it's headed to. That's why I was just saying, at this point, if we continue the way we are doing things, this is not the right way to do things. So what was that question, Alex? So if you remind me, there's something I was to check to Mambani. What I'm saying here is this. Our people are hardworking people, and we know it very, very well. Kenyans are hardworking people. But at this point, where you see the government, the way they are doing things, like now, I gave you example, in fact, and I hope somebody will bring it up. Sasa kama hii police ya traffic police, wanachukua mambo ya corruption, just daylight, broad light, daylight. Yeah? Unajua, I was just like, okay, like this time of Christmas, watu wametoka Nairobi hamna watu. But hawa jamaa wako hapo, even in town, if you go there in town, they are there. Hakuna traffic, but they are still taking money from people. When I stop, wanakwambia, you can just sit by your eye. Wow, they are just talking, checking what? Even a vehicle which doesn't even have enough people. Oh, candle. You see, they go there, they start talking. Then from there, they'll be given a bribe. So what a country is this? What a country. A very bad country. There's no management. We are not organized. Things are out of control. Yeah. And in fact, even you talk to the people, what they don't like is the ministers, the people who are supporting this Ruto himself, the people he chose. He chose them not because they are capable. He chose them because they are his parties, so they can do what they are doing right now, ruling the country. Wanaiba too. Wanaiba. And so Alex talked about the so-called interview which he did. In fact, I watched all of interview live. And the one thing, Alex, I think he will also bring up, he talked about money, pesa ambayo inatoka from the people from overseas. He put like 4 billion, and he was proud of it. So my question to him is, the same people you are proud of putting all this money from outside other countries, what have you done for them? Or the same people ambayo you are proud of bringing this the so-called 4 billion. In fact, to tell the truth, the Kenyans who are outside the country, they are the people who have been breathing this government, maybe from, I don't know, COVID time up to now. Otherwise, Kenya's economy could have collapsed by this point. It could have collapsed. But because of the so-called Kenyans who love their country, who like investing back home, at least the economy is doing very well on that part, even though it will be worse and worse. My question is, somebody could have asked that question, that interview. Vile unasema you have created jobs, other countries, you want Kenyans to go and get those jobs. Alisema on the interview as kuanzia next year, that he has some presidents going to Saudi Arabia, someone to Germany. Somebody could have asked that question. If that's the case, Mr. President, Mr. Fake President, then how comes the same Kenyans, you want them to pay for a birth certificate 1 million when they come to get a birth certificate in the country? I mean, why can't you can't have it both ways? Because he knows his people, the current people, they are very few who get out of the country. And the one thing, and you guys, the one thing I want to warn, and I hope Alex is listening to me. Mambia security Kenya has changed now. There's one dominant tribe, I'm not going to name it, you can guess who's there. Ukienda, ndio wamewekwa kila mahali, or you were there, these people. Now they have started coming up. I don't know what's going on.
You know, Robert, please.
Yes.
I want a solution before 2024.
Yes.
Before he goes deep in the roots. We keep on talking about problems.
The solution, Alex.
Hold on, Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. We must look at examples of how Niger decided to find a solution to itself. And the three countries, the three French companies, three French countries that decided to make sure they have rescued themselves from the economic embargo that they have been going over the years.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen South Africa do the same. Recently, Botswana decided to renegotiate its diamonds by fire, by force. When they threatened them, they are going, they told them, go to the nearest hell and jump. Kigali has resolved this problem. No foreigner is joking with Kigali. Robert, I want you to give me one solution.
I'll give you one. I'll give you one. I have one.
I haven't finished.
Okay.
A solution that we can buy so that if Baba calls Mandamano and we are able to be called to the podium articulately, rhetorically, we convince people beyond, they buy it and they say, this is it. Tell me that solution. From today, I don't want to complain. I want to gather solutions so that I can write to the executive members of ODM and Azimio and tell them we have stopped complaining. As we go to Maandamano, we don't just go to Maandamano, we see our people start throwing what? Stones. We sit in the podium and we don't have pathos, podium pathos. We have podium ethos, whereby when our people listen to us, they say, truly, these are visionaries. These are people with cathedral mindset. That is what I want us to start talking about.
Let me give you a solution. Right now, it's very painful on the ground. Everybody's feeling the pain. And because of that pain, and more is coming, come January, February, when some of these kids will go to school, more pain will come on people. I believe this time, if there's Maandamano, and that's what I believe, this Maandamano will go beyond what happened the last time, because of the pain of the people. And this Maandamano should not be like regular Maandamano. This is the time when we should be boycotting, okay? We start boycotting disobedience in all schools because of the disobedience in central Kenya because of no man, no one, one shilling, one man, one shilling. It's not there. And they know they're getting it because of the so-called money from the government and schools. Doctors go on strike. Okay, anybody who's working this the so-called tax bill, and by it's affecting everybody, go on strike. Okay, then from there we say nobody's going to collect taxes from you. If they come, chase them away. then now everything will be, we're going to Sri Lanka way. We the people, we the people of a country, we tell Ruto it's time for you to step up because you were given a chance, you have failed. And I'm just telling you, and all things, if you remember, I said, hii maandamano, tulikuwa tunasema, hii maandamano, if it goes Central Province, Ruto will come down. I'm believing this time, because the one thing I'm seeing on the making, Uhuru's back, and he has come back with two shots. It's kisu ambayo, yeah?
With a bang.
Yes. And inauma, inauma, I'm telling you. And what you have seen right now, 2024. If we go in 2025 and we just say enough is enough for this guy, we go Sri Lanka way, and people stand from county to county, and people say there's nothing will go on until the man comes out or we go first election. It will happen because of the will of the people. You cannot force. You cannot like run the whole country or pigam the whole country. It would be impossible. And that's the only solution. Like the pain of the people right now, everywhere, from the pump, mambo ya chakula, mambo ya school fees, and the security is another thing. Things are out of control. Let's be sincere. Things are out of control. And that one is enough. We can't go the other way, French colonies like the other countries, like West African countries, which did, some of them, yeah, they came out, they were finding mapendus. We are a democracy. And to send a message, that one will never happen to our country again. To send a message, and we pull this gun out. Wherever comes in with an election, they will say, well, either you work with the people or you will be pulled out. Nonsense about Konayo. You see, the problem is, these people, they take the taxes, they steal from you, and they want to do their own things. They don't deliver the services. We should say enough is enough. Usipofanya, tunaktoa. But we have to start with Ruto. 2024. Angolewe. Okay? And from there, Kenya itabona. Ndio tunasema, unaona, kitu ambayo iko harakso. You know, last time tulikuwa na haraka, tunaenda hapa tupatie nafasi, tuende State House, tumtoe. Nafasi ilipatiwa kila kitu, nothing happened. Unaona? But this time here, this frame is going all the way to Mount Kenya. And when that fire explodes, when that fire from Mount Kenya explodes, it's over for him. That's the way I see it. And that's the solution right there.
You have said something that is very important. Something that has built over time, but I don't know the pedigree and the degree of where the heat is. I wish Julia was here. I wish Son PK was here.
Julia is here. Julia is here. Yes.
Julia.
She's here.
Alex, when did you turn 90 years old, bwana?
My phone, I'm
Alex,
using a phone.
Please mute. There's a lot of noise in your background. Julia, Madam Julia herself, she's here. She will tell us. She has a barometer.
So Madam Julia, let me ask you a simple question. We saw disappointment in our Mount Kenya.
Say hi. She's only says hi, Julia, how are you? And everything. Just muuliza question. Come on,
okay. Teacher Julia, my friend, long-time debater, and one of the most formidable moderator. Habari yako?
Mzuri, Alex.
Yes. Whenever I see you, I learn a lot from the mountain. I have been seeing a momentum build in the mountain, whereas other counties are keeping quiet about maandamano. The people of Mount Kenya are demanding maandamano, and it has gone on like for 3 months. Do you believe your people are ready so that we can be ready and rescue this country this time around?
Asante Alex, good to see you. Good to see Roba, Alexio, public participation. Hata mimi natumia simu. It's hard to see some clearly, so I don't blame you, Alex. Now, about people being ready, Alex, I don't know whether they are all ready. Because Mount Kenya, we are having a deficit of leadership. Now, the last time we had that kind of leadership is when we had Matiba and Rubia. And if Matiba was alive today, Matiba and Baba would turn this country upside down. Because the kind of a character Matiba was, he didn't care whether you are going to shoot him dead the next day. Now, the others who are there, wanatokea, wanajificha, wanatokea. Like today I watched something. There were people complaining. And then when you conclude your talk, alikuwa nasema ati, sisi tunaongelesha viongozi wetu. Sisi, you know, he was trying now to pacify them. Now, the people who had spoken before him were like very mad. But then vile conclude, anasema kwamba tunaongelesha viongozi wetu. So he was trying to pacify them. So I didn't like that. So Alex, I'm not sure Mount Kenya is ready, but it's coming back. And if only like Roba is saying, we have just 2-3 people who daredevil and don't care what. Gachagua is nothing to the characters like Matiba. If somebody just rose up like Matiba style, Gachagua would be reduced to nothing, because it's just that Gachagua scares them off, or I don't know whether they are afraid of being the other side. I don't know what they think. But maybe if we have somebody who is daredevil right now and comes out, then the mountain will rise back and fight for Kenya. Now, I came in, Alex, you were asking Roba which way forward. This is something I've been suggesting. Now, if Baba calls for a Kamukunji way forward, this is my suggestion. And this here, Mount Kenya will come in handy, because Mount Kenya people are among the people that have so much business in Nairobi and big cities. If Baba calls a Kamukunji, this is what he should do. He should just ask Kenyans not to submit their VAT. Unajua, kama wewe ni mwanabiashara, if you are selling stuff, kuna ile VAT wa umeongeza kwa price, na hiyo pesa huwa inapelekwa kwa serikali. It is paid to the Kenya Revenue Authority. Now, either through renewal of licenses or directly. That money appears in your receipt ukinunua. If you buy goods, if you buy things in Walmart, I mean in Yatin or Madai supermarket or whatever, utapata wewe mwenye umenunua hizo vitu ndio umelipa hiyo VAT, lakini the buyer can decide not to charge it and not to submit it. Now, first, they can directly just be defiant, or they can do what Kariuki, I don't know, this Kariuki was trying to explain the other day. That is what some of them are already doing. They are not using M-Pesa, they are not using pay bill number, and some of them are no longer using electronic receipts. So it is becoming very hard for the government even to determine how much VAT has not been paid. So that can do an economic shutdown. Because why am I saying this? This government so really depends on the businessmen. Kenya is a subsistence economy. We don't have minerals that the government can just say, mkae na pesa yetu, sisi tunauza minerals. Now, coffee is not doing well, and tea is not doing well. Those are the only products that we export. Now, which means if we shut the tax from businessmen, watu tutawaweza? Then Baba can tell Kenyans, do not pay anything to e-citizen unless you are paying for your passport or health. Alafu Baba be a businessman. Wacha kusubmit NSSF. Stop paying NHIF. After all, people are not being treated with NHIF. So hiyo pesa ni kura inakurwa. So why should you pay in the first place? Now, when I was speaking with Kariuki, aliniambia kwamba he was saying here that some businessmen, what they have done, they have reduced the permanent employees, or they have restructured the contract. Unasign contract upya, na ukiandikwa kazi unakuwa kama casual. Kumaanisha huyo businessman halipi NHIF NSSF. Now, Baba can go out in public, wampeleke penye watampeleka, awambie, don't pay. Now, I'm wondering, why are Kenyans paying the house levy? Let me ask you, Alex, kama tuko na biashara nawe pale Nairobi, maybe Ngara Road or wherever, we all decide we are not paying house levy. How many people will come to arrest us? Who will be arrested? How many policemen? What is the ratio of policemen in Kenya do we have? Now, what if Baba tells hata watu wa Gikomba, don't renew your licenses? He literally tells Kenya, let's shut the economy down. Now, we can even do, let's shut the economy in a way that we are buying things for each other, but we are not paying the government. So if we do that, what will happen? We limit resources going to the government. Our intention would be to shut the economy mpaka mshahara ya civil servants ikose. Hao ndio wametulet down. Tukiwaambia wasiende kazi bado wanaenda. Mpaka mshahara ya walimu ikose. That would be our intention. And Baba should be clear. Our intention is to make sure even the army doesn't have their pay. Even the members of parliament. We literally shut the economy down. And that one can only be, because right now, Ruto is depending on the businessmen. There is no much export we are doing. Our balance of payment deficit is very big. It is on the negative. That's why our currency is doing so bad. So, hapa tumefika. So we also achieved something. Businessmen are fleeing the country. That is a good thing for us who are trying to oust this government. So, instead of being mad here that businessmen are flying out, we should encourage them to leave. In fact, Baba should go on rampage and tell airlines not to fly into Kenya. He should go on rampage and tell people not to use Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. We should just curtail all sources. By then, they may be trying to sue him for economic sabotage or economic crime. But let it be. Somebody has to pay for something. That is the only way we can achieve this. So if we shut all money that Zakayo is getting, what will happen? We'll even render him unsafe in the eyes of the army. That the army might join us. Let us watch. Watoto hawasomi. Kama Alex, you and me will be struggling to take our children to school. Maybe January. I'm saying, for example, hata kama hatuna watoto Kenya. Why should people take their children to school? Let us shut down the schools. Kwani Uhuru said alifunga shule mwaka mzima. Did those kids go back to school? Let us shut down the school. Alternatively, Baba tells the kids, take your children to school and don't pay school fees. Our head teachers wanakoridi na serikali pia wanafinyilia wazazi. So let us also teach them a lesson. You either have our schools without children without paying, or you shut the school, you'll not get your pay. Let us shut down the systems for once. Tuanze upya. That was my suggestion, Alex. Mimi mnaona hiyo maoni yangu kwa namna gani? Wacha nifikishe hapo.
I think, Julia, you're very right. And in terms of
Alex, your background. I can hear a lot of Kisii on the background, my friend.
Yes, please sort out your background as Roba says something.
No, Roba, I think.
Okay, Alex. I'm on to just leave it. Just ahead.
Roba, I think you are hearing people speaking in tongues, and you are hearing Kisii. but let me sort it out.
Alex, I'm not crazy. You. Okay, Jude, let's be serious here. You just hit it. Let me tell something. In fact, what I've come to realize, you guys, you can agree with me. Kama ile maandamano ilienda kidogo another 1 or 2 weeks or another month, the economy was about to collapse. That's what I'm just saying right now. And from what they are saying, hata wanatanganya sahi wanasema, tumetoka shimo tumeenda wapi. That's not the truth. Sahi, you can see when you see the exchange rate and other things. If kuna maandamano, I'm telling you, if there's maandamano, even more worse, the thing is going to collapse. Because atasema ad maandamano imeleta economy down. But we have been all this time, he has been given, amefanya nini? Hajafanya kitu. hii mambo sema mambo like maybe like traveling and other things, hiyo sasa hii ikifanyika hivyo, sasa hii imekwisha. Kenya imekwisha. I mean, it's gone. It's totally gone. But what I don't understand is, Julie, I was in somewhere in the central, I had some friends there. I was in Mango area. I went some places. There are also people suffering. It's generally people suffering. So the reason why I believe it's painful, you can even see now what's happening. It is a civil war going on in Central. I don't mean civil war physically. A civil war in terms of who controls what, in terms of power. But Uhuru is coming as powerful as he has ever been. That's why now his name has started coming up even a few hours ago. When Kimani Chungwa, I don't know his name, with the boy from Kikuyu, constituency Kikuyu, they have started mentioning Uhuru's name. They think that by what they did during the election, before election, walimchafulia hiyo jina lake, and this time they think they will be successful. I'm telling them it's not going to be the same thing. Sai Uhuru is so powerful, you can see people just like going back. You can see that thing going back. People have started believing back, like, oh, tulikosea hapa. Even Jubilee, you can see Jubilee, kuna ile energy ya Jubilee just coming up. But what I don't know, if this thing of Maandamano comes back, are they going to participate 100%? That one I can't tell, because there's still those age groups, like the old generation, who still thinks that Raila is still the problem. I saw them, some of them my friends, when we see them on the same table, you can hear what they say. But the majority of the central Kenya, you can see that things are not working. They're like ordinary citizens, and not ordinary from any county, where they have just failed the Ruto economy right now. And it will be even more and more painful come January, when some of these kids will be going to school. And remember, what I came to realize, that most of people who will be cut off this money, the so-called tax bill, will be people from central Kenya. Let's face it. So if they are told to boycott, you think they are not want to boycott? Teachers boycott. Workers, all forms of government, maybe from medical fields, from other small government organizations. If they boycott, then everything it will just start as a joke. Become universities shut down, primary schools shut down, secondary schools are shut down, hospitali, tukienda wapi ikuwe shut down, the guy will be gone. He will be gone. As much as alituambia, he's not here to serve a second term. That one can tell you that he already knows what it is. Takuwa ametanganya, but I just feel like hii maandamano ikienda beyond what happened last time, it's going to be successful. We might go rank away. But at the same time, whenever we talks about 2027, I don't think that we can't wait. We wait for 2027, then we are all gone. That country, forget about it. By that time, itakuwa imekuwa tu michafuko. Now we will not have a country. That's the way I just see it.
I think before Julia replies to that, I think what also needs to happen is tunataka kuona hiyo sukuma kutoka Central not coming into Nairobi. Those guys are abandoning and not bringing the things to Nairobi, so that njaa ikuwe Nairobi sana, so that watu watokeleze. Let's just see the paralysis of everywhere, everything. No people traveling and no trucks getting food to Nairobi. Just like that, we just bring it to the stop, complete stop. And that way will be also be sending a strong signal now kwamba things are not going to be same again. Because our problem has been with these people who are cheating us. Kenya can rise up from where it is and go to the highest level, just if we have the correct people in power. So our problem should be just, let's just say, to preach to our common enemy is Zakayo and his government. Let's just teach them a lesson so that anybody who will come after them will know Kenya si mchezo. when you go to that seat, you have to work for the citizens and you have to do what the people are saying, not what you think is right or what you and your friends think. So let's just paralyze them everywhere. And Julia, I was just contemplating, can we have the likes of Kina Kabogo taking over now, since because kuna uwanja inaonekana iko wazi, is ripe for everything. Can we see a leader rising up in Central? Like if Kabogo wants to be the next kingpin, is this the right opportunity, the right time to come in and take over and get the support from Uhuru?
I don't know, Alexio. I don't trust Kabogo. I see him as an opportunist. I don't trust most people that come around saying tutatetea hii. In fact, the only person I trust there is mother. That is the only person I trust. But okay, my view was not to stop people from doing business. If you do that, you might not get very far because watu watakuwa na njaa. My view, I am taking a different view. Stop people from paying any money to the government. Do business, but don't pay the money. You know, we can do that, Alexio. Kwani ukiniuzia boga yako pale Marikiti na hiyo pesa yako unaweka kwa mfuko na ujaripa license, has the government received any money there? I have my burger to eat and you have your money to bring the next burger the next day. You see? That's what I'm saying. And Baba should just go out and say, we want to bring down this government and tell people, after we bring it down, we shall forgive you all those taxes. Serikali, governments have forgiven taxes before. Haitakuwa serikali ya kwanza. He should even go on rampage and tell people, don't pay your own to KCB or National Bank. Kama uko na loan, na aseme, tukichukua serikali, your interest will be forgiven. It will not be the first time people are forgiven even loans. Haitakuwa mara ya kwanza. So I'm not saying people stop doing business. Because if you tell people not to bring food to Marikiti, watu Nairobi watakula nini? The other thing why Mandamano doesn't go very far is because we don't have economic power to sustain it. So we can combine Mandamano and tax boycott. Tell Kenyans, do not pay, tax nowadays is paid either through eCitizen, renewing your licenses. Tell Kenyans, don't renew your license. We shall forgive you next year and renew your license afresh. Don't pay this. We tell eCitizen isipokee pesa yote unless you are applying for a passport to go abroad, and you must go. That is the way I'm taking it. Because ukiambia watu wasilete chakula Marikiti, watu Nairobi watakula nini? Do you have food have we prepared a way to feed them? We have not. We must prepare for the long haul. Like we are here for the long haul. Even if we do a tax boycott for 1 year, it's okay. We'll do it. If only we make sure that Zakayo hakuna pesa anapokea. If there are many businesses who evade tax right now, but now if we make it official, hata ukitaka kupata wao watu wa Mount Kenya, first they are very selfish businessmen. Ukiwaambia ni nyinyi tu mnalipa tax, even them they will stop. I'm telling you. And if they hear people will be forgiven, they will stop paying. If you tell them that nyinyi ndio mnalipa tax, they will stop paying. But if you tell people don't bring food, amakuwa on the streets, for how long can you maintain that? And I think that is what Baba saw in the other Mandamano. Akaona he was not able to maintain that because people are going to go hungry. So I think he has now to look at it from a different angle, something that we can maintain for the long haul. Now, children not going to school, we can maintain that for 1 year. Uru did it for 1 year. And then after that, we crash the semesters. We crash them. We do double entries and double admissions, like we have done that before. So school, we can boycott. We can tell them, either you admit our schools, our children bure, na kama sivyo tunafunga shule. We can do that. Hospitals, we tell Kenyans, only spend money because you are sick. But those companies paying NHIF do not pay. Kwa sababu, I hope you read on the papers that serikali haijatoa pesa ya NHIF and hospitals are refusing to treat patients with the NHIF card. So sababu gani ulipe your pesa na serikali is not submitting that money? Now the other thing, why are people paying house levy? Why are companies even paying in the first place? Baba should just tell them, from now henceforth, that case is very in court. Don't pay a single coin. And akuwe hiyo ndio agenda yake kila siku. And he makes sure the governors will start saying they don't have money. Let me ask you, how much are the governors helping our counties? Governor yenu amewafanyia nini? Si afunge hiyo county office, aende nyumbani akaweke ng'ombe ya maziwa. Anybody mwenye governor yao anawasaidia muniambie. Let me ask you, if your governor is locked in the cell and the deputy governor, hamtakula kwenyu? If they don't have, let them shut those offices. We don't need them. We will start afresh with the new government. That is what I would take. We try and curtail the resources for this government, because Kenya tunaweza saidika kwa sababu hatuna minerals. Kama ingekuwa Congo, it may be difficult because countries like Congo have minerals. So even if you decide not to pay your tax, they can do with minerals and continue running the government. But this Kenya does not have minerals. They have nothing. They just depend on the business world. So that is how I was taking it. That is my view. So we can do mandamano and tax boycott. That will work very well.
Roba. Oh, Kenyan mandamano. Just a minute. Kenyan mandamano, are you there? Okay, Roba, you can go. Go on.
Yeah, I think she's right. One of the things is when you set up this thing of boycotting and mandamano. So the thing comes, like you said, if we do this thing, it's going to affect, at the end of the day, it's going to affect people. Hata wenye wanaandamana, kitu kama hiyo mambo ya business ya chakula na kila kitu ikuwe problem. So everybody needs to eat, and everybody needs, at the end of the day, needs to feed some children. So I think the best way for me, I think going forward, we should boycott certain businesses tuanzie hapo, wenye tunawaambia any employee mwenye anawafanyia kazi hakuna pesa ya kukatwa. But if it's being reported that that company is cutting money giving to the government, then that company should be pointed out. We just like boycott it. People should not go there. People should just like condemn them, because what we want at the end of the day, we don't want to give taxes to these people. We have to find a way to boycott paying taxes to these people. Do you know why? Because the same people we are paying taxes, they are not bringing services. In fact, a very good idea when you say all we want to see, teachers should not be paid. Kuna police at the members of parliament, other you mchinga mwenyewe anaita president, he should not get paid. I think if we go that way and that money will not be enough for that, pengine waanze tena kupola from outside whatever, at the end of the day, the economy will start scaling back. And when it starts scaling back, few weeks, wataanza kuisikia it will collapse. At this point, the economy is just like in a yumba. Anything small affecting it will be very, very difficult for them to govern. And everything small, which is going to wake up a section of a country, itaranda kama moto. I mean, that's the way I just feel like it, because it's so painful. Very painful. If you see things on the ground, hakuna pesa. Seriously, hakuna pesa. Kila mtu anataka kuuza kitu, lakini hakuna mnunua mwenye ananunua. Saa hii ukienda hapo Nairobi, kila mtu anataka kuuza shamba. Everybody, you can see signs everywhere. Huyu anauza nyumba, huyu anauza shamba, huyu anauza sana nini, huyu anauza nini, lakini hakuna wenye wananunua. Kuna wanaonunua wako na pesa, yes, but you will never finish because the economy is so bad and everything's very, very weak on the ground. So let me leave it to Alex. Maybe he has something else to say.
Yeah, thank you. I had a point, because we had already made an experiment on it last time, and I think it was very fruitful. In 2017, when our victory was denied, we looked at the Constitution and we exploited the Constitution, and we found out something called self-determination. And in that self-determination, our people decided to take Uhuru's picture from everything in counties that they had voted against the Jubilee administration. Kilifi was the first one to vote. We came to Siaya, Homa Bay, and it just went round like a fire. And in the few weeks that we had done the self-determination, taxes was not flowing to the national government. And they had to go to court and start renegotiating with us. A boycott, we will get a repercussion. How, and this is for Julia, because I know Kisi Nyamira, Luo Nyanza, Kakamega, Bungoma may not do it, Trans Nzoia may do it. If we go to the option of self-determination, is there any governor within the mountain who can accept self-determination so as to clench the government and the government to understand that counties can have powers too? Because I want to look this thing purely from the central, because our big brother central, the Mount Kenya, as Roba, you have said, were the how do you call it, maths? The common denominator. Had they been with us, this thing will have finished long ago. So, Madam Julie, I want to know from you, if we were to go to self-determination, is there a governor who can have the guts to do that?
I don't know, Alex, about the governors, because I'm not even sure the governors in Nyanza and Western will go that route. I don't trust them, Alex. But if you ask Mount Kenya people that we have ordered you, or we are asking you not to pay any more money to this government, I think they'll buy that very fast. They won't even wait for their governors to tell them what to do. Ebu fikiria wewe ni Alex, wewe niwe uko pale Nyeri, uko na biashara kubwa na pengine kila mwezi unalipa milioni moja for tax. Alafu usikie kwamba there is a chance that you may be forgiven. Put yourself in that businessman. What will he do? He will not pay it. I'm telling you. He won't care whether he's ni Mkikuyu ama ni Mjaluo. He will say, utasikia watu wakisema baba amesema, because first and foremost those businessmen are very selfish and they only look at themselves. So you start hear people saying baba amesema atulipi tax. In fact, sasa hiyo watamuita baba. I'm telling you. And tell the Baba has said we are not paying tax to this government. Utasikia wakisema baba. Lakini if you wait for the governors, I don't trust any one of them. Even the others in the rest, in the Western and Nyanza. I mean, all they look, kwanza magovernors watakuwa wakiangalia kwamba kama hakuna tax, hatutapewa hiyo tax, because you know the process of giving money to the county is not as easy as we think. The process, the money has to go to the central government first. It is not that mnaweza enda pale mwanze kupatia gavana wenyu nyongo pesa ati ndio mnampatia. It has to be restructured. There has to be a government in place. You know, even if we say self-determination, there has to be a government in place. There has to be structures for that. But what we can do without structures right now, without any structures, is just tell people to be defiant. That is the easiest thing we can do. So self-determination is a route that we may go, and I think it's not a bad idea if Baba starts talking with the people and saying apana hamutaki serikali. Even we had done some signatures, if you people remember. I don't know what happened to the 8 million strong signatures and what we did with that. Baba could do that and declare like Matiba, declare that from today henceforth, Ruto is not the president. I don't know whether that one amounts to to government takeover. I don't know. Sielewi sheria kabisa, mtu mwenye anaelewa sheria anaweza tuelezea. But there are things that Baba can say and people will follow as long as it benefits them. As long as wanaona kwamba, hey, kumbe nilikuwa nalipa milioni moja for tax, silipi. So what he'll do, there are people, even now when you took on a loan, even as those of us, maybe you have bought houses here in the US, if you hear that for the next 5 years, what people have been forgiven and they shouldn't pay for their loans, and maybe you'd rather risk not paying other than pay, and then after miaka tano usikie kuna watu walisamehewa na wewe hukusamehewa. You know, you easily risk that. So people will easily risk not paying their tax evasion, waiting to see what happens. You know, people will, let's see, watasema sio mimi peke yangu, serikali nyingine ikikuja, they will deal with all of us. So I don't know about self-determination, how workable that is, how we can put up structures for those governors, what structures are we going to put up? Because we need structures, we need legal structures. How fast can we do that? And how much can our governors be cooperative? First, this is how these governors, they are survival right now, whether they are in Azmio or UDA, they depend on the government of the day. So the government of the day falls, they also fall. So I am not sure the governors will be very helpful. That's my take.
So Alexio, I know you understand this. Last time when we went to self-determination, Kilifi started it because Kilifi was the only county that had elected everybody ODM. So we started from there. Amason Kingi was the governor. And we voted and we went to self-determination. Then we went to the Luo Nyanza. We went to Kakamega. We went to Trans Nzoia. By the time we were having only 17 counties, the government was crunching. Do you think that is part of the solution? As we boycott, we also declare self-determination. Can that be a solution to funnel finances from this man so that he's not able to run or bankroll his government?
I think that one is an option and is a viable option that can be tried. One thing that I can be able to say, there are some counties which are contributing very much to the national cake, but they are getting very little in return. Let's say, for example, a county like Mombasa, having the port there, the port contributes a lot of money to the national government. But what do the Mombasa get in return? Very little. Let's go to counties that have a lot of people, like those counties in Central. You see, the idea of 1 man, 1 shilling was supposed to cure that, because they have population and they have farm produce that they produce, which sell outside and fetch a good amount of money. But in return, it doesn't match the amount of benefits they need to get from the government. So if we dangle that carrot to them, tell them that now this is your coffee you have or what you have, you can be having these things and they can be fetching you a very good amount of money. Instead of going to the central government, this money we can leave it here and bring the development that is needed in this locality. And I do believe that that was the idea that was behind the passing in of the new constitution, 2010 constitution. It was supposed to catalyze the counties to bring out, what can I say? To bring out the true meaning of the counties and to bring out, let them utilize their own resources and build on that. Yeah. But we have been denied. Those things have been denied. Like country like Kakamega, they should just be left with their Mumia sugar. They do whatever they want with it. whether they want to sell it or they want to back on it. Counties needs to be empowered. And if we dangle this carrot, tell them that this is not happening because of the leadership we have. If we don't have this leadership who don't believe in complete devolution, then you cannot be able to move to the next level. But once we give you this opportunity, once you are given this opportunity, you can be able to grow. Remember, like in Germany, I understand there are various states that are it's a federal country. There are states that are rich because they can utilize whatever they have and build more resources and build more finances. Unlike what is happening, so I think that one can also be used. If we use it, if we package it well, we can be able to use it. Look like, you see that like the resistance that is there in Kiambu, for example, where Kabogo is reluctant giving out land because he knows this is a land is a form of capital. So we cannot be giving away our form of capital just for a song for free. So if we package it very well, I'm sure we can come out with something.
I thank you for those sentiments. You know, today I'm so happy because we are coming up with solutions. Because Baba said the possibility of going to Maandamano is real. And as we go to Maandamano, the worst I can want to happen is sisi tunaenda, tunarusha mawe, tunarudi nyumbani jioni. It does not help. It has never helped. And it won't help. But if ideologically, philosophically, intellectually, we find a way of dealing with these people, because the people that surrounds Ruto are not very wise, then they can sit down and be afraid that already we're winning what? The war. I don't want maandamano whereby we go kurusha mawe. I want maandamano whereby when we sit in the podium, people shake. Malema is just one man. When he stands up in the podium in his rallies, Ramaphosa listens and they get afraid. That is what, that's the kind of politics I'm looking, whereby our superior logic scares their inferior logic. So as we plan to go to Maandamano, we must do it in a different way than we have done it before. And I think today we are coming up with solutions that even before we start implementing them, they are already scared. Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, Alex, thank you for that contribution. And the way you just put it is solutions. Solution. Because, like you said, we are this experiment of Maandamano, and we know the outcome of it. So, on the other hand, there are some things here. I think if it's done, to my opinion, if it's done, it will be more and more effective when you compare the situations before. I'll give you an example. For instance, if this tax bill, people are being cut money, like teachers, nurses, doctors, they can want to sit in. They go there, they don't work. And if they don't work, you know what the effective is, or I mean, what the effect is. If the teachers go there, they are not teaching. They are saying until we are not cut any more tax. Same thing as doctors. Same thing as other people. Where was the government? They just go, but they don't work. That one will bring the government down. Another solution I was thinking about it was this way. How about this? Why can't this Papa comes and say, don't pay any more money to the national government? You can support your county government, but don't support the national government. If there's a mechanism on that, I don't know, but if that one works, to keep the so-called governors, like Jules said, at least them they can breathe a little bit, but we avoid the national government. If there's a way we can do that, that one might be also a solution. But one thing I was just thinking about the so-called if we boycott, what I've come to hear as politicians in our country, let's not forget we have a very good example or a very good field study ambayo sahi inafanya kazi, and I can tell you from what you see up in Meru County, you can tell what tuko nao ni mabuibui. We have the most useless political people. When they, as long as you don't touch when they have where they are, in a touch kwao, they will not participate. If you touch it, I'll give you an example. Remember this time when they brought this lady for to be impeached in Parliament, yeah? In the Senate. She was impeached from Meru, the governor of Meru. She was impeached and acquitted the second time. Do you know what happened? She went back now, she went to the people, and now she said she's going to collect signatures so that if she gets enough, they will dissolve the government of Meru. You know what? I don't know whether you have followed what happened with those MCAs, those who are saying they want her to go. Now, when they started collecting signatures, I was so shocked that most of these people, the so-called MCAs, ambao wanataka lazima Mwangaza aende, lazima aende. Sasa when it became serious, signatures were being corrected. You know, the same MCAs walienda wakasema, hapana, no, mimi sipingana governor. The governor was acquitted, let's work with the governor. That one tells you the kind of politician tuko now. They're the most unreliable. Wanaenda tu na upepo. So that one, we have to be very careful who we are dealing with, because at the end of the day, they might be like the people we talk here, but at the end of the day, they are the same people who are just dealing with the other side, how to go about it. But the best thing with our people on this issue, it's economic. Our people, they have nothing to lose. At this point, I'll just tell them, if you anything which you think you are doing to support the government, don't do it. Anything which you think you are just spying and you are supporting the government, don't do it. Little by little, things will get on fire. Then at the end of the day, at least, something will be effective. After saying that, let me also just comment here and say about Mount Kenya. So Mount Kenya, we keep on saying, but at this point, I think the politics of Mount Kenya is becoming very tricky right now. For everything now is pointing there. As we approach another 1 year, a new year to come, I think things are going to change, probably for the better, for the rest of the country. But let's wait and see. But from what I've been seeing and from what you can see online and other places, I think Uhuru is getting his power kind of back. It's kind of is going to control this thing. And this is because the government of the day has failed. And they continue to fail. But it started enough, like we said before, it started enough to keep the fire burning, if maandamano ikianza. At this point, we can say it's 50-50, or it might work, it might not, but at the same time, let's be sincere. It is hurting. It's really bad for the people on the ground. Things are very, very difficult for many people. And I hope because of that, people will just say, enough is enough. This man has to get out. He was given a chance. He never made the use of that chance. Time has come, he has to go. Because of what they are doing is telling us about power, who was what, who is this, manufacturing some fake stories, talking about Mungiki, which does not even exist. And now, I think they're fighting in central Kenya right now. I love it because at the end of the day, somebody's going to emerge. And I don't know who's going to emerge other than Maina Njenga, because he has the followers, he has the people right now. He has the people. If there anybody now who can stop him, I think Maina Njenga they are working together with Uhuru. That's my thinking. If it means that's the way we go, Maina Njenga might even just, if he says, let us go burn this house, the house is going to burn. And it's not one, even if wanakuja na hiyo policy, why it cannot work for them. I think right now he holds the power in Central. That's my belief. And that one you can tell from the mass of people you see he's controlling right now. And that's why they are just not trying to squeeze him. Yeah, they are trying to squeeze him. But if that one can bring the people we are seeing on him with the other people, then it's just like that, then something might be smelling here. But at the same time, we don't know. I mean, we have tried this one before. Will it work? Let's see. If it works, it might work. But this is not the time of saying, oh, let us not talk about 2027. 2027, no. If we are talking about 2027, I better just listen. Because for me, that's too far. For me, this man should not be a president, and we should keep on trying. Something might stick. Just keep on throwing. Just throw something up there. It's just like if you want to win something, you cannot win by just saying by word of mouth. You can win by doing something. If it's a lottery, you can win by buying a ticket. Okay? Yeah, you can't win because you can say, oh, that lottery, that's a dream you never come true. But if you do something, you're like, yeah, hata ukitupa tu kitu, hata kidogo, mwishowe, something might stick. And I think this is the time. What's happening in Central Kenya right now, it might stick. And these men, they might come out. We might go Sri Lanka away. And that would be a beautiful night, a beautiful day, a beautiful whatever time it will be, when we see Ruto out of power. We can't wait to celebrate. That would be a dream come true for some of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. By fire, by strength. Where are you? You need to tell us.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Will it be by fire, by strength?
Yeah, nataka kuwasalimu wote. I can see the platform is so huge today, and thank you for that. Now, nataka kuanzia straight kwa Mr. Njenga N. And I wanted to give a simple analysis without overspeaking, because this is not time of overspeaking. Number one, we now have an opportunity of seeing what the Gema community can do without saying wacha watu wengine wajaribu sijui kufanya mambo ama wafanya nini. So at least that is an isolated case whereby Mount Kenya people in a large, they now have an opportunity to speak their own democracy, if at all it is there. So it is an isolated case which cannot mix itself with other people. So now let's see what they can do from their own volition. Hiyo sitaongea zaidi ya hapo. Number two, it's also a warning to even Mount Kenya people who they always say that they are the shareholders. Ama wanadanganywa they are the shareholders. How are you shareholders and yet you cannot have a New Year gathering? You cannot have a New Year gathering because kesho is the eve of the New Year. Who said the New Year gathering? People cannot go there to even give their resolution ya mwaka mpya. Tunakutana kama mafamilia kesho. We are meeting as families where we can meet So the Kikuyu people or the Mount Kenya community, kesho as December 31, they were supposed to meet so that they can come up with their New Year's resolution. Maneno tu ya kujipanga, tutakuwa hivi, hapa tunaenda vizuri, hapa tuendi vizuri. It's a normal gathering. So when it comes to the situation whereby people are having a normal gathering and then your gathering inaambiwa imebaniwa, even us or other people from other communities should be worried. There is a question I want to ask myself today. Kuna wakati nasikianga Waluya wanaenda pale kwa stadium, sijui kuna stadium wanaendanga hapo Kakamega. There is a stadium Waluya wanaendanga hapo Kakamega.
Bukungu Stadium.
Yeah. Hiyo Bukungu Stadium. If today Luya said they want to have a big gathering in Bukungu Stadium, is it going to be allowed?
By the way, today in Kenya, which was today, they had a big gathering of Karenjin, whatever. They had a big gathering. Nobody went there. They had all this giving, whatever, Karenjin, whatever, awards, whatever this. Why not the people of Central Kenya to have their saying? Why?
By fire, let me tell you, on 26th, we had a Luya gathering in Maragoli gathering in Mbale on 26th. There's one in Luanda for Abanyore. They always have, and if you say we want to have one in Bukungu, it will happen.
Yeah, good. So there is a situation, there is an issue now here which I'm explaining here. Why is it that when Maina Njenga says that he wants or he has agreed with many people in Kikuyu front that they need to have a gathering in Kafiroine, and munaanzia kuambiwa hamwezi kuwa na hiyo mkutano. For your information, leo nataka kuwauliza ili mujue, even as Kikuyu people start being deluded, I use the word deluded, that hii serikali ni yenyu. Nataka leo muniambie ni mkutano gani imetendeka kwa Mount Kenya region apart from hizi mikutano ambazo Rigathi Gachagua amekuwa akitengenezea watoto. Maybe Alex, you can explain to me that as I continue. Can you tell me, is there any political meeting by Kikuyu themselves? Mimi sisemi mkutano ya Ruto ati pale anakuja hapo sijui nini. Can you tell me, is there any political meeting which has happened in Mount Kenya region toka hii serikali ya Gachagua na Gachagua wameingia? I want you to, can you tell me that? Is there any meeting which has happened?
You know, when Maina Njenga was taken to DCI, I cannot call that as a meeting, but I saw youths go there and sing Kikuyu songs, which elevated and shown that at least something is going on. And I want you to finish so that I can say something that is potent. And I hope Madam Julia is here so that we can have that conversation between her and me, because there's something I fear. But to be honest, as you say, there is no meeting that truly has happened. I saw Akina Kabogo have meetings the other day, but I did not see any agenda. I saw disgruntled people, but there was no leadership because they had lost the clout. So they're having a meeting with the people, but they are weak and they cannot solve their problems. So as you say rightly, there are no formidable meetings that I've seen so much in the mountain.
Well, yeah, to add on Alex what said, fire by strength, let me also add to say that, we were told Mount Kenya has some shareholder and everything. If you see lately, anytime, who makes a phone call to a church or who wishes, whatever it is, it becomes a big, big, big story. And that's what they are fearing. If there's a meeting like the one Maina Njenga had the last time, the men's meeting, whatever they called men on it, whatever. And the meeting for tomorrow, the reason why it's happening, what's happening right now, it's because they think it's going to gain momentum to go 2024. Maina Njenga now controls a lot of, right now he controls a lot of population. I know some of us within our group, they don't like him, whatever it is, we know what he did, but he's preaching something else. To give you my opinion on this is this. I think time has come. And that's why I just feel like something's on the cooking. And this thing might exploit like fire. And that's my take on that.
Okay. Wacha nimalizie sasa because kuna watu naona pia kwa comment wanasema hapa mnapeana solutions leo. So sitaki kuwa divert sana but I had to speak about this issue of Maina Njenga because it is also very hot. So, and this is what will happen. So I just wanted to give an implication there, Bwana Roba. As long as Mr. Ruto exists, we will never have a formidable meeting in the Mount Kenya region. Why? Because any formidable meeting in the Mount Kenya region is supposed to bring sanity in that region, and it will not be around. So, mutakuwa munaona tu mikutano which is not making sense. But any meeting which seems as if it has some bit of a structure, itakuwa inagongwa. Because this is one thing which I want to tell you. We might say that this Njenga is a Mungeke thing, is a Mungeke that. But one thing which you need to appreciate about this guy is that he is organized. He is organized. Whether he is a guy from hell or not, he is organized. And he is able to structure his own things. And he is also able to understand the conventional way of how power is organized. So you need to give him on that. On about his agenda na vitu zingine, those ones is another thing. And this meeting of Kaviroine looks as if it can bring a structured communication. And already Mr. Ruto has said, Mount Kenya people, you are cows. Nyinyi, you have to agree with the shareholder government whether you are getting positions or not. Ama hakuna kitu mnapata. So, for delusion to happen, people like Njenga cannot happen. Whether you agree with him or you don't agree with him, it will not be allowed to happen because they are part of the people who are trying to pump sanity in some way. Unajua, hata kama mtu ni mwenda wazimu, he can give you an advice. There is a story inaambiangwa, a madman has ever told somebody how to solve a puncture in the vehicle. Taki kusema hiyo story hapo. So what I'm trying to say is this. There is a reason why, okay, so maybe nikijiuliza, why should they stop this meeting? These people have not announced that wanaenda kutoa watu kwa maduka. They have not said that they are stopping any business. These people have not said that they are stopping anything. They have even given a place where they are holding their meeting, Kafiroine. And Kafiroine is open. Kafiroine hakuna mtu mwingine anafanya mkutano kesho. Walikuwa wakuwe wao peke yao. But why? Why are these people fearing big gatherings which are conventional in Mount Kenya region? There is a problem. Wacha niingie kwa story ya solutions. You see, we already had solutions long time ago, but we have been a bit very lenient. Mimi ile kitu naweza sema, we have been very lenient to this punitive government and they have not been lenient to us. Solutions are there and they are plenty. It's simple. We need to sit down as a people na tujiulize. Are we interested in this government or not? Bwana Alexio. Tunataka hii serikali, hatutaki. So what do you do for anything you don't want? There is a framework. But sisi, the way we try to do things as if we want to give this person more time, atuacha watu kwanza tuwajue Sakayo ni mbaya. There is no advertisement we are doing in saying that Zakayo ni mbaya. Our pockets can already explain. Watoto hawana school fees, inaanza Januari 3 hapo. Utaanzia kusikia watu wanaitwa tu ma meeting tu. Watu wanaitwa ma meeting tu za I have this. We have cases. Sasa tumeanzia kuitwa na watoto wanaenda shule. We are even calling MCAs and MPs for harambee za kupeleka watoto shule. Wanaleta tu ngiri. Sisemi ati ngiri ni mbaya, but they are bringing money which cannot help the other people in the community. Hawana pesa, so tunaita mbunge na tunaita MCA tukifikiria hao ndio watakuja kutuongezea kiti yetu, wanatuletea 2,000, wanatuletea 1,000. At the same time, these are the people who don't want solutions in the community. So us as Azimio, and because to me I believe Azimio is not politicians. Azimio was a movement by the people. So what I think we are supposed now to do is now simple. First of all, we make a New Year resolution. Do we want 2024 ipate mtoto tukuwa na huyu mtu? You need to know that mwaka by June inakuanga imezaa. Kama mwaka yako by June ikuangi imezaa, just start thinking of the next year. By June, if there is anything serious, you should start seeing your year functioning. So by June, should we continue having this garbage at the doorsteps of our doors? That is one thing. Then the next thing which we need to start now doing, even as we try to say that we want to attack Zakayo, we have to start thinking of how to attack these people who are eating salaries and they are doing nothing. There's no way, Bwana Roba, we can be having 300 people who are eating our salaries daily, who are eating our money daily, taxes, na hakuna kitu wanafanya. We are losing over 1 billion in a month, maintaining useless people. Why should we be losing 1 billion in a month to maintain people who are not helping us? Why should we be using 1 billion to manufacture wars to Kenyans? So the first thing, we have to attack parliament, either physically or logistically. I don't know, but parliament, we have to squeeze it now. That is the first front where we should start parliament. Either we declare them redundant, we declare a constitutional work from them. Tuanzie kusema Kenyan parliament should not be financed. Why should we be financing people who are not doing anything? Why should we be spending 1 billion for people to go and pass a finance bill which is not helping us? Bwana Roba, why should we be using 1 billion in a month for people to put laws which are actually punitive to us? Why should we be using 1 billion to give people who are supposed to function on behalf of Zakayo only, and they are not functioning on our behalf? So parliament is our first front of attack. We have to think there. Number 2, judiciary has to come out clear. And if judiciary is not going to be, so we have to attack all the three arms now. We have to attack judiciary. It is not helping us. We have to think which are methodological methods where we can bring this judiciary down. We have to think about it. Whether it is to take demonstrations into the courthouses, into the chief justice's offices, we have to start thinking now, and including even writing to organizations which can help, getting in touch with NGOs, both local and international. We have them. Ziko hapo kwa serikali now, including even now thinking of ways how we can now have a resolution made in the UN hapo Nairobi Gigiri. Either sababu sijui inakaa UN ni kama hawajui we exist. We have now to think of how we have to go to their UN, and they have now to hear our voice. I don't know if we will take it there through a demonstration, or there are some people we can talk through kama akina Kitui, I don't know. But now the international community has to start knowing our unrest. And I know people might say that how to raise this idea, but if they are in our country, including the embassy, we have now to start going to them, and na tunaanzia hata kublock saa zingine mabarabara zile zinaenda hiyo direction, so that they can now start also feeling the heat. You know, this idea whereby people are in our country, they are so comfortable, They are even manufacturing problems to us, and simply because they can easily walk to Muthaiga, they can easily walk to those high-end places in Kenya, because you know in Kenya we have places which are not in Kenya. You know very well. Muthaiga is not in Kenya. Ideally, you know that, Bwana Roba. Physically it is in Kenya, but ideally Muthaiga is not in Kenya. Yeah. Somebody in Muthaiga does not understand what we are saying here. They don't understand. At times I walk on Muthaiga Road Apo, people are not even walking. There are no people in the streets. And you see they are just isolated places. And some of those people who are manufacturing our problems wanakaa huko. So those people, they don't know that Mukuru kwa Njenga exists, whereby we are having 10,000 people staying in 2 square kilometers. They don't know that.
Hold on. I thought that's Europe, my friend. I thought it's like Europe.
The Mukuru?
Yeah. I thought that was Europe. No. Man, that's Europe, bro.
Yeah, of course, I know what you're saying, but we cannot permit propaganda. Sorry, we cannot permit propaganda. The truth of the matter is, there must a way in which now the international community, we have to start making them feel heat. Those markets, they go somewhere, I don't know, but we have to start thinking, because there's no way in which unaweza kuja kwa nchi ya watu and then you are part. We always say that international community, if they are not willing to help, they be nani partisan. Wasionge, we fanya vitu zako enda. But there is a way in also the international community is diluting our system as we accommodate. You might even be shocked. They have even transported people to Kenya to think of how they can dilute our system. So moving forward, we have to think of how the international community has to understand that they are also not doing the right thing within our country. So that is a front we can think about. Not necessarily at kuenda kuomba msaada kwao, but how can we make them understand that they are also becoming part of our problem in the country. We used to have organizations like USAID, UK Aid, all those organizations which used to operate in Africa and in Kenya. These days, this organization, they are not now doing their core missions which they used to do hapo kitambo. So there are things which we can do. I don't want to discuss the obvious things, resistance and any, but I wanted to discuss about advanced things which can also bring a resolve, because ikifika historia ya maandamano na vitu zingine, those ones can be done one touch. Watu tu wanangoja tu. I want to tell you, Bwana Roba, story ya maandamano si ati kitu ati we need to plan. Watu tu wanangojea tu filimbi and people will be out. People are not okay. People have no money. This celebration has been one of the worst from 1963. I can tell you, 2023, almost 60 years after independence, this was the worst festivity for almost everyone, maybe unless for the shareholders. And now we have a country, and this is what will happen, and watch the pace. Zakayo is now going to ban opposition meeting. Tunaenda hapo sasa. Hii kitu msisemi ati ni Njenga peke yake. Very soon akina Raila watasema they are having a gathering in Kamukunji. Serikali wanasema hakuna. That meeting is not there. You people, you are planning mayhem. Anything, as long as you people you want to meet na mko zaidi ya watu 20, the government will be saying those are mayhem planners. And we are going there now. So we have to start thinking critically. Even as people try to verify Njenga and start saying that huyo ni Mungiki, wacha afungiwe, and they are not sympathizing with this guy. You people, you are not basing in the bigger picture. Na ni kitu najaribu kuuliza sasa. Do you think we will be able to, like for example, if Simba Arati today is seemed to be very strong in Azimio ama na anaanzia kupinga Ruto, do you think he will be around to have a meeting in Kisii? Unless ni ile tu mkutano ambayo Ruto ako hapo and he wanted these people to start worshiping him. The only meetings which will be done in Kenya moving forward ni zile meeting ambazo Zakaya kwa hapo. We are losing our country. People are supposed to meet freely No, pia ni kuanzia kuulizwa nini, as long as you are able to take responsibility of the meetings which you are handling. So Kenyans need to fight this thing. Njenga, whether he is a Mongeke guy or not, he should not be stopped handling his meeting. Akienda huko Kafiroine watu wakufe, he should be asked from there. But you should not start blocking him, and you start wanting now people putting a force on him, ili sasa shida zitokezee watu wakufe, you start blaming him. Because that is what they want to do. Kesho watu wakitokezea, they will try to kill a few. After wameua watu kidogo, they will start blaming Njenga. And they start now saying, si tuliwaambia huyu mtu ni ya Mungiki. Si umeona sasa hata watu wamekufa. That is what they want to do. So they want to outlaw the meeting. Watu wajisukumirie, sababu people like force. Watu wajisukumirie, some people waumie ama wakufe. I don't know what will happen in that front. And then kuanzia kusemekana ni Mungiki. So they are now trying to create a narrative, and you create a narrative through blocking. They should just allow Njenga to hold his meeting as long as you're not disrupting people. Watu wako manyumbani, hakuna mtu wako kwa ofisi.
By strength. Okay. Sorry about that, Alex. So, in fact, I hope this will be, if they do that, then I hope people in Central will clear our katiba yetu, waseme it is a violation, then from there they exploit and we will support them. Ianzie maandamano, ianzie tomorrow, that first, ikiwa huko. Then from there we can know men have come out and we will support them. People from Central, we are watching you tomorrow. You have shareholders. Let's see how your shareholders holds tomorrow. Lakini kienda tu mnaenda tu mnakaa hapana. Then it starts from there, and we are ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Roba, for rejoinder. I can see Kenyan Mandamano. I see you are bubbling.
Yes, I am bubbling. And I want to say hi, Merry Christmas to Julia. And fire. I don't know the other name. The rest, I was with them.
By fire, by strength.
By fire, by strength. I was with the rest, so I'm saying Merry Christmas to you too. Otherwise, nimesikia vile fire by strength, vile amesema. Hao askari wametumwa pale mbele ya mkutano wa Njenga. Ni kumaanisha kuna mtu ambaye anaogopa kuona aibu, kuona vile mwingine anafanya na hawezi kufanya hivyo. Gachagua is a man who want to force things to happen to him, and they are not going to happen. Na kila mtu ambaye huwa anapewa usukani, either it is head girl, head boy, prefect, they own it, and hakuna upepo unaweza kuja kupeperusha iondoe hapo. And for that reason, huyu Gachagua should stay comfortable wherever he is. Wait for his season, whether he will be picked as kingpin or not. Otherwise, he is not even eligible. He is not even worthy, having done what he has done and how he talks, how he behaves. We want somebody with decency na mdomo ambao unatoka maneno with wisdom. Hakuna kitu huyu mzee anatuambiaga isipokuwa tu ni kuongea maneno tu kama mto ambao unapigana tu na mawe huko. Tumeona mambo mingi huyu Gachagua amefanya mabaya, ya kuulisha watu, ya kuorganize gangs. Kumbukeni the day we saw something, a clip that was showing people getting mapanga usiku, sijui wanasema nini. And he has guts of saying about Mungiki while he has got blood in his hands. Hii ni maana ya kuonyesha when somebody goes to work, please commit yourself to that work, but don't commit yourself in two ways. That you are going to work and you are going to fight. You can't do that, and you can't do both, and you can't win. Kama ulienda kazi ufanye kazi, kama ulienda vita uende vita. Ndio na sisi tujitayarishe kupigana na wewe. Na kama uliandikwa uende kufanya kazi, uende ufanye kazi. We are the employer, we are the firer. Sisi ndio tutamwandika na sisi ndio tutamfuta. Lakini hawa ni watu wamejisukumia kwa ofisi zetu na wakasema hawatoki. And instead of doing the good work that we expected from them, wao wanatudhuru maisha yetu. So Gachagua, what are you expecting? Having behaved the way you are behaving, having talked the way you talk, what do you expect us? We are people seated down to listen and digest what somebody says. And what you say is what the talk you talk, walk your talk. Kwa sababu ile mambo huwa wanajiongelesha hawa watu mbele ya watu. Unaweza fikiria hawa ni angels, ni watu ambao watasaidia wananchi, watawafanyia nini, but ni mdomo tupu. Na sasa wamejulikana. Na after kujulikana unataka tumfanye nini? Mnataka tuendelee kuwa babysitters? Mnataka tuwe ati sisi tunawasikiza tu na tunaenda tunasema haidhuru. It's okay. We can do that. Mnaharibu maisha yetu, mnaharibu nchi yetu, mnaharibu kila kitu. As Fire and Strength talked about Muthaiga, these are the people who are being guarded so well that when they are going to Muthaiga, they are very safe. But within that country, there are people who are dying because of their fault. There are people who cannot go to the hospital because of their fault. There are people who cannot go to school because of their fault. Wao ndio wameleta hii shida wakailimia vizuri wakaingiza pap. Na kitu ingine nataka kuambia wa Kenya. Our country want to be used as a dumping site kwa kila takataka yoyote ambayo inatakikana. And remember the words that this lady said, Whitman. He said Kenya is the horn of Africa. So they will dump all evil things and dirty things in Kenya. Ndio iwe spread all over Africa. We are going to be the enemy, the most enemy of Africa. Kwa sababu mambo yote mabaya itapitia kwetu. Nani amekubali hiwe hivyo? Ni huyu jambazi ambaye ametuletea hii shida yote. And this is why Kenyans are now very uncomfortable, very unhappy, very poor, and very sick, and very hungry. Because of these things that have been let to come to our country. Na vile imeingia kutoka ni shida. Ni sisi sasa tupigane na tuseme we are not. Our culture does not accept this. We are going to refuse all what you are trying to do to our country. And if you are interested to do that, we want to sit side by side and listen to us so that we can see which direction we can go. But you cannot use an individual to inflict us with problems that we never expected in our country, or we never even thought it will happen. Mashida imekuwa mingi within a very short time. And as Kenyans, I'm talking to you. Those guys who have inflicted all these problems to us are eating and drinking and laughing and sleeping very comfortable, being guarded. Nobody who can touch them. What kind of a pain have we been put in? Hii mambo yote ambayo tunaendea, ambayo ati watu wengine, they have to be controlled, they have not to have a meeting, they don't have to say anything in Kenya because somebody is the leader of the country. We cannot stomach that. We cannot live like that. That's not how we have been living. That's not our culture. Sisi tumeishi na familia zetu, maisha mazuri, tunatembeleana. Now people are not visiting each other. Why? The cost of living is so high. Mtu hawezi kuafford from one corner to the other. Hata ukienda huko, labda vile ungepemba mkate na mafuta na nini umpelekee mwenzako, hakuna. So you just feel useless. Let me stay home. Ni nani ameleta hii shida yote? In fact, the Kenyans have not stopped working. It's not Kenyans who have stopped working. It's Kenyans being used and their way of working being taken to a side that even if you work, you don't enjoy, you don't profit yourself, you don't gain. Hizi shida zitaendelea hivyo mpaka lini if we don't stand up and fight for our rights? Na vile sasa tunasimama, polisi ndio hao wamemwagwa kwa sababu kumekuwa na fununu Mama Mary atakuwa na mkutano pahali fulani, kwa hivyo polisi wanamwagwa huko. Why do you have to do that to a Kenyan? A Kenyan who has a meeting. Kwa nini msiongoje muone kama sisi hiyo mkutano tutapigana ndio polisi wakuje watu arbitrate? You know, watusaidie ama watu guard. Why do you have to put police in advance? Who said that we are going there to fight? Who told you that we are enemies of each other? These are all things that we are being controlled in mind. Hata miguu yako pahali ya kukanyanga lazima uonyeshwe pahali utakanyanga. Macho lazima uonyeshwe pahali utaangalia. This is a very severe control that we are getting. And we cannot live like that. Sisi si wanyama, sisi sio kuku. Ati tunafunguliwa mlango hivi ndio turuke nje alafu jioni tena tunarudi kwa nyumba tunafungiwa. We are people with brains and we have got so many ideas that we have. Na hatuwezi fanana. Hatufanani. Na wewe mkubwa ambaye umejifanya wewe ati hakuna mtu atafanya kitu bila wewe kujua. Utaniambia kama wewe ndio umenizaa. Utaniambia mambo yale yote ninafanya kama ni faida yako. Ni faida yangu na familia yangu. Na sasa mimi ukinikataza nifanye kazi yangu ndio nisaidie familia yangu, utaniambia pahali nitaenda. And before I go far, remember this is a guy who said, hakuna mtu ako na shida na Mkikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin. Itabidi utafute serikali ndio utatue hii matatizo. That is what exactly he is exercising. Mrudi mkumbuke huyu mtu anaitwa Gachagua. Sometimes he suspected that he could not be from Central. No wonder that is why he had this black blood ambayo haitaki kuona mtu mwingine. Wamejiita maumau, wametuletea wazungu tena wawe colonizer once again. You wonder whether they felt the pain. Now, I'll stop there, hoping that Kenyans, wherever you are, hii mambo yote mnaiweka maanani. Mkielewa hii nchi si ya mtu mwingine, ni nchi yetu ambayo tunataka kuitengeneza ili tuweze kuendelea kuishi na watoto wetu. Our children needs a comfortable zone where they can live and play with each other. But the way the Kenya is going is a matter of time. Kila kitu sasa iwe haiwa, tuwe kama Somali. It's very painful to see our country go down like that. Shida yetu sasa ni hiyo tu ya kuambiwa ati hatutakutana. Na hiyo lazima tutatue. We cannot be controlled ati hata kwenda kukutana na mwenzako ati itakuwa ni shida, lazima ujulikane ni nini. The other thing I want to point out before I go, sisi wana Kenya, nafikiri tumepea hawa mapolisi, tumewapea, yani kuna msemo unasema na Kikuyu, kuagithia kireru. We have given them a lot of leeway to deal with us so badly. Na ninasema hivyo kwa sababu ni vile tu nchi yetu imekuwa corrupted all the time. Corruption, corruption, corruption. Because, I'm saying this, kama police ananisimamisha, just kwa niaba ya kuwa ati anipate tu na kosa kidogo tu hivi ndio aniambie nitakuandikia karatasi. If our government was straight and our judicial was straight, surely Mkenya ungekuwa unasema niandikie karatasi. Don't give that police 100 shillings, 20 shillings, ama 500 shillings. Don't give him. Tell him write it. Niandikie. You'll go to judiciary. If the country stands without corruption, you pay the fine, which will go to the government, and they will utilize that. What are you avoiding? You're avoiding to be ati usiandikiwe hiyo karatasi, utapoteza wakati wa kwenda kotini, sijui nini. But the moment you say, write that paper, that police will look at you and wonder, what is going to happen? And you go to court, pay the money, pay the fine to the government. Let them utilize the money to do the best thing they can do. But the problem we have is corruption. Hii makosa yote tunaandikiwa kwa barabara, tungekuwa tunaandikiwa kwa barabara na hao mapolisi. In fact, those police will have discipline. Stopping you and telling you, nipatie kitu kidogo, sikuachilii sijui nini, mwambie andika karatasi. He will look at you, he will not believe it. Sababu ni kitu very important and very decent to stand that way. Lakini wao sasa tumewaonyesha, tunawapea pesa, ni kama kumpembeleza. So wametuzoea, wameona lazima sasa wawe wanatafuta makosa kila mara. Everywhere we go. Na ndio unaona sasa, wakitumwa waje kutuchapa, wanatuchapa kama nguruwe. Because we have shown them, tunawaogopa. We shouldn't do that. Kenyans, once we get our government back, I am one of those who stands that. Let the police write you a ticket, take it to court. Judiciary nayo na iwe na watu wana akili, watu ambao wamesoma kwa darasa, wanaelewa ni nini kinaendelea. Sio kuandikia kufine mtu tu ama kufunga mtu just anyhowly. You have to use the initiative, how you went to class, what you study, what you understood about a case and how to treat the case. That's my point and that is my take. So Kenyans, now it's time to fight for our country so that we can bring it online and intact so that we can live happily. Let's join, unite us all. Let's be sister, brother, keeper, or anywhere we go. Mimi nashukuru sana kwa kunisikiza. I am a very saddened lady, woman, mother, wherever I am. I want to go my country. I love my country. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Honorable Alex, you had a question to Mama and Julia.
Yeah, so I listened to Maina Njenga in John Koinange show. And first of all, Julia, put your camera on. I want to engage this thing to Kikuyus. Julia, a criminal is a very, very conniving character. When they want to say they have reformed, they will show all resiliency and humility, and people will believe it. It is sad that I'm hearing people propagating Maina Njenga to take the leadership of Kikuyus. Mama Mary, I want to tell you, as mothers, let me read some of the script here that this man said. When we were fighting each other, anything can happen.
And also, Alex, put your camera on.
Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, thank you, I'm sorry. This is the words from this man during Jeff Koinange's show. When you fight, each other, anything can happen. You don't blame them. You forgive them for what they did. I don't deny they did bad things, but they also did good things. Let me continue. When we had authority, the then President Moi, that we should organize the matatu industry, provide them with the drivers and conductors so that they could be order. We were not actually demanding money from them.
You like my pajamas?
There was an agreement that they should take action. They should take a certain amount of money, which is for our own upkeep, and others for the owners. Let me keep on reading some of the things he said. Maina Njenga and Mungiki cannot even hurt a fly. We never hurt even a fly. Those who were propagandas, I have heard people say that people used to milk people's cows, but it is the chiefs and even the villagers who will be telling people, not senior people talking about these things. How many cases have been reported to the police station? None. So we never milked anybody's cow. Let me keep on going. These are his own words. When you hear things happening in Mount Kenya, it was not the youths who were doing these things. It was the government of the day. Like the disappearance of the people, harassment, the youth Mungiki are very harmless people who cannot even kill a fly. I don't think that Mungiki was very violent. It was the police. Like the case of Maandamano, if the police will not come to disrupt us, we will not be in chaos. Even in those days, it was the police causing chaos every time, then blaming it on the common wananchi. The last one. Njenga painted a rosy picture of the sect in regard to the recent anti-government protest, urging that any form of violence which might have been witnessed was a response to the police aggravation. You know, I feel sad when people propagate criminals and start saying, even if they did what they did, now they are our leaders. Alexio, in as much as people say, Baba, sijui amefanya nini, Baba anauza certificates, Baba anafanya nini, when Baba chooses leaders for Luo Nyanza, and you hear them, the way they legislate in parliament, you can be proud of such kind of people. Mama Mary and Mama Julia. How can, with all the intellectuals you have, how can somebody have the guts to tell me that now Maina Njenga is your leader? A criminal that we saw butchering. I was living in Kawasukari, Githurai. We couldn't even pass, extorting money. And sometimes not even from the matatu. You will tell everybody in a matatu, we give 20 shillings. We saw him in his own eyes. You people want to forget history and start saying that kwa sasa hatuna mtu yoyote. Yeye ndiye anavuta crowd. Let him be our leader. Is that how we choose leadership? I want you to answer, the two of you.
Okay.
No,
Do you want me to
Jiru,
go
keep
first?
quiet.
So, Alex, do you want me to go first?
Yes, Mama.
Yeah. One, okay. Personally, I don't subscribe to Maina Njenga and Mungiki. And I was coming in before you question those questions. I will still ask Njiru and maybe all of us and Mama Mary to try and interrogate why Gachagua is fighting Maina Njenga. Because that is what I need to really think about, why he's fighting him. Because from my own point of view, Maina Njenga does not have crowds of the common man in Mount Kenya region. He doesn't have. And even if he thinks, I heard him make a statement that it is time for Uhuru to hand over. Uhuru would be very stupid to do so. Uhuru cannot do that. Uhuru knows that the things that Maina Njenga did in Mount Kenya region cannot be forgiven and forgotten just like that. And however much he tries to say that it was the government of the day, he's lying. I was in Kirinyaga County when about 40 people were killed in Mathira. You remember that?
I remember very well.
With machetes by Mungiki. Now, by the time they were killed, this is what happened in Kirinyaga County. Alex, I have personally witnessed somebody stopping me, asking me to share to him what I bought in the market. Na ukimuuliza anakwambia ni wazee wanataka. Alex, I have received phone calls and text messages when I was in Kirinyaga from somebody claiming that ati nimeongelelea wazee vibaya. Kwa hivyo I should pay, I don't know, a goat or something. And for that time, Alex, I can tell you I was terrified because you know what they were doing? They were coming to your home. If they find your father or your husband, they tell them, we are giving you this number of days or we are coming for your head. Because I was so terrified, I even ended up going to the CID headquarters in Nairobi. And when I went there, they took the text messages and did some investigations, and they said that the caller was in committing maximum prison. But I didn't like it. Now, that could have been just somebody playing around with me. But this is what they were doing in Kirinyaga County. Alex, walikuwa wanaangalia msichana wako, wanakuja kwako, tu vijana tu in Kenya, in Kwila, because the mahe, tu vijana tu twenye hatuna hata sura. Tunakuja kwako, tunakwambia huyu msichana wako, wazee wamesema ataolewa na fulani. This is real. I'm not creating stories. I was in Kirinyaga County. Kama hutaki, Alex, unapewa viboko 40. That is how far they went. They could go into butcheries. Wanasema wazee wametumana nyama kilo 5. They could go into matatus. They did things in Mount Kenya. Wacha Nairobi walikuwa wanaitisha pound kwa matatu. Okay, Nairobi they could insist that I was jengi mpaka walipe. You pay them some protection money. This guy is lying. Now I blame this group. I think was created in the days of Moi era. That is why Maina Njenga anatetea Moi sana. Sababu anajua penye wametoka. It was created in the days of Moi era. And these youngsters, hawakujua kazi, Alex. They didn't know, even in school. They were so proud and arrogant. They were so bold. They could intimidate teachers and head teachers. Where's wafukuza? Umefukuza kijana wa mzee. They used to call them wazee. Walikuwa najiita wazee. They could even force some girls to circumcision. They could come for your daughter and demand she'd be circumcised. They did very nasty things. Then one day I was sitting in Kirinyaga. One day, one man had a quarrel with them. And wakamwambia, we are coming for your head. Na yeye alijua kichwa yake na ukweli they were coming for his head. He went to the shopping center, a place called Kagumo. It is called The Hague. It is nicknamed The Hague. Akaambia watu, mimi kichwa yangu inakujiwa leo na Mungiki. That man went and prepared himself. And you people, if you can look back at the news, that is the day so many homes and so many people were killed in Kirinyaga because the mobs descended on them. That day, mobs descended on the Mungiki. How are they investigating them? I think they had some tattoos. They had walikuwa wamekula oath na wamejiweka tattoos to signify their members. So it was not difficult for the members of the public to identify them. So it took like 3, 4, 5, almost 2 weeks. Na DC akaita mkutano Kirinyaga. You people, you can browse back the news. Akaita mkutano pale Kagumo. Akaambia watu, you people, you are killing people. And time will come, we'll ask each other who killed who. You know what the people decided? That will not kill them any longer, but they'll hang themselves. They created a place called The Hague. They began looking for those boys. They ran after them. Those boys disappeared in Mount Kenya forest. Wakadisappear mpaka Meru. They ran after them up to Meru. And since even today, those boys can never go back to Kirinyaga County. Now, if you ask the people of Nyeri and Kirinyaga, they know what Mungiki is. Even the people of Muranga, wanajua Mungiki ni nini. Now, Alex, you want to tell me that generation imesahau what Maina Njenga and his group did? Haiwezi. I promise you, Maina Njenga has no following. He has a following. He's following drug addicts, watu wa changa, and those boys who have not gone to school. And Jerry will correct me here if I'm wrong. That is his following. Lakini mtu akona kilitimamu Mount Kenya, they can't. He cannot. So I'm even asking myself, I wanted to come here and ask Jiru, why is Gachagua fighting Maina Njenga? Maina Njenga doesn't have any following in Mount Kenya region. That fight is a waste of time. Maina Njenga hata hawezi simama MP achagulia. Si alisimama senator. Why didn't he win? He cannot win. Leave alone leading the whole Mount Kenya region. Whom is he leading? So me, my take, there was Gachagua and Maina Njenga are a waste of time. And if tomorrow Gachagua decides to invade that meeting, it is because he wants to shed bloodshed. Because Maina Njenga has a fanatical, crazy following. Watu wa pombe na changa na bang. He has a crazy, fanatical following. So they are not reasonable. I'll see watu wa Baba. Baba will not ask people to carry machetes. I'm telling you. But Maina Njenga cannot promise that. I'm not saying they carry machetes, but I don't know whether he can promise that. He needs to promise that in public. So it is not like a meeting called by Baba, ama the former, ama late Kebaki, ama late Matiba. No. Gachagua knows. Gachagua is bloodthirsty. He wants to create a picture that the Mount Kenya youth are now joining Mungiki. That is what he's trying to create. He's a wicked man. It is not true. Maina Njenga has his fanatical following. Now, if I'm wrong, those youngsters are desperate. Hawajaperekwa shule. I mean, it is just when you take advantage of desperation of people who are jobless and all that, that's what Maina Njenga does. Lakini mtu akona akili timamu, nothing like that, Alex. That's my take.
So I go to Mama Mary. Does the Kikuyu nation, with a galaxy of leadership, intellectualism, deserve to be led by Maina Njenga? Do you have a vacuum of leadership to allow somebody who killed, who maimed, who openly in JKL a few weeks ago accepted that they extorted money, they killed, they milked, they circumcised. He said these things openly in JKL. These are not things we are making up. Just because he has crowds.
It's cold in here, right, Mayor?
Is that how we choose leaders, Mama Mary?
You want me to say something?
Obviously, I want to engage the Kikuyu community because I'm afraid.
Today I'm gonna be a different person in some way. Mimi kusema kweli, mimi sijaishi Central for my whole life. Mimi tangu nikiwa mtoto nimeishi Umasaini. I did not know much about Mungiki. These are things I came to know. Na hata siku hizo mbeleni mimi sikuisikia. I was far from those ends. So I may not be the right person to answer that question because not having much knowledge about it. And that's where I can stand. That's my take. I'm sorry.
Mama Mary, today you have disappointed me because I don't think there's no way you can know Maina Njenga. He has been a man who was in news at a particular time. This one of the most competent ministers from Central. What was his name? He was the interior minister when Mungiki was there. How do we call him?
You're talking about Mishuki?
Yes, Mishuki. It took Mishuki discipline, and he said this is not happening anymore. And one of the reasons he did that is because women were being circumcised forcefully, and they were not being circumcised by other women who know the extent of circumcision. They were being circumcised by these boys of Mungiki who could take a razor blade and cut the clitoris in a way they want and leave people bleeding like hell. These things happened. He even said, yes, we did bad things. He acknowledged it in JKL. Mom, if you did not know, go watch the interview, part 1 and part 2, and acknowledge yourself with both information and understand who is Maina Njenga.
Alex, I know Jiru needs to say something. If you want to know what Kikuyus think about Maina Njenga, is how Michuki handled them. And you heard Maina Njenga saying that what we're going to do kwa msitu. Mishuki had to do that. Maina, I have a cousin in and my relatives are in Murang'a County, and they tell me that ilifika wakati Mishuki alikuwa amechoka sana. Na utoto vijana ungetuangalia tulikuwa na tattoos. It wasn't so hard to decide who is who. They could go from house to house. Wanawambia huyu ni kijana wenyu, awapatie kila kitu wako nayo, tunaenda na yeye. That would be the end. Now in Kirinyaga County they could wait for them. Waliwajua, they know the son of so and so is one of them. Wanamtafuta, wanamfuata mpaka Nairobi, wanamleta na matatu. And unajua hapo Kenya kuna pahali inaitwa Hague. Kuna mti watu walijinyonga hapo. Sisi kwa kutaka, lakini watu walijinyonga. It was called Hague. So if you want to know how Mount Kenya feels about Mungiki, then you'll watch how they were ruthlessly dealt with. And had Mount Kenya not risen against Mungiki, that group would still be terrorizing us today because hata kwenyu hapo kwenyu Alex uko ushago, you know mwizi wa kuku ni nani. We know each other. So the Mount Kenya people knew these boys. They knew their families. So they're the ones who dealt with them. And only somebody like Michuki could stamp authority on those people. Another cabinet secretary from another region, Hange Tomboa. So if you don't want to know how Kikuus feel like, see how Michuki dealt with them. And now you know that Maina Njenga, hana cloudy, normal Kikuyu person, apana, but maybe Jiru thinks otherwise. Watch and Jiru. Jiru, I don't know what Jiru wants to say.
Let me say something before Njiro comes in, please. Alex, I'm not disappointing you. I'm being honest, and actually, I'm telling you the truth. Those are things that I came to hear. I didn't witness. I didn't even know the time when it happened. These are things that came after that I came to learn about. So I cannot be a witness saying that this happened or I knew this or that. I'm hearing and I heard it. It's not like I heard when it was happening. It was when way far things were done. And I cannot say something straightforward that I saw this happen or I know this happened. Surely I can't siwezi kuficha ama kuwa siongei mambo ya ukweli ama niwe ati nakwambia tu. I'm talking the truth. I didn't know much about this. When I heard it, it was way after. So I didn't know. So you'll forgive me for that. I can't answer that question. Yes.
Thank you for your honesty. We trust you. You've never lied to us, which is good. Before Njiru speaks, there's one woman who was lived in Central. And I think that thing has touched her so much. He's called Maendeleo Oyudre, which means we are getting Maendeleo. Maendeleo is gotten. Maendeleo Oyudre, you have a Kikuyu family. You have lived with the Central, though you are born and raised in CIA. Tell us what you know, what you experienced, what you saw about Mungiki.
Thank you very much, Alex, and the rest. So many are here today, and I'm happy to see you. I'm glad to see you people once again. The topic is now crucial, and at the same time, it's difficult. Why it's difficult, I'll tell you this. You know, you Alex, you're accusing Maina Njenga for being used. In fact, he was used. Maina Njenga was used by Moi and the Gachagua who is now denouncing Maina Njenga. Mungiki started during Moi's time. And during Moi's time, Gachagua was, I don't know, D or something like that in Nakuru. Molo. They started killing people even in Molo. These were Kikuyus. And why were they being reduced? Because the Kikuyus were so many. And Kikuyus walikuwa wanazaa kuzaana. I think my twins, my triplets. That time, I was working as a news reporter somewhere there. When I came to investigate why all these things are happening, it is because Moi wanted to reduce Kikuyus. Wanazaana sana. Na surely it was. So Kikuyus have got a tendency of allowing themselves to be used in dirty acts. Maina, as a Maina person, oh yes, he could mobilize people to go and do all those dirty acts, but Maina cannot even kill a fly. I know Maina in person because he's somebody I've sat with and interviewed. He cannot. Although leadership does not matter who has killed, who Kikuyus want, or what and what. I think At this moment, Alex, if I may say, Kikuyus are so desperate because honestly, they don't have a leader. They don't know where to put themselves because they were cheated by Ruto, and they followed a wrong person in which they're now in a dilemma. They don't know where do we go to, and whom do we call to be, whom can we put to be our leader? Whom can we answer? Who can answer for our questions? The questions we want to put across. Whom can we go to? And that is why you see Maina has got followings in which somebody was telling me the same way I also could do a little bit of my investigation. Whatever is happening even with Maina right now, these things are being created by Ruto just to confuse everybody. That Maina Njenga is now back on board to do what? Bring back Mungiki. Just to tarnish Mungi in the Maina Njenga's name. But Mungiki, I think, got stopped during Michuki's time. Michuki got an end. To the end of it, it's never there. It was a dirty thing, but it did not happen for a long time. This one, I'll tell you the truth. It did not happen for a long time because who are the victims actually? Kikuyus. Kikuyus are the ones who are being victimized because there were so many. And to speak the truth, there were so many. Na walikuwa wanazaa kuzaana. So they had to be reduced. Truth be told. Maina as a person, yes, akona following, but hawezi kufanya kitu kama hiyo. Anyway, being a leader, I don't know, because he doesn't even know how to speak very well. Yani mutu quiet, but whoever
since you have invoked the name of Michuki, let me read you a statement of Michuki.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Michuki said, the activities of the sect infringe the basic human rights. Its mode of operation is to instill fear in the members of the public by causing unnecessary mayhem, extorting money, and committing murder. In some cases, they have appointed themselves the prefects of the public morality by subscribing what women should do, should, and not, and what women should or should not wear. So, Mama Mary, do you know that if you wore some kind of clothes during Mungiki times, you could be stripped naked? Despite the fact you are saying that he was used by Moi, but did you know that women could not wear some clothes and they were being stripped naked?
This is what I'm trying to tell you. I've stayed in Nairobi. I've stayed in Kericho. I've stayed in
We can't hear you.
Check your volume. Yeah. Okay.
Oh. I've stayed in Nairobi. I've stayed in Kericho, Kisii, Kisumu. But did you hear that time, Alex? Something like that would happen in Kisumu or Kisii. Only Nairobi and Kikuyu land. Why? Because Moi was somebody who can order just something unnecessarily. This time, iwe hivi. You know, when he started working, he even ordered that any woman wearing a long trouser should be strapped naked. And that is what the Mungiki were doing. And the Mungiki who are strapping people to speak the truth, even if I'm going to be reported or what, they were not Kikuyus, they were Kalenjins, please. Truth be told. Where that truth deserves, let us put a credit. All these happenings are not even those Kikuyus. Kikuyus are just innocent, but they are being used. The only problem I have with Kikuyus, why do they allow themselves to be used in such dirty manner? Yeah, why do they allow themselves to be used that way? They have been used until they were used even to be their victory being taken away from them. They have allowed themselves to be used. But who is using them? Somebody who is so minor, somebody who is not even thinking straight. He knows that these people, their weakness is this and this. Just give them 50 shillings and he's going to do what you want. Anaenda kukata hiyo shingo ya mtu for only 50 shillings. So they are being used. Did that thing, because even in Kisii there is Chinkororo. Have you heard Chinkororo strapping women naked because they are putting on in a certain manner? Anyway, I'm proud it cannot happen in Jaluo, but Jaluo also we have some other groups which are funny, but they don't kill.
Let me give you some information. Chinkororo was a group formed in South Mogirango.
Mm-hmm.
South Mogirango was an epicenter where we were both being fought by the Luos and the Maasais. We formed a group to protect. Chinkororo have never gone to town. The work of Chinkororo used to be during tribal clashes.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask you. Have you heard something like what you're asking me was happening in Nairobi, happen in Kisii?
Never.
Yeah.
Now, let's go to the other side now. You have said a very important statement, and I feel it as an individual. After this, I'm going to leave so that I think we bring other people. Kikuyus are having a leadership vacuum.
Yeah.
They are desperate. And it seems like there's nobody who has the courage to face Gachagua.
Yeah.
So, in times of desperation, if a vacuum has to be filled, we must do so by all necessary means, because if we don't do it, there's a greater danger.
Mm.
And that's why we should agree with Njiru that despite of what happened, we need a strong man who has no fear.
But who is he? As per you, who is that strong man? Either Maina Njenga or Gachagua. But both of them, if you look at them, wakona mkono chafu. Their hands are dirty. Both of them. Yeah. Who is that man now in Kikuyu? Kabogo? This other Waititu? Who? Hawana? Is it Okuria? Who? Well, that vacuum, probably me, I would propose. Let them have Maina Njenga because he has followings. But with God, we just pray for him. And he might put the Kikuyus together, because his problem is Kikuyus, we must unite. Because Kikuyus now are divided. They don't know which direction do we go. Which direction are we going to take? With us, okay, I don't want to say that Raila has been leading us so well, because Raila is also, he takes himself as a national person, a nationwide person, in which he neglects so many other areas. But you find that is whom we have. And the same question we also ask ourselves, then after Raila, whom do we have? We still don't have. So Kikuyus are in dilemma. Don't talk to them about, I don't know, Maina Njenga, I don't know Mungiki, what. Maina Njenga was being used. And the same thing is still happening now. They are being used. They have been used until now Kenya is remaining to other people who hate them more than they hate themselves.
Well said, maendeleo yudre. Kabisa kamano. That's fun. Can we have the people who normally assist us to get a new feed? We can't live like that. We are almost getting to 6 hours. Kenyan, we love, where are you? Can we have a new feed? We switch up.
Njiru is there.
Njiru, let's have a new feed.
I wanted to hear Njiru say something. Alexio, let Njiru say something about that.
Okay. He needs to give us a new feed, as he says.
Because I still want to convince. Yes, I need to convince Maggie here that Maina Njenga has no following. He cannot even win a member of parliament seat. Leave alone within the Kikuyus. But I wanted to hear what Njiru has to say before he gives us a feed.
Let me tell Julia something. Maina Njenga cannot win any seat because the youth he used to have, or he's even having now, does not even have a voter's card. The middle people do not want Maina Njenga, who are Julia, Njiru, and so and so. But these other ones, if they can register, I'm telling you, he's going to win, because whoever is following Maina Njenga is that desperate person who does not know that today, what am I going to eat? And I think we really should appreciate, because those days there were solutions of how are we going to eat. But this time, as we are speaking, there is nothing like how can I get even that money to go and eat. So your Mungiki would have been much more right now than before, because size in your killings ingekuwa too much, lakini you cannot hear something like that. So we really should appreciate and put a credit where credit is deserved. Maina Njenga cannot win just because his followings do not have those voters' cards. But if they can be given that opportunity to get that registration, please, I'm telling you, you'll see wonders.
Okay, well said.
Following.
Well said.
I'm sorry.
By fire. Thank you, Mama. By fire.
Okay. I wanted to say something. You see, the Kikuyu and the Mount Kenya community, there is something we are forgetting, that the community fabric has changed. The Wela people, watu wa kawaida, and these other people, you see, like, and you can attest this, like, even when we are going to vote, for people to win, wale watu ushinda, especially during the election day, ile kitu ya maana inakuanga ni watu kununuliwa pombe. That is the concept of people who want to win votes. They do these days. I want to become an MP. Hiyo asubuhi ya kura nanunulia watu pombe, wanaenda kunichagua. The issue of technocrats ama watu wamesoma, people who can think a little bit, in Mount Kenya region, they have not been able to keep up with the demagoguery, if I may say that. Whereby you will find that learned people in Mount Kenya region, they cannot be able to to tilt the opinion of the society. And that is why people like Maina Njenga will always sprout. Even before like Maina Njenga was here, can you tell me which other community in Kenya would give Waitito position 2 times, no matter who he is, 2 times, an MP in a place, kwanza akatoroa huko Embakasi sijui ni wapi, anazungushwa analetwa hii. You see Waitito. There is something I want you people to understand with the changing dynamics of the Kikuyu community and the direction where the community Kikuyu community is. We are at that inflection point where thinkers and critical people will not influence masses, because the amount of so many people who their heads are shallow wamekuwa wengi sana. So the truth of the matter is, even me, I don't support Maina Njenga. I don't subscribe to his way of thinking na zile vitu anafanya, including his history. But I want to speak the truth here. There is a critical mass in Mount Kenya. Let me use that word. There is a critical mass in Mount Kenya region, which is outwitting how watu wanafikiria sana. How watu unajua, in our societies tunasemanga mtu akisoma ni mpole, they don't question things, but how watu wa mapombe pombe na watu wa bangi, they are now the people who can bombard issues. But the learned people, kuna vitu wameanzia kukaa at the back. This is not the 1960, the 1970 of our societies. So for Maina Njenga to be suppressed, wale watu wanafikiria they have to come out. But the truth of the matter, Maina Njenga is an implication that good people they are remaining behind. Lastly, there's something I wanted to confirm here. Maina Njenga is not being supported by the community. That is one thing which people need to understand here. No one supports Maina Njenga. But our people who influence our politics, because you know, in Mount Kenya region, our politics has gone to the dogs. It is not about power vacuum. And Bwana Alex, I want to tell you here, Mount Kenya region, there is nothing like a vacuum. Our politics has just gone to the dogs. We are just people who can support anything. We are just people who can support empty rhetorics. We are just people who can support lies. It is not about a vacuum. It is the changing of the societal fabric, and it is not. There is nothing you can do that. I said it here the other day. Even Alex was here. The good days of Mount Kenya region are gone. Mount Kenya region will never be saved. That society is finished. Unajua ni vile saa zingine tunakuja hapa we mince our words. Mount Kenya region cannot be rescued. And any person here who has studied psychological issues of a society should go and look at that thing as we go forward. In fact, in the future, worse people than Maina Njenga will be the people who will be leaders there. So Mount Kenya region cannot be saved. It's gone. I'm done.
Lala, what do you think? Is Mount Kenya gone before Julia comes and tells us? Lala? I think Lala is not around. Let's hear from Julia.
Alexio,
Yes.
let me tell before Julia comes. Mount Kenya is not gone. It's only that Mount Kenyan people have allowed themselves to be used. In fact, I'm always wondering why did they allow themselves to be used and tinted Raila's name as mchawi na nini. Alafu they believe. A good person or a learned person would ask himself or herself that this person is being said that ni mchawi. Ameua nani? Nani kivipi? So they allow, it's only that they allow themselves to be used in a dirty manner, but not in a correct way. That is why you may say that Mount Kenya is gone. It's not gone. It is the same you people, you, Julia, Mama Mary, Nanani, who can bring Mount Kenya back by saying, please, all these dirty things we are talking about people, we are just ashaming ourselves. All these things we are now denouncing people, we are ashaming ourselves. Yeah, who said about the Waitito coming from Embakasi, going to be Governor Kiambu? I don't know whether Waitito comes from Kiambu, but why do Kikuyus allow themselves to be used that way? Because you are supposed to say no, and it will be no. And you're supposed to say yes for a good thing. You even said no for Uhuru Kenyatta, who really pleaded with you people. And you said yes to Ruto, who is not even your tribe. So Mount Kenya is not gone, and it will not be gone if you people are still there. I'm pleading with those people in Mount Kenya. Please bring Mount Kenya back. Thank you. Na kwaherini.
Thank you, Maggie.
Asante Santa Mother. Yeah, Julia.
Yeah, to Maggie, let me conclude. Mount Kenya is not gone. Mount Kenya is coming back with a bang, but not through Maina Njenga. I promise you, they are coming back with a bang. And I've been thinking they are the ones who are going to deliver Kenya. Once they start that move, there will be no turning back, because it is out of selfishness that they thought they had Gachagua and Ruto. That is how I see it. Na wanafikiria serikali ni yao. So wamegundua serikali si yao. Wamegundua serikali ni ya watu wawili peke yake. And they don't even like Gachagua. So Mount Kenya is coming back with a bang. So Njiru, there you are wrong. Mount Kenya is not gone. So maybe Alexia, I see you don't have much time. Maybe you need to start another feed. You only have 4 minutes. I don't know what you're gonna do about it.
Yeah, I need to start a new feed. I'm getting somebody to be able to set it up as we conclude here. Yeah, you can proceed. Just proceed and submit, and then we will have Lala. You have not spoken. Never Give Up has not spoken. If Julia, you have like a minute, then we'll hear
I don't know. I think you should just cut it off, because if you don't cut it off before 6 hours, you cannot correct anything. Kama kumekuwa na makosa. So
yeah,
you should just cut it off now, and then we come back. You post another.
Yes.
Come back here.
Yeah. I think we shall just wind up here. We set up a new feed, then set out that one, then you can come back. Otherwise, thank you very much for each one and every one of us who has been here. Until this time, I appreciate the quality of discussion here, and the debate is awesome. Thank you. God bless you, each one and every one of you. I'll see you in the next feed.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, 2 yako na 5 yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo, anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Twende kabisa. Wani lazima. Enda. Tara twende. Azimio!